Chapter 11. Meeting faintly. Naruto stood at the window of his office, overlooking the people of his village as they walked the streets and conversed with one another. He found it almost strange that some of them were the same ones that were calling for him not to be made Hokage yesterday, yet they were at peace today and enjoying the repairs that were made by the wave constructors. He knew that they had no say in his appointment, but just how bipolar were these people to say he was doing great today, yet yesterday they were out crying that he was unfit. An ENBU Black Ops member appeared in a bowed position as Naruto looked at the wolf mask from over his shoulder. "Have you located him yet, Wolf?" Naruto asked in a monotone voice as Wolf nodded, yet stayed bowed. "Yes, he was overjoyed that you called for the meeting and is just arriving in the building as we speak, Hokage-sama," Wolf said as Naruto nodded and waved him off while he disappeared as someone knocked on the door of Naruto's office. "Come in," Naruto said as the door opened to reveal Tazuna. The man, and Inari who was right behind him, smiled as they walked into the office. "So, what we saw yesterday was true then. You really did become Kage of the Leaf Village. And I thought I only saw that because I was drunk off my ass," Tazuna said as Naruto's sweat dropped and leaned forward in his seat. "Well, it's real. So what can I do for you two today?" Naruto said in a friendly voice as Inari ran over and hugged him. Naruto hugged the boy back after getting over his surprise. "Big brother Naruto, you really are a great ninja," Inari said as the door to Naruto's office opened again. Konohamaru stood in the doorway with wide eyes and his jaw dropped, but that didn't last long as his eyes narrowed into a glare and his mouth formed a frown as he ran over to Naruto. "Get away from the boss," Konohamaru shouted as he ran over, but tripped over his scarf once he was in range of them. Everyone in the room blinked at the sight. "Who's this Naruto?" Inari asked as Naruto smiled and helped Konohamaru up. "This is Konohamaru. He's the grandson of the third Hokage," Naruto said as Konohamaru jumped back. "And who's this guy, Naruto?" Konohamaru said as he and Inari began glaring at one another. Naruto and Tazuna sighed in unison and then looked at each other. "I'm Inari. My grandfather is Tazuna the carpenter and I'm his apprentice. What's it to you?" Inari said as he got in Konohamaru's face. "I'm Konohamaru. My grandfather was the third Hokage, and I was staring to learn under him before he died." "Why were you hugging Naruto?" Konohamaru asked as Inari, and he glared at each other. "'Cause he's my big brother. He taught me what it means to protect those precious to me, and he defended and saved our country from an evil man named Gato." "What's your story?" Inari said as Konohamaru backed up from him and gained a proud look on his face as he held his head high and jabbed a thumb into his chest. "Naruto's my big brother. He taught me the importance of hard work and determination in order to reach my goals, and he defended and saved our country from a psycho guy named Gaara," Konohamaru said as Inari glared at him. "Well, it doesn't matter because he and I formed a special bond when he left Wave Country," Inari said as he crossed his arms and turned his head. Konohamaru glared and stomped his foot. "Well, that doesn't matter because before that mission in Wave, he and I had formed a more special bond when he first started out as a genin," Konohamaru said as Inari and he glared lightning at each other and was back in one another's face. "So, he likes me more because I was an emo brat that was also a coward until he changed my life," Inari said as Konohamaru growled. "Oh yeah, well he likes me more cause I was a spoiled brat that didn't know the meaning of hard work and honor," Konohamaru said as Inari narrowed his eyes further. "Oh yeah," Inari shouted as he and Konohamaru were face to face pushing each other. "Yeah," Konohamaru shouted back. "Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, ow." They both cried as they were hit atop their heads by Naruto's two fists. They both crumbled to the ground, holding and nursing the large bumps atop their heads as Naruto sighed and gave them an irritated look, complete with a slight glare. "What the hell is wrong with you two? I don't like either of you more than the other. You're both like little brothers to me, and if you don't stop giving me headaches with your little shouting match, then I'll beat the both of you around my village with a dull and rusty kunai. You got that?" Naruto said in an irritated voice as Konohamaru and Inari both shot up and nodded vigorously while saluting to him. Sir, yes, Sir Hokage-sama. They both said as Naruto sighed and went back behind his desk. You two can go since Tazuna-sen and I have business to discuss. Konohamaru, show Inari around the village or something. Just be back here in an hour. Naruto said as the two younger boys nodded and walked from the room. As soon as they were in the hallway, Konohamaru turned to Inari with a frightened expression. Now you see why I call him boss. Konohamaru said, as Inari nodded. Naruto was like a Yakuza boss when he was angry. So, what is it that you wanted, Tazuna-san? My council has paid you and your people for your work, right? Naruto asked as he sat down and leaned forward in his chair. Tazuna chuckled as he stood in front of Naruto with a smile on his face. Yes, of course. In fact, I believe they've overpaid us for the repairs we've done. Tazuna said as Naruto smiled. Then that'd be the bonus I signed after I found out you were finished here yesterday. Naruto said as he leaned back in his chair and turned it slightly so he could gaze out the window. Why the bonus, kid? I mean Hokage-dano? We only repaired a few dozen buildings and stores. Tazuna asked as Naruto chuckled and gazed up at him. Just Naruto, and it's because your country is still trying to get back on its feet. I've read the files for my mission. It seems that Gato's money, businesses, and all other things were handed over to Konoha since we were the ones to kill him. I'd like to give you some of the companies the man owned, and don't object, because it's my way offer in an alliance between our two lands.
Alliance? I remember something about that.
So what did you have in mind, Naruto? Tazuna said as a chair came up from the floor. His eyes widened while Naruto had closed his with a smile on his face. Tazuna sat down and Naruto dug in his desk drawer for a document. I was thinking that since Wave is neutral in the wars that you could provide repair assistance to my village. We can also set up trade routes and other things, but that'll be discussed with the council later. Just know that I'm personal offering your country a percentage of the shipping company Gato owned. Let's say Konoha keeps 70% and gives Wave 30%. The only reason I say that is so other countries will have a percent not as big as ours if they join our alliance. So what do you say? Are we open for these talks? Naruto said as he raised his hand to Tazuna, who was wide-eyed and frozen. He shook himself as regained thought and shook Naruto's outstretched hand. Yes, of course. I'm sorry, kid, but I never thought I'd be having this kind of talk with the same brat that couldn't even eat properly. It's amazing what a few months can do for you, ninja. Tazuna said as Naruto's sweat dropped again. Was he really that bad before Pervy Sage and Kyubi-sensei's training emotions, intelligence, and thoughts? No, well, maybe he did run into a wall those few times, and then there was him following that Rio coin for 6 hours at the amusement of some chunin. Okay, so he was that bad. Damn, you'd think people would look to the now. Naruto, you listening? Tazuna said as Naruto shook his head of his thoughts. Huh? Oh yeah. Naruto said as he accepted the scroll was apparently holding out to him. He looked it over and saw that it was an A-ranked protection and escort mission for the wave workers who had been fixing up the village. Alright, everything looks in order. I'll send 2 jonin and an umbu on this by the end of the week. Please enjoy the village, and in about 2 days you and I will meet with the council to begin the alliance talks officially. Is your daimyo okay with all this? Naruto asked as he remembered that even Wave needed a lord to rule it. Tazuna puffed out his chest and polished his fingernails on it with his chin held high. I would think so since I am the Wave country daimyo. After Gato left we were leaderless and the country voted me its ruler since I was the reason you had come to the country and freed us in the first place. Tazuna said as Naruto's sweat dropped and muttered something about half-assed drunk old men. Naruto sighed as he got up from his seat and walked Tazuna to the door. By the end of this week, have all your workers and whoever else traveled with you here at the main gate by sunrise. I'll have transportation waiting to bring you back to Wave via bridge route. Naruto said as Tazuna gave a chuckle and held up his hands, waving them a bit. That's alright, we can walk back just like we got here. You don't have to spend all this on us. Tazuna said, trying to be humble, but his damn back was making it harder. Naruto chuckled as he opened his office door, giving Tazuna a smile with his eyes closed. It's no trouble, and who said I'd be spending any money? I'll be making your transportation myself. Naruto said as Tazuna looked at him in confusion, but shrugged it off as something Kage-level ninja could do. Tazuna had walked from the office and down the hall when Naruto was about to close his door. That was until he heard rumbling, Tazuna's girly-ass scream of pain, and the multiple voices yelling and cursing at each other. Naruto walked down the hall to see what the hell was going on, and as soon as he turned the corner and was in front of the council chambers, he saw a human dog pile of, well, people. He could see most of them were his former fellow Jonin-sensei, and a few others that he knew. "Get the hell off me, you cow!" Sasuke shouted as Choji grew a vein in his forehead and an angry expression. "What did you say, you stuck-up asshole?" Choji shouted back. "Ino pig. My back isn't a chair." Sakura shouted as Ino stayed seated atop her and crossed her arms. "You're right, but that forehead of yours could be with the size off it," Ino said with a smirk as Sakura tried to get her off. "Shino, can you please get your teammate off of me?" Shikamaru drawled from under Kiba, who was unconscious. "I would, but it seems as though I'm stuck under Niji-san and Lee-san," Shino said from beside Shikamaru. "Lee, get off me this instant," Niji said with Lee atop him as he tried to get free. "I would, but Tenten-chan and Hinata-san are atop me as well. Ladies, would you be as kind as to jump down?" Lee said as Tenten sighed, and Hinata fidgeted nervously. "We would, but being at the top of these things is kind of fun, Hinata?" Tenten said as she elbowed Hinata playfully. Hinata said as she saw her sensei and the other sensei sigh from the sides of the pile. "How did we end up on the floor? We're Jonin. We should have been able to avoid this," Kurenai said as Asuma shrugged from under her. "I would have if Kakashi hadn't tripped over that old guy back there. Then I grabbed him and you grabbed me. Then Guy grabbed Shino, and it all went downhill from there since we were running and whatnot," Asuma said as Kakashi was flailing under him. "What the hell is going on here?" Naruto asked as he stood in front of them with his Kage robes and hat on. They all looked at him with Hinata and Tenten hopping off the pile, being sure to step on each person as they got down. "Naruto!" They cried out as they ran for him. He merely sidestepped them, with them impacted into the wall directly behind him. "Yeah. Now, what in the name of Kami-sama is going on around here?" he said as they got out of the wall like nothing happened. The people in the pile began to get up one at a time, as some complained about their backs and others were simply staring at him. Now that they were this close to him, they could see that he was taller than a month ago, much taller. He was now the same height as Lee and Niji. He had also let his hair grow out apparently, because it was down to the collar of his robes. "So, are you people going to tell me what's going on, or am I dash?" "Hokage-sama, so glad that you are this early for the daily council meeting. I hope we did not keep you waiting long," Hayashi said as he came around the opposite corner with Choza, Shikaku, Inoichi, and Shibi close behind. Naruto sighed as he looked from the people who were openly gaping at him to his council members. "I was actually seeing what all the racket was in my mansion. It appears that they all had business of some sort in here," Naruto said as he gestured toward the ones who were in the pile, who had moved to side as more council members came down the hall. "Then by all means, allow them in on the meeting. It would be good if some of them heard what is to be discussed today, especially since most of them are future clan heads and important ninja of the village," Choza said with a hearty chuckle as Naruto sighed and gestured them into the chamber. Naruto took his seat at the head of the council table. To his immediate left and right sat Jiraiya and Tsunade, who Naruto had chosen as his advisors. Behind him to his left and right sat the village elders, who were Koharu and Hamura. On Jiraiya's side, going down the left side of the table, sat Hayashi Hyuga, Asuma Sarutobi, Inoichi Yamanaka, Shikaka Nara, Choza Akimichi, Tsum Inazuka, Shibi Aburame, and Unkai Kurama. Behind them the group lined the wall as they waited for the meeting to begin. On Tsunade's side of the table, going down the right side, sat no one. Not one of the civilians had shown up. Naruto gazed down her side with a raised brow, as everyone else was frowning. At the opposite end from Naruto were Dragon and Danzo, who were both ANBU leaders, Danzo of the Root and Dragon of the regular Yenbyu forces. Both of the men were frowning, even though both hid it with either a mask or a stone-faced expression. Along the wall were Team 7, 8, 9, and 10. Kakashi, Kurenai, Guy stood beside them while. Where are the rest of my council members, Koharu-san? Naruto asked in a low voice as Koharu looked annoyed. I believe they are running a bit late, but we can start with this group while we wait for them. Koharu replied as she gestured to the people lining the wall. Naruto sighed as he propped his elbow up on the table and held his head in hand while gazing at them with a bored expression. Fine then, why are you all here? Naruto asked as some of them looked at him like he was the weirdest thing they had ever seen. Well, you see, we were just wondering. Choji said meekly as his father, and everyone else turned to him. Akiba grew impatient, so he decided it was high time they stopped skirting around. How the hell did a deadlass like you become Hokage? Kiba yelled as 3 different ANBU appeared with weapons to his neck, sternum, and the more private area. Boar, ox, Tora, that will be enough. Naruto said lazily as they nodded and went back from wherever they had come from. Kiba didn't look anything but annoyed, but on the inside, he almost pissed himself. Kiba screamed in frustration as he grabbed at his own hair. I don't get it. How could they make you Hokage? You were the dead last of our year, a grade A moron, and you aren't even that good as a ninja. Don't get me wrong, you're my friend, but why you? I know it was your dream, and I knew it'd happen someday, but still. Kiba yelled out as everyone gazed at him with emotions ranging from anger to sadness. Kiba dropped to his knees as he continued his rant. I just don't see how you could become Hokage when so many other ninja in the village probably weren't even considered. There are Jonin, Ambu, and hell even some of us, but they picked you. Why? Please just tell me why, 'cause it's driving me crazy. Kiba said as they all turned to Naruto, who still looked incredible bored. Shikamaru, Shino, Neji, and even Sasuke had to mentally applaud how he was able to look so when faced with Kiba's rant. Kiba, you don't question the council or the fire daimyo. We chose Naruto-sama as Hokage, and that is how it'll stay. Your petty rivalry with him has no place in Tsum, Kiba's mother, was saying as Naruto spoke up. That's enough, Tsum-san. He merely wants to know why I was chosen for Hokage when so many others could have and deserve to be picked over me. Naruto said, showing only a slightly less bored look as he gazed down at Kiba. To tell you the truth, I have no clue why I was chosen. They say it's because I've the will of my predecessors and that I can be molded into a great Hokage, but honestly, I think that was all talk. Naruto said, much to the shock of his shinobi council. They said some of the people that were considered for the job, so let's go through them. Jiraiya-sensei was considered, because of obvious reasons, but the daimyo knew he wouldn't accept the title due to his free spirit. Kakashi-sensei was considered due to him having been taught by my father, the Yondaime, and his reputation. Naruto said as Kakashi's eye widened while everyone looked at him. You weren't chosen apparently due to you being too steep in the past and your own emotional baggage. Naruto said as Kakashi shrugged. It was true. Besides, he'd never take on being Hokage. Well, maybe if it were a few years later, and the village really needed him to be, but otherwise, no way in hell. Even Shikamaru was considered due to his outstanding performance during the Chunin exam finals. Naruto said as he cast a finger toward Shikamaru, who shrugged and yawned as the people beside him stared at him with wide eyes. But he wasn't chosen due to his laziness and the fact that he'd find it too troublesome to be Hokage. Naruto said with a snicker as Shikamaru nodded in agreement. Why be Hokage when it's too much work and too many political headaches? What a drag. I'd much rather watch clouds than lead a village. Shikamaru said as Ino sighed in annoyance at his lazy attitude. Would the guy ever change? No, he'd probably find it too troublesome or too much of a drag to change. Like I said before, people who were greater than me and were more fitting to the title than me were considered, but in the end, I was chosen. Don't really know why and don't really care. All I need to know is that I will do everything in my power as Hokage to lead this village to greatness. Naruto said as they all smiled at him. Even the corner of Sasuke and Neji's lips quirked upward at the conviction in his voice. So, was that all that you needed? Naruto said in a bored tone to them. Yeah, pretty much. The other stuff we wanted to talk about we can see you later in your office for that, Hokage-sama. Kurenai said, adding emphasis to his title with a smirk as Hinata nodded while some of the people in the room chuckled. Naruto sighed in annoyance as the civilian council members came into the room with an air of arrogance and superiority. Even Sasuke had openly frowned at them walking in, as if they owned the place. Sasuke was sure that if he was Hokage, they would have been gone on his first day of the job. Even Shikamaru dropped his bored expression to frown at them, as they didn't even acknowledge Naruto's presence or that of anyone else in the room. Naruto kept a stone face as the civilians sat themselves down in their chairs. Naruto realized that he had never known any of them by name, besides Sakura's mom, Sayuri Haruno. He shrugged as he also realized that he didn't give a damn to learn their names anyway. So glad to see you could join us, civilians. Do tell why it is that you are so late for this meeting, Hayashi said as he leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms. Hinata and Niji had to stop themselves from gasping. They had never seen Hayashi as anything but cold and rigid, but here, in that very room, he had become cool and fluent. He wasn't even glaring at them. He was simply gazing at them with a look of no interest. If you must know, Hyuga, we had important business that had to be done. Our children were joining the academy this year, so we had to find some ninja tutors for them. A burly man said 3 seats down from Tsunade. Oh, it isn't me that you really have to explain yourself to, Hikaitsuna. It is Hokage-sama who is looking for an answer. I would hope you didn't disappoint him with it. Hayashi replied coolly as everyone turned to Naruto. His hat was overshadowing his face, but they could all see the clear frown on his face. He put his hand on the rim of his hat and took the object from his head and set it down in front of his. His eyes were like to cold pools of ice the way they gazed at the hat, and then to the civilian council. They have disappointed me, Hayashi. I do not care if your children are joining the academy this year or not. When a council meeting is scheduled for 9 a.m., I expect you all to be here for 9 a.m. whether I'm here or not. You are my council, and if you want to remain on my council, you will follow my rules. Is that clear? Naruto said in a harsh and cold voice as he gazed over the civilian council, who were trembling a bit, but still looking as defiant as ever. We are the council, boy. Just because you are Hokage does not mean that you can dash, a man near Danzo shouted out before he was silenced by a sudden pressure weighing down on him and his fellow civilians. Maybe you don't understand how this village works, civilian-san. I am the Hokage, which means my word is law. This village and all who live in it are mine to command and do with as I see fit. I rule this village alone, not with this council. This council is only to inform, not decide nor rule. The laws and ways of my predecessors are nothing to mine own. If I so chose, I will set fire to this village and build another on the ashes of it, and anyone I made stay inside it at my command. Naruto said as the pressure increased, making them grasp onto the table for support while they all fell one by one. Sakura watched as her mother's eyes became wide and her breathing became heavy. She watched as her mother was the third to grasp the table and was one of the last to fall from her chair to the floor. She couldn't believe that her mother was a part of that. That arrogance, that stupidity, that egotism. Her mom had always been so kind, sweet, and loving to her. So when did she become such a bitch? And Naruto, that cold voice, those ice-like eyes, and that hidden threat coupled with that weird killing intent. When did Naruto become so cold? He was like Sasuke when he used the curse mark for the first time. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Naruto being a cold ruler? Her mom being a part of a group of complete bitches and bastards? What was next? Sasuke being sweet and goofy. Okay. EW. That thought was kind of creepy, but it was still just as wrong as what was happening before her. Naruto, please stop. They can't take much more of whatever you're doing to them. Sakura said as Naruto stopped immediately. He turned to the others of the room and saw a range of emotions, the most frequent being that of shock. His council looked a bit concerned for him. Sasuke and Kakashi looked a little afraid for him. Sakura looked ready to go to tears. Hinata, Ino, and Tenten gazed at him with mostly shock, but there was a bit of fear there. He hated that as he looked into the eyes of everyone else. They all had a small trace of fear in their eyes, but it was at him, but more for him. They were fearful of how he would feel about his slight loss of control. True, they might not have known he had lost control, but he did, and he knew he had. In his trying to get his point across, he had let too much churka pressure on the civilians. While they shinobi in the room could have taken it, the civilians were untrained to deal with anything like that. He wondered, what could have happened had he used killing intent on them instead of pressure? As the civilians got back into their seats with shaky breaths and trembling bodies, they glared hard at Naruto, but Naruto only gazed back. It was as if he was watching their dislike for him intensify twofold. He couldn't call their animosity hatred because it lacked the pure loathing for it. It was more like a deep disliking of what he was as a person rather than just loathing him for who he was. He could tell their glare wasn't because of Kyuubi, and it wasn't because of him as Naruto. It was more like they were glaring at him for being a ninja and Hokage. You hate ninja, don't you? Naruto questioned lowly as he rested his head in his hand. The civilians were taken back by his question, but returned to glaring all the same. Yes, we do, Sayuri said as Sakura gasped. Her mom hated ninja. But then why let her be one then? Why? Asuma asked as he actually started paying attention to the meeting. Because all we hear every single day is ninja, ninja, ninja. Everyone wants to be a ninja. Everyone has to be a ninja. Damned the ninja. You ninja aren't so damn great. People look at you all and see gods, but you're not. You're all human like the rest of us, yet people hold you all in such high regards. Well, I've had it, Hokage shouted as he slammed his balled-up fist into the table. This was their chance to get everything out into the open, so why not use it? Yeah, he's right. And what of the people who can't become ninja, or who don't have what it takes? You throw them to us, making them feel worthless since they can't do what you all do. I wanted to be a ninja when I was a young boy, but I didn't have the churka to. So you know what I was told? Become a civilian, go work at a shop. You just don't have it in you to be a ninja. Do you know how much that hurt? Do you know how much I cried after that? My dreams were shattered and my hopes ruined all because I simply couldn't do those damn jutsu you ninja use. I became a civilian all right, and a damn good one at that. I worked my way up to here, where I am today as a council member. The 1-2 seats from Danzo shouted as the genin looked at him with wide eyes, while the jonin and other ninja looked away. And like Bashir just said, what do you do with those who can't become ninja? You throw them to us civilians and make yous teach them a way to survive in your ninja world. You ninja think yourselves so important, but it's we civilians who are the important ones. We, who feed you, clothe you, make your weapons, and house you only for you to protect us from yourselves and those like you. If it weren't for us, you wouldn't have a damn thing to stop you all from killing each other. That's why the feudal lords and daimyo are civilians, because you shinobi are so damn battle-ready and bloodthirsty. Another, opposite Asuma, shouted as Sayuri stood from her chair. And like Bashir just said, what do you do with those who can't become ninja? You throw them to us civilians and make yous teach them a way to survive in your ninja world. You ninja think yourselves so important, but it's we civilians who are the important ones. We, who feed you, clothe you, make your weapons, and house you only for you to protect us from yourselves and those like you. If it weren't for us, you wouldn't have a damn thing to stop you all from killing each other. That's why the feudal lords and daimyo are civilians, because you shinobi are so damn battle-ready and bloodthirsty. Another, opposite Asuma, shouted as Sayuri stood from her chair. You may be asking why we let our children join the academy and become ninja or not. It's because we want them to at least try and have what we didn't. We want them to succeed if they can, but if not, then they'll at least have us waiting for them. We loved the Uchiha clan because the Uchiha had the most civilians in their clan out of all the ninja clans of our village, and so they were always understanding of us. When they were all killed, we rested all our hopes on Sasuke-sama to become like his clan had been, to become kind and understanding to the village civilians. We wanted him to love us, and to never forget our kindness. We wanted him to become a great and powerful ninja who would say that he got where he was because of the civilians in his life. Sayuri said, unnatural quiet, as she locked eyes with Naruto. Naruto never broke their gaze as he saw all the emotions go through her. The reason we seem so arrogant and egoistic is because we're proud to be civilians. We know ninja run this village, and we hate that. We hate the fact that the ninja, while mostly nice and understanding, still look down on us, if even in a small and unseen way. But what we hate most of all is the Hokage position, Sayuri said, ending with a slight growl that made Naruto raise a brow. Oh, and why is that, Sayuri-san? Naruto asked as he switched the arm he was resting on. The entire room was silent as they waited for her to speak. We hate it because it reminds us every day that ninja rule our lives. We hate it because you can order us to be killed by ninja and no one can question it because you're the strongest ninja in the village. The reason we butted heads and argued with each of your most recent two predecessors is because we feel small. There, I've said it, we feel small. We feel as though our input doesn't matter. For example, in times of war, it's always the shinobi council that is in charge, or how in times of peace the Hokage would turn to his shinobi council for any information. The only time Sarutobi-sama or Namikaze-sama would even speak directly to one of us is when it was about the shopping district or was to take money from the civilian budget to give to the ninja. Sayuri said as she gazed around the room. Her eyes then turned back to Naruto quickly as she pointed a finger at him. Do you really want to know why the civilians of the village isolated you and called for your death? It wasn't because we feared Kyuubi. Well, not really because of that, but it was a reason. It wasn't even because we no faith in Yondaime-sama. In fact, we believed in him more than anything. No, it was all because of what you would become, she said as Naruto sat up a bit straighter. And what would that be? He asked with a raised eyebrow. He was really curious as to why they had hated him for so long, yet praised the Yondaime. A ninja, and a powerful one at that. We hated the fact that Kyuubi killed our loved ones, and it was stopped by a ninja, even if it was the Yondaime. We weren't mad over the death of our loved ones because they died protecting the village. Even the civilian ones died protecting someone else. We hated and isolated you because you would become the ninja we all had hopes and dreams of becoming. The ninja disliked you because they thought the Yondaime seal would break or something around that, but we didn't care. We hated that you had chakra levels we couldn't be born with. We hated that you had the stamina that we didn't get blessed with. We hated you because had we not screwed with you education, by isolating you, you would have been a ninja to end all ninja. And look where we are now. You as Hokage, at the same age Itachi became an Anbu captain like Dragon-san. We hate that you're living the dreams we all had on our first day of the Ninja Academy. Sayuri said as Naruto's eyebrow threatened to disappear into his hairline as everyone else had shocked expressions. It was only thanks to Kyuubi that he was able to maintain his bored expression and not yell, scream, or shout about what was being revealed. Did you know that we civilians have control over the Ninja Academy? We do, and we use that control very well. Why do you think the Academy is so easy now? A written test, some thrown kunai, and 3 easy as hell jutsu to pass and become a genin. It was all so our children didn't have to feel the sting of disappointment like we did. It was all so they could have the adventures as ninja that we didn't. It was all so dash, Sayuri was saying until Naruto cut her off. You could live out your dreams through your children and have them nearly killed in the process. Naruto said as everyone looked at him in shock. Excuse me? Sayuri said in a low voice as she narrowed her eyes at him. You heard me. While I applaud you trying to save kids from getting their hopes and dreams crushed, there are consequences to what you're doing, Sayuri-san. Tell me, how much do you love my now former teammate Sakura? Naruto said as Sakura and her mom looked at him with wide eyes. What are you saying? Sayuri said in a scared but firm voice. He wouldn't punish her daughter Sakura for her speaking out against him, would he? Nothing much. Did you know that we almost didn't become genin? Did you know that on our first serious mission that we almost died quite a few times? Did you know that during the Chunin exams we were almost killed by Orochimaru and then by Gaara during the Sandsound invasion? Did Sakura ever tell you that almost each of those times that she could do almost nothing but sit on the sidelines, or almost get killed if no one was there to save her, when she could have had the skills to save herself? Naruto said, with no emotion, as Sakura looked away and Sayuri looked shockingly at her daughter. And no, I didn't know that at all. Sayuri said as she was shocked to her core that her only daughter had come close to death so many times. Did you know that unlike the rest of Team 7, Kakashi included, Sakura has not suffered any heavy losses during her childhood due to her sheltered life before the academy. Therefore, Sakura takes for granted things that we desired, such as family and friends. This also apparently stretches to the truths of being a shinobi, because Nachi had no idea that we shinobi killed each other. When Kakashi tested us, he held a kunai to Sasuke's neck and told Sakura to kill me, or he'd kill Sasuke. She was the most shocked out of all of us, when Kakashi then told Yus that shinobi are sometimes made to kill others. Naruto said as Sayuri was gazing at her daughter's hung head with tears in her eyes. Had she really sheltered Sakura that much? Your actions as civilians and parents are, in a way, honorable but nonetheless stupid. We became ninja, and that academy was there to prepare us for the experience. The only reason most of the others are prepared is because they have families to help them. Sasuke knew because his family probably spoke to him about it when he first joined the academy, and I was told by Irika-sensei in my second year. Sakura, however, was not. You sheltered her and filled her head with fairy tales, but forgot to tell her of the evils she'd have to face that came with those sweet dreams and fairy tales. That is why the Ninja Academy is to be run by ninja and not civilians, and that is why I am taking back control of it. Naruto said as he leaned back in his chair. And another thing, don't hate ninja. Yes, I see how some of your points are valid and how you can all feel that way, but you're all being bitter. You've let that bitterness control you. But look at yourselves, members to the Hokage's council, and very successful people at that. Each of you have succeeded at an aspect of life, and have made good livings. You may not be ninja, but that doesn't mean you're not important. Naruto said as he rested his hands on his stomach and closed his eyes. As you've said before, we ninja depend on civilians. We can't possibly be ninja full-time and grow and maintain our own food supplies, make our own clothes constantly, and create our own weapons all the time. Being ninja full-time is hard enough because we can be called away on an extensive mission anytime, but having to be civilians as well would cause the destruction of our village. I, for one, am glad to have civilians around, but you all must understand that ninja already deal with a lot of crap. Besides, if everyone was a ninja, then the world would have ended long ago. Naruto said as everyone hung on his every word. That was why the first Hokage built this village with Madara Uchiha, so the ninja and civilians could settle in a place. It was to keep the civilians safe inside a village where they could thrive, and so the ninja could protect the village, which were family, from all outside threats. That is why our village is for the idea of peace while other villages would say there is no such thing. We hope that one day ninja won't be needed and that we can all have normal jobs. But, until that day, we ninja will continue to lead and protect, while you of the civilian will continue to supply and help. That is the exchange, which is the cycle, and is the way of life in our village. I may lead and rule, but it is all of you, ninja and civilian alike, that makes this a village for me to rule. Naruto said as he opened his eyes, gazed at everyone, and smiled. The civilians looked completely, and for good reason. Neither Sarutobi nor Minato had ever told them something as kind as he had. Sarutobi had always said the ninja were important because without them the village would be run over, and Minato said that the civilians were only there to ensure the stability of the village so that the ninja would thrive. While both were true enough, neither had ever said that without the civilians the ninja couldn't survive. While Minato was close, he had meant that civilians and children were used as impromptu ninja in times of war. Naruto had simply come out and openly admit to the direct need of civilians. Both former Hokages had been able to live for themselves and thought others capable, but they hadn't realized exactly what type living for themselves they were doing. They bought food at civilian markets. They tailored shinobi clothes and bought cloths from civilian shops, and the famous bow staff, the one Sarutobi had before enema, and three-prong kunai, the ones Minato used for his Hiraishin Jutsu, were both made by civilian blacksmiths. I think we will not have this meeting today with things the way they are. Perhaps tomorrow will be a better day. Naruto said as he stood, grabbed his Kage hat, and walked out of the room, placing the hat on his head. It was only 10 o'clock and he already couldn't take much more of today. It just plain sucked. With Akatsuki, Pain looked out to the hologram forms of his Akatsuki members: Itachi, Kisame, Sasori, Deidara, Kakuzu, Haiden, Zetsu, and Konan. Zetsu had just come to him and Konan with an emergency message from Konoha, and he had thought Itachi and Kisame had slaughtered everyone, yet didn't find the Kyuubi anywhere. Boy, was he wrong on that call. He now owed Konan 20 Ryo for making that bet, even though both of them were way off on their calls. Apparently, the Kyuubi child had been made Hokage of Konoha. He didn't know how, but it really didn't matter. It was perfect. Now they knew the kid would be a much easier target for them to capture. Pain, had just finished explaining the situation to his Akatsuki members, and well, Itachi, weren't you and Kisame just in Konoha? How could you not have heard of this? Kakuzu questioned as Itachi turned his hologram form to the older man's hologram self. We did, but we wanted to present the information directly to Leader Sama. Besides, our visit to the village didn't go exactly as planned. Itachi said in perfect monotone as Kisame nodded and chuckled sheepishly. Oh, what the fuck happened, you crimson-eyed fag? Haiden said as Kisame gave him an annoyed look, coupled with Itachi's blank one. We were forced to fight not only Kakashi Hatake and a few other jonin, but also Hayashi Hyuga and Jiraiya of the Sannin along with the Kyuubi, Jinchuriki. We were defeated, but managed to escape. We're still recovering from the battles, Itachi said, as Kisame crossed his arms with an annoyed look with Pain nodded, closing his eyes. All is well then, so long as you're both okay. You lived and will fight another day, so no worries. Just be sure to report on the power the Jinchuriki had after this meeting, Pain said as Itachi and Kisame nodded. Kisame was secretly smirking as on the other end of their meditative jutsu, he and Itachi high-fived each other. If the Elemental Nations had a Ninja Academy Award for Best Performance and Half-Truth while staring directly in the face of your leader, then they'd have won it, hands down. So, what do you all think of this problem, yet great opportunity? Pain asked as he looked around at his members. It doesn't matter, because he's not my target, Sasori said from inside his puppet, Hirako. Maybe I could make him into a great work of art, yeah? Deidara said as he looked to his hands. Sasori sighed in annoyance as he was really considering turning himself into that puppet of his former self. It was just sitting in his closet collecting dust, and if it made tolerating Deidara any more bearable, then he'd do it in a heartbeat. Itachi. Kisame. Kakuzu drawled out as the Uchiha turned to him. Allow Haiden and I to go after the 9 tails this time, Kakuzu said as everyone turned to him. And why might that be, Kakuzu? Itachi asked in a bored tone as Kakuzu's green eyes landed on him. Because I have a score to settle with Konoha. As you know, I was defeated by the first Hokage, so I'd like to get back at Konoha by being the death of its 5th Hokage. Besides, I know that Konoha is the rich of the 5 great villages. They have many high-bounty ninja, and even more bloodlines that can be sold to the highest bidder. It's a virtually gold mine for me, so Haiden and I will handle both the 9 tails and the 2 tails. In fact, with the leader's permission, we'll leave immediately, while they're still in recovery from Orochimaru and the Sans invasion on them. Itachi entered with no problem, and I'm sure that Haiden and I can handle anything that's thrown at us, Kakuzu said in a completely gruff yet monotone voice, though each of them could hear the malice and greed laced deep within it. Pain nodded to Kakuzu's request as Itachi gave the Miss Neen of Waterfall a searching look. Naruto and the others in Konoha could definitely take him and Haiden on, maybe not kill them, but most certainly make the 2 take a tactical retreat. Kakuzu, I don't think you understand the dash, Itachi was saying until Kisame interrupted. Let him go, Itachi. I'm sure the zombie brothers can hold their own against Konoha, Kisame said with a shark-like grin as Pain gave him a blank look. Kisame-san, you should have more respect for your fellow Akatsuki, Pain scolded as Kisame only chuckled at him. I do. That's why it's a term of endearment, Kisame said as Pain resisted the urge to roll his eyes. No, he was to be the epitome of apathy, the poster child of blankness, so he couldn't show any form of emotion. That included annoyance, though Itachi, Sasori, and the whole damn Aburame clan were giving him a tough run for the title of apathetic sovereign. Well, I think Deidara and I will head over to spy around Konoha until you arrive. Rendezvous with us when you two are near the border of Fire Country. Sasori said as his image flickered away. Yeah. Deidara said mirthfully as he gazed at his palms while his image too faded away. We will arrive in 3 days to Rain Country, Leader Sama. Itachi said as he and Kisame nodded to Pain, and they flickered from existence. Come on, Haiden, we're moving out. Kakuzu said with authority as Haiden sighed and rolled his eyes. Yeah, whatever, Kakuzu, Haiden said as they both faded from the meeting place. All that were left were Zetsu, Konan, and Pain when a new image had appeared at the head of the fingered positions they were standing on. The three members nodded to the new one as it gave a curt nod back. How goes the plan, Pain? The newcomer asked as Pain gazed at him. It goes well, Madara-san. Kakuzu took the bait, as you said he would. He seemingly could not resist the mere opportunity to gain some of the riches that lay within Konoha. He and Haiden are leaving Lightning Country now, and are making their way immediately to Konoha. If they go full speed with no stops, they should be there in 8 days. Sasori and Deidara have already offered to spy on the village and are going there as well. Since they are in Wind Country, they should be there by 3 days' end. Itachi and Kisame are on their way to report to my village now. Pain explained as the now revealed Madara Uchiha chuckled darkly. Excellent. With Kakuzu and Haiden going after the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, he'll be crushed since Haiden doesn't die and Kakuzu is a very powerful ninja that even I would not take lightly. The two of them have near-perfect teamwork, and since the Kyuubi Jinchuriki is rumored to a weak ninja, due to the isolation of his village, he'll be taken down with minimal effort once Kakuzu and Haiden make quick work of the others in Konoha. Madara said as Konan nearly went wide-eyed at his analysis. Yes, but he was made the Hokage, and I would believe that is not without reason. Pain said in thought as Madara chuckled once more while his image disappeared slowly. Yes, not without reason indeed, Madara said with amusement in his voice as he completely faded from the room. Pain gave Konan a look and they both knew then that Madara had something to do with the Kyuubi Jinchuriki being made Hokage, but what they couldn't figure out was what part in it he played. The look the two had shared before fading away was so quick that when Zetsu had his eyes lingering to the spot Madara was in question of his statement, he had completely missed the look. Do you think it was wise of Madara to do what he did? The white half of Zetsu questioned as the black half scoffed as their image faded and they awoke outside of the hidden rain village. Of course it was. Madara has never made a plan he couldn't finish before, so why would his genius run out now? The black half said as they began to sink into the ground. They needed to discreetly inform the other villages that the Kyuubi brat had become Hokage and that Konoha was now crippled. It wasn't true, but it would at least get the other villages up and on Konoha's case for a while, if not cause war, which was all the better for them and not Konoha. Yeah, I guess you're right, though I have a feeling that this is going to come back and bite us in the ass. The white half replied as the black half scoffed once more. You're imagining things besides. We don't have an ass. The black half said with mirth as they sunk completely into the ground. Yet, little did the Venus flytrap know Madara had made at least 3 known master plans that had failed before. Oh well, it was time to get Konoha in a whole lot of trouble. Cause Toby, and they were all part of the Good Boy Guild. Omake. How Naruto learned to sing. Naruto-kun, I know that you want to be left alone, but can you do something for us? Ino asked as she batted her eyelashes and played the cute girl act. Naruto gave her a look as he walked right past her on the street. Please, Naruto? Tenten asked as she grabbed his arm. He gave her a weird look as he took his arm from her and kept walking. Hinata asked as she had tears in her eyes. Naruto froze on spot at the sight. True, he really didn't care what they wanted, but he couldn't be so heartless as to let Hinata cry over it. Besides, what would his mother, Kami rest her soul, say if he did something like that? With a headache of his mom's spirit shouting at him and a sigh, he turned to Hinata as she sniffled tearfully. Yes, the meek and cry-shy act always gets people like him. She thought evilly as she mentally did a victory dance. Well, What do you girls want? Naruto asked as they came closer to him. Well, we just wanted to know if you could sing. Tenten said as Naruto nearly face-faulted upon hearing that. No, I can't. Why? Naruto asked as they shrugged. Well, you should learn. That's how guys get all the girls, when they sing beautiful songs to the ladies. Ino said as she turned on heel and walked away, with Tenten and Hinata close behind. Naruto looked at their backs with a tired expression that was bordering anger. They had bugged him for 40 minutes for that? He sighed as he turned around only to see Jiraiya on a stage with a crowd of women at the edge of said stage. Sing it again, Jiraiya-kun. Again. Please. They screamed and shouted as Jiraiya gave a wave of his hair, sighed, and then hit himself in the nuts. Naruto, wide-eyed and worried, watched as Jiraiya suddenly hit a perfect high note and was singly like some pop star teen idol. Oh baby, if I sing you a melody, would toss me, them panties? Jiraiya sang and danced like he was Justin Timberlake. Naruto had no clue who the guy was, but was pretty sure that who Jiraiya was trying to be. Just then a pair of underwear hit Jiraiya in the face. He took them off his face and studied them with a grin, but then his face turned to horror as he saw they were clearly men's underwear. He looked into the crowd and saw that some pale-skinned boy was sighing lovingly at him, yet the boy's face held no emotion at all. Jiraiya decided he'd just. I don't mean to be a boastful man, but I've done girls from here to aim. Orihime, Hinatori, and Momo too. They all love the taste of my thick stew. Jiraiya sang as he wiggled his eyebrows perversely. Naruto was getting creeped out by the sight more and more as he slowly backed away. He'd definitely be summoning the Yenbyu to break this up. Come to think of it, I get so much June. The only one left is Tsunade Senju. Jiraiya sang as he ripped off his shirt to reveal another that clearly read, I love Tsunade Senju on the front. Naruto ran, and just in time too, as Tsunade came charging past him. He didn't turn around as he heard the cries and wails of those unfortunate enough to get caught in Tsunade's path to kick Jiraiya's ass. But that singing thing did seem to be popular, so maybe he'd give it a try. Without the crotch-bashing and weird emotionless teens. Chapter 12. Reaction Attraction, Part 1. Naruto banged his head into his desk as Sasuke stood in front of him with a slight smirk on his face. Now why was this, you might be asking? It was because the Uchiha was but the first of the many meetings he was having today. After that meeting yesterday, everyone had bombarded him on his way to his office, and he kindly told each and everyone one of them that he'd meet with them all individual today. What he didn't think was that they'd all be camped outside his office when he got out of his room in the mansion. While his office was on one side of the top floor, his bedroom was hidden away within a secret underground palace. No, seriously, the freaking place was a palace, and it was all his since he didn't have any family to live with him. Well, it was only him until Jiraiya moved in, but the white-haired man wasn't really around much. Tsunade and Shizune had moved into the Senju clan compound, which was on the completely opposite end of the Uchiha clan. His palace of a home may have been underground, but it looked like it was at the top of the world by just how spacious it was. Jiraiya said it was made to house the Hokage's family in times of war, so since all the previous Hokages had clans for family, it was made to be something of a clan compound. Naruto really didn't care, as the first question to leave his mouth about the place was, "Got any ramen?" Well, there was no ramen, but back to the matter at hand. So, they were camped outside of his office, literally camped. Sasuke must not have left, because he was the only one sleeping without a blanket over sleeping bag when Naruto had got there. He tried so hard to get into his office quietly and not have to deal with them, but that damn Ino and her sexy man senses had to ruin it. Oh well, kill Ino later. Deal with Sasuke's crap now. So, what do you want? Naruto said as he sat back and gave Sasuke an irritated look while the Uchiha only smirked as the door closed on the faces Kakashi and Ino, who had been directly behind him. Not much really, just to say that you may be our Hokage now, but you'll always be our dope and dead last. Sasuke said as Naruto's eyebrow twitched. He sighed though, as he had long since known that was Sasuke talk for congrats, and, I'm so proud of you. Yeah. He knew the Uchiha bastard would die of sudden loss of ego if he said anything along those lines. So, anything I can help you with? Naruto asked, but immediately regretted his choice of words as Sasuke actually grinned and got a really weird and dark gleam in his eye. Yes, you can. Now that you're rule of this village, we can finally do what the Sandaime wouldn't, take down Itachi. Sasuke said as he placed his hands on the edge of Naruto's desk. Naruto sighed as he sank into his seat. How was he going to tell Sasuke about Itachi without snapping what little sanity the bastard had left? Listen, Sasuke Naruto started off calmly as Sasuke interrupted. Wait, I know it's a stretch and that you have an entire village to run, but if you could just get me some training Sasuke said quickly so he could persuade Naruto into giving him the training. He could take anything Naruto had to offer, even if it was Anko. Man, did that name send a shiver down his spine worse than Itachi. Sasuke, you have to understand Okay, I get it. Maybe you could just throw a few Jonin my way and have them train me on their off time. Plus, if I were to say bring Itachi's mutilated corpse back to the village, it'd boost morale and Sasuke, Itachi isn't I know, he's not the main priority right now, but if he keeps roaming around as insane as he is, then he's bound to come back like he did already. He kicked Kakashi-sensei's ass, and now he's traveling around in a black cloak with red clouds on it. That just screams insane psycho killer. He'll probably come back to slaughter another clan because he's bored Sasuke, he's not even I know he's not even a real problem, but you've got to let me have this, Naruto. He killed our entire clan for no reason. None at all. No rhythm or rhyme. He just went completely batshit on them. Do you even know what he's put me through? The last time I saw him, he attacked me with a duck and then made me listen to him sing inside his Tsukuyomi about how he killed our clan. I can still remember the words to his damn song. It was so horrifying. Sasuke said as he reached across the desk and grabbed Naruto by his robes and held him at least 2 inches from his face, with Naruto giving him a blank look as the ANBU in his office already had blades in position to strike or stab Sasuke's major organs. Naruto waved them off back into the shadows as Sasuke still held him. Are you going to let me go and tell me the damn song? Naruto said deadpanned as Sasuke blinked twice and let him go with a muttered apology. So, the song? Naruto asked as Sasuke shivered a bit. It was about how he killed our clan, and he liked it. He said they were ever so gullible, soft skin, red eyes, so cuttable. He said that he didn't even know their names, and that they were just experiments for his Mangekyo. He said he got so brave, sword in hand, that he lost his digression. He sang about how he had been planning it for months. He's a psychotic family murder with a catchy beat to his madness. He must be stopped, Naruto. Sasuke said as he paced the floor of Naruto's office, while Naruto only stared at him with a look. Okay, listen, Sasuke, there's something I need to tell you. Naruto said, leaning forward as Sasuke turned to him. Hold on a second, because that wasn't even the worst part of it all. He lied and said he was ordered by Umbu. Then he said that he was so confused about it all, and that he hoped that I didn't mind it. Oh, and then he said he did it to fuel a plot device. A plot device, Naruto. Sasuke shouted, as he knew no one outside of Naruto's office could hear them. That, however, didn't mean they couldn't hear the Yenbyu chuckling in the shadows at his outburst. Damn the Yenbyu for seeing him have a nervous breakdown. Yeah, well, I don't know about the whole plot device thing, but I need to tell you something. Naruto said as a chair made of wooden molded from the floor and was in front of his desk. Sasuke only stared at it as Naruto motioned for him to sit in it. How did you? Sasuke asked as he looked at the chair with wide eyes. It's the Senju in me. Naruto said as he quickly came up with something Sasuke would believe. After all, the elders did reveal that he was a distant Senju. Sasuke simply nodded as he sat down. Plot Itachi's death first, question Naruto's abilities later. First, I want to tell you about what you'll become if you allow Itachi's actions that day to drive you. Naruto said as Sasuke had to blink to be sure it was Naruto. Hell, he even muttered a kai and activated his Sharingan to be sure to cool, calm, and collected person that was leaned forward with hands clasped together was really Naruto. Okay, what is it? Sasuke asked hesitantly as he mentally slapped himself. This was Naruto, but even so, how had Naruto gotten so mellow? Was he secretly working with Itachi? No, of course not. But what if Itachi was controlling Naruto's actions with the Sharingan? That would be impossible, yet and still extremely easy. Hey, bastard. I'm talking to you. Naruto shouted as Sasuke jumped slightly. Okay, he was the real and un-Itachi-controlled Naruto, alright. Now, as I was saying, yesterday I had, for lack of a better word, vision. Naruto began as Sasuke leaned forward, intent on hearing every word. Flashback. Yesterday, sometime after the council meeting, Naruto was walking through the streets as the people bowed to him or gave kind greetings of good evening, Hokage-sama, or how are you, Lord Hokage? He wasn't really sure what to say because he had never been treated so warmly by the same people that, just 2 months ago, would have called him so many variations of the phrase demon brat. He settled for waving back with a kind smile and greeting them as well. As he walked down the street, he felt more as if he was in a festival the way his people were clamoring to him. He chuckled slightly at the thought while 2 children ran past him playing some form of game. You won't win this time, big brother. I'll destroy you. Ha, ha, ha. The younger kid said as he chased after his brother. You can't beat me. I'll have your eyes. Yeah, those. Ha, ha, the older brother said as Naruto suddenly stopped, frozen in his spot as his eyes went from their mirthful cerulean blue to the distinctive light purple that was his Kami Dyogen. Unknown area. Naruto wasn't sure where he was, but it was clearly a forest of some kind. The trees seemed to be that of Fire Country, but he wasn't sure where. Just then he saw someone, but his eyes widened at who he saw. It was himself. Okay, well, not exactly himself, but he knew it was him. He was the only ninja to go out in orange after all. Though this him was taller and hand on orange and black, it was still him. Damn, I look good. But do I really look like that in orange? I mean, it works for me, but I think I'll get a wardrobe change when this is over with. And to think I was actually going to get my Kage robes in orange, or at least an orange Haori. Naruto said as he walked up to himself, only for the guy not to notice him. Oh well, it had to be an illusion. After all, I was just at the middle of my village. Though the other Naruto took off, and fast too. Naruto had blinked, and the other him was already a good distance away on normal speed. No flash step. I guess I better follow. Naruto pondered as he jumped to a tree and saw himself stick. That meant only people in this illusion couldn't be touched then. The other Naruto jumped down from a tree branch, landing steadily on his feet as he gazed around. Naruto had landed beside him just as he quickly hid himself behind a tree trunk while peering past the bark. Naruto didn't even bother to hide as he stepped out and looked. There was a pair of Sharingan eyes that stared out from the brush just a few meters away as Naruto's eyes widened. Sasuke. Naruto gasped as Itachi Uchiha stepped out into the clearing of the area they were in. Naruto's breathing caught in his chest as he thought Itachi had really heard him, but it seemed that wasn't the case as Itachi was staring at the tree instead of him. Come on out, Naruto Uzumaki. Itachi said in a sort of lazy monotone as the illusion Naruto gulped and stepped out from behind the tree. Let me guess, you're here to capture me, right? Naruto asked as Naruto didn't even bother hiding his surprise. He could easily tell this was some sort of future, but did that mean Itachi would betray him in the future? No, I just want to talk with you. Itachi said with a face that screamed calm, cool, and composed. The real Naruto actually snarled as he gazed at Itachi. Really? 'Cause it's never that simple? Naruto said, but then thought about things and calmed down. Actually, you never know in this world of shinobi. Naruto said with a slight chuckle at his own joke. 2 Naruto clones leapt down from the branches, kunai poised and ready to stab as they speeded toward the bored looking Uchiha. Whoa! Naruto exclaimed as he gazed at the 2 clones now rushing Itachi. I didn't even notice them. When did I make them? Yet, with a small flash of movement, Itachi had flung 2 kunai, dispelling them both like it was nothing but a warm-up. Apparently, Itachi did though. Naruto deadpanned as he knew the Uchiha would have been on to such a plan. Yeah, right. Naruto snarled defiantly as he glared at Itachi. Like, I'd ever trust you. Okay, now Naruto knew this was either a distant future or a parallel version of a distant future because he was pretty sure he could trust Itachi to do just about anything for him. How the guy killed his family in the name of peace and the village, Naruto was pretty sure Itachi would do anything to have just a sliver of Naruto's kindness. Though Naruto hated to admit it, he found out that he needed to manipulate most people to motivate them to do things, and of the people Itachi was no exception. Naruto really hated to force people to do things they didn't want to, but he figured, why not give an incentive to make them think they were the ones who really wanted it done? His way of manipulating Itachi, promises of his return to the village and reuniting him with Sasuke, along with killing Madara Uchiha and revealing the truth of what was really going on during that time. Oh, didn't Chiyo-sama teach you anything about fighting the Sharingan? You're all alone here, Naruto. You're supposed to run, Itachi said as he eyed Naruto with an extreme amount of disinterest while he slowly raised his hand, making his Akatsuki ring visible. Now Naruto was sure that it was the future, because he had never in his life met anyone named Chiyo, especially an elder lady Chiyo, though he resigned to simply watching this confrontation before he killed the real Itachi for this, if it were to happen. Whatever. Naruto cut in as his expression grew fierce and feral. I can become a number anywhere from 1 to 1,000. He yelled as Naruto simply rolled his eyes. Am I really that arrogant? Or was that just the old me talking? Naruto muttered as he gazed at Naruto. Yup, this guy is definitely what I would have turned out to be had my life taken a different path, though what diverges the two I have yet to know. Naruto said as he stroked his chin and began thinking. Itachi simply observed him for a moment before speaking. You're obsessed with my brother. Naruto shuddered as he looked like someone had just smacked him. Okay, when you put it that way, it sounds a little weird, creepy, and stalkerish. Naruto said as he was sure that if Sasuke were watching this with him, the Uchiha would have been edging away until he could run like hell, though if Kiba were here, he'd probably burst out laughing. Itachi simply ignored the look Naruto was giving him in favor of continuing. Why? He's gone rogue, abandoned his village and friends, and has even resolved to kill you. Naruto gritted his teeth as he gave Itachi a look, while whispering, to hell he will. Naruto's face tightened and his voice filled with conviction as he spoke. We may not be blood, but he's more of a brother to me than you ever were to him, he said as he charged Itachi with a roar. Naruto frowned as he thought this version of himself was a bit much. Really, just charge Itachi killed his whole clan in one night by himself, Uchiha? That was the plan this version of himself came up with? Really? Though when he saw Itachi actually smile, he had a feeling it was a mixture of Naruto's words and a bit of that, I'm about to make a fool out of you. Uchiha's spirit they all seemed to have. Hell, even Kakashi had it in him. With a flick of his cloak, innumerable crows sprang into being, surrounding Naruto in fluttering wings. Why is it always birds with him anyways? Naruto muttered as Itachi's Sharingan spun. You are already within my genjutsu. Itachi's disembodied voice said from every direction as his body reformed within the mass of crows seconds later. I'll say it again. I just want to talk. Itachi said as Naruto's eyes rolled. Then in a flash of speed, a crow separated itself from the flock and flew into Naruto's mouth and down his throat. Naruto's eyes widened a second as he had seen the whole thing. What the hell?
It looks like he stored something.
I saw a brief flash of chakra there, but what was that? Naruto questioned as Naruto collapsed, and Itachi dissolved into a cloud of black crow feathers which slowly disappeared. There was a bright light that engulfed everything within Naruto's vision, and then everything went dark. Another unknown area. Naruto blinked his eyes at finally having light again. He looked around and saw Itachi, face down on the ground. Sasuke, battered and tired just a few meters away, grunted slowly, drawing himself up from the ground as his Sharingan faded back into onyx black eyes. Naruto could easily tell this guy was Sasuke because no one else had that hair, the kind they all secretly made fun of behind his back, the kind that looked like a duck was sitting atop his actually bald head. Though the clothes were different, and he felt evil and cold, Naruto knew that was Sasuke's duck-ass hair a mile away. It's done, it's finally over, Sasuke said as realization finally dawned on him. Naruto had no clue what the crazy-eyed Sasuke, because of the evil and mad gleam in his eye, was talking about. That was at least until he took a look around. The completely vaporized building, the destroyed land around the area, the plant guy watching from a safe distance while half sunken into the ground. Naruto sighed as he jumped and landed right next to the freaky plant dude. Yup, this place just screamed, Uchiha Battle Royal. Naruto looked to see that Itachi was as good as dead, which meant that Sasuke had finally succeeded in killing Itachi. So, why does he look so empty, evil, and cold? Naruto mused as he watched Sasuke. Is this the death you had imagined for me? Came a voice as all three watchers turned to see Itachi standing up.
What?
No way. Naruto shouted as he could practically feel the power of some kind of megajutsu still in the air. It was like a god-level Chidori had been done, and if Itachi was hit by it and it caused all the damage around them, then just what had allowed Itachi to survive. Or maybe the stories of super badass Itachi were true? Sasuke whirled around as Itachi coughed up blood while standing up unsteadily. Sasuke changed, the curse mark transforming him into something Naruto didn't know what to call except monster. How dare you live? Sasuke shouted out as a mirage of bones surrounded Itachi. The elder Uchiha brother smiled as he gazed at Sasuke. If I hadn't had this, I would be dead. You really have gotten stronger, Sasuke. Itachi said proudly as he stood tall. This time, I shall show you my final trump card, the Susanoo, the god of storms. Naruto heard the plant guy whisper, or at least half of him, the black half. Naruto wasn't sure what Sasuke would do as he had paused, and then screamed while 8 titanic snakes erupted from his body, where the curse mark was. They were all hissing excitedly toward Itachi and his divine protector. What the hell? Naruto demanded as he gazed up at the thing, jumping in front of it to get a better look at the 2 giant bodies. Was this a battle or a freaking magic show the way they were pulling out transformations and gods? Judging by the feel of it, that's Orochimaru's 8-headed serpent jutsu, Itachi murmured as the snakes attacked, and Itachi had Susanoo decapitate all of them. It was so fast Naruto was sure that if he had blinked at that exact second, he'd have missed it. Though one of the heads, the main one if Naruto had to guess, slowly regenerated while opening its mouth wide, revealing a top-naked Orochimaru. Naruto was sure that that would be the stuff of his nightmares for a while. Finally, Itachi said triumphantly, yet still in monotone, it emerges. Naruto raised a brow at the statement. He had wanted to draw Orochimaru out?
But why?
And why was Orochimaru inside of Sasuke's curse mark anyway? Orochimaru simply laughed manically from inside the white snake's mouth as he pulled out his sword, Kusanagi, from his own mouth. This is it. This is what I've been waiting for. Thanks to you, Sasuke's repressing chakra is gone. Now I can take over this child's body and dash, Orochimaru said, sounding as insane as he looked to Naruto as he stared down at Itachi with a maddening gleam in his snake-like eyes. A stream of power struck Orochimaru through the chest. Orochimaru said as the blade of Susanoo was impaling him. Well, Sasuke, what next? Itachi asked, almost in a bored monotone as the blade of the Susanoo sucked in Orochimaru and his snake body, sealing him for all eternity. There was silence for a moment just from the pure shock of what had just happened, but Naruto had gotten over it quickly. Well, Naruto said slowly as he blinked, that was anticlimactic. Seriously so. As soon as the words left his mouth, Naruto, he felt the world speed up around him. He understood and remembered every single word that had been spoken and action that was taken while in the state of fast-forwarding. He was just about to question if he was secretly do drugs in his sleep. The world went back to normal. Another unknown area. Naruto looked around to see that he was inside some sort of secret room. Sasuke was on the bed just waking up from whatever had happened, though Naruto surmised that it was probably his battle with Itachi that he was healing from. Naruto had to admit, though, that if he fought Itachi like that, then he'd need to heal as well. Sasuke's eyes slowly opened as a voice behind Naruto spoke. I treated your wounds, it said as Naruto turned quickly to where it was coming from. Sasuke bolted upright into a sitting position as his hand had already gone through hand signs. You won. The voice, Clearly male said as a man stepped out of the shadows wearing an orange spiral mask over his face and an Akatsuki cloak. Who's this we have here? Naruto said with narrowed eyes as he was sure it was the plant guy from earlier. I brought you here in order to tell you something. The man said as Sasuke looked away from him. Not interested, huh? What if I told you that it's about Itachi, Uchiha? The man said as Sasuke's eyes drifted over to the figure. That's right, the man said. You think you know everything about your brother, but you actually don't. He spoke as he reached up to touch his mask. Oh, all right. Let me start with a self-intro. I am, like you, an Uchiha survivor. Naruto froze as his eyes narrowed, turning slightly red before he subsided his anger at knowing he could kick the guy's ass. Madara Uchiha, Naruto spat out venomously, but was surprised that he couldn't feel hate for the man, only anger and a small, yet heavy, amount of pity. The man's, Madara's, mask came halfway off, revealing a Sharingan eye. And the one who knows the truth about Itachi Uchiha. Madara said, almost smugly as Naruto rolled his eyes. Sasuke's Sharingan spun into existence, creating black flames that leapt onto Madara's arm, setting him aflame while Sasuke gasped and clutched at his eye as it cried tears of blood. Holy crap! Naruto blurted out, not having expected that. Where did that come from? Madara dashed into the darkness, panting heavily as Sasuke's Sharingan faded back to his normal eye. What was that? Sasuke rasped out as Madara was still in the shadows. The Amaterasu, which Itachi seems to have implanted in you. Madara said, almost as if pondering something while Sasuke's eyes went wide. Madara's hand reached down, grasping the mask as he re-emerged into the light a second later, reaffixing the mask to his face. Leave it to Itachi to set a post-mortem trap. I can't believe how well he plans ahead. Sasuke's eyes narrowed as he gazed up at Madara. What are you talking about? Naruto, however, chose to frown as he couldn't see where this was going. In order to kill me, Itachi placed a jutsu on you. Or, at least to keep me away from you. He probably said it so that the Amaterasu would automatically activate when you saw my Sharingan. Madara said as he glanced up at the rocky ceiling, so that was Itachi's last trick. Huh? Too bad it didn't work. What are you talking about? Sasuke retorted as Naruto, too, was curious. Itachi must have done something to you before he died. Madara said. Sasuke's eyes widened. At the very end, he transferred his own ocular powers to you. Madara explained as Sasuke stared at him in shock. What are you saying? Sasuke asked as his mouth was going dry from his fear of the answer. What exactly is your point? Don't you get it? Madara demanded as he gazed at Sasuke. Itachi did it, to protect you. Naruto remained silent, but did remember that it was always Itachi's intention to protect Sasuke, so he'd wait and see how all of this played out. I repeat, the masked man that was Madara said, you do not know everything about your brother. You're lying, Sasuke said coldly. I'll kill you. You're not gonna making this easy, are you? Madara quipped dryly as he held up his hands. Understandable. You don't trust me. You don't know me. But what I am about to tell you is the truth. Itachi did mention it. No, he was not alone that night. Madara said as he gave a graceful bow. I am Madara Uchiha. Madara said, revealing his identity as Sasuke froze and Naruto rolled his eyes. I know everything about Itachi. Even Itachi himself did not know so much. Madara said, smugly. Naruto noticed as the man walked up to Sasuke. Naruto also noticed Sasuke's hands clenched over the blankets while an enraged expression took over his face. Shut up. None of that matters. Get out of here. Naruto was about to roll his eyes, but he felt the world speed up around him again. He didn't know or care why, but he was sure there was a reason to it, though he was quickly getting tired of it. Unknown cliff area. Now Naruto found that he was standing on a cliff with Sasuke, Madara, and 3 other people who Naruto couldn't place. Sasuke stood up on the rocks, watching the sunrise and the waves as they crashed upon the shore. He was alone. Naruto's head whipped around as he heard a disembodied voiceover. He wondered where it was coming from, because he had to fight you and die in front of you. Naruto turned to Madara, since that was the man's voice that he heard over him. That was what he truly needed. For the peace of Konoha, and most of all, for you, Sasuke, he desired to die a criminal and a traitor. But it doesn't have to be that way. Accepting disgrace in place of honor, and hate in place of love, and Itachi still died with a smile on his face. We can change it. He bequeathed to you the Uchiha name, still fooling you to the very end. I'm not fooled any longer. Naruto heard from Sasuke, yet he knew Sasuke wasn't speaking, because the voice had come from over them and not Sasuke. Was that Sasuke's thought being broadcast to him? Sorry, Sasuke. Was that just Itachi's voice? Wasn't he supposed to be dead in this vision? This is it. Tears ran down Sasuke's face like a river as he stared at the sun with no emotion in his gaze. So, Madara started quietly as he gazed up at Sasuke. Now what? Sasuke was quiet for a moment, but answered, not even bothering to look to anyone as he continued staring at the sun. No longer are we Hibi, the snake. From now on we are the Hokage, we are Taka. Sasuke said with conviction. Naruto smiled a bit, sure that Sasuke would be returning to Konoha a hero like Itachi wanted. The wind blew, cold and biting with Sasuke not even flinching as he stared aimlessly into the sun. Naruto was kind of hoping the bastard's eyes burned out with the way he was just staring like that. Taka shall have but one motive. We exist. Sasuke started as Naruto was sure it was something to aid Konoha. To destroy Konoha. Naruto froze. Where the hell did that option even come from? Itachi wanted him to be a hero to the village, not go and destroy the damn thing. The Mangekyo Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes spun rapidly as he, Madara, and the three behind them leapt off the cliff. Naruto went pale white, while the world went dark. Suddenly, he found himself back in Konoha. Children racing down the street, adults and teens greeting him kindly, and old people yelling at the youth of the village. Just as normal as could be, except they all were in the same places they were when he had frozen to a spot. Did all of that really just happen? He needed a drink. End of long-ass flashback. Sasuke, after hearing everything Naruto had said, slumped into his chair, eyes wide, glassy, and devoid of any form of emotion other than shock. Was it all true? From start to finish? Naruto wasn't one to lie to him, and even if he did, Naruto was one of the worst liars in the history of the word. So Naruto was telling the truth. But is it true? Itachi killed my clan because they were going to revolt against Konoha and Fire Country? Sasuke asked as his throat dried from fear of the answer. Naruto only nodded slowly as he kept a soft gaze on Sasuke. He was sure that just like he was when Hiashi and Jiraiya had told him of his father, Sasuke was being thrown out of whack and that everything he knew he was now questioning. Sasuke, for the most part, was trying to handle the information as calmly and coolly as possible. He was trying to wrap his head around all of it, from his supposed epic battle with Itachi to his declaring war on Konoha. He went pale at thinking about how dark and cold Naruto had described him. It just couldn't be true, and yet it all made some semblance of sense and logic. Had he really been that blind to Itachi's real true? Naruto watched as Sasuke paled and clasped his head. He wanted to help the poor bastard, but decided that Sasuke had to come to his own conclusions about what he had been told. Sasuke, Naruto said as the boy slowly lifted his gaze to Naruto. I want him here. I don't care how it gets done or who does it, but I want him here standing opposite of me so I can ask him myself. If what you say is true, then I want him back, if only to beat the hell out of him, but I want him back. Afterward, I want the village to know, but for now, I need some time to think. Sasuke said as Naruto only nodded absent-mindedly. How the hell could Sasuke formulate all that while he felt the way he looked, which wasn't too good? Tora, Naruto called as the Tora Anbu jumped from the ceiling in a kneeling position aside Sasuke. Take Sasuke home. He's had a rough day. Naruto said as he leaned back in his seat. Sasuke and Tora nodded as they disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Boar, Naruto called as the boar Anbu appeared from the corner shadow of his office. Watch Sasuke. He was unstable as it was, but now he's even more so. Be sure to inform Tora and Ox that they are to take this mission as well. Do not allow him to know you're watching him, understood? Naruto said as she bowed. Of course, Hokage-sama, she replied as he gave her a look as stern as steel and cold as ice. She had planned to have the Uchiha find them due to his genius, but now that was not an option the way his look promised pain unknown to the world yet. She teleported away before he could convey a threat to match his expression, much to his mirth. I'll have to deal with her defiance one of these days, but not today, Naruto said as he got from behind his desk and opened his door. Next, please, Naruto said as Kakashi gave an eye smile to Ino, who had crossed her arms and pouted. Kakashi entered Naruto's office and sat in the wooden chair with a slightly shocked expression. Now, as for you, Naruto began as Kakashi gulped quietly at the look that promised a word lashing for the copy ninja that was he. In a Wabakure, or the village hidden in the rocks. The Sandaime Tsuchikage paced his office, barely listening as the Yenbyu gave their reports. His mind was on the file and photo he had received mysterious. And that's how it went, Tsuchikage-sama, the boar Yenbyu explained, trying with no great success to keep the surprise out of his voice. We tried our best to capture him, sir, the goat Yenbyu continued for his partner. He just kind of slipped through our fingers. That's right, his partner added. It's actually pretty amazing that he could get into this place like that. And with no one stopping him, the woman next to them muttered, causing them both to tense. Luckily for them, the Tsuchikage didn't seem to have heard, being so lost in thought. After several painfully silent seconds, he turned his attention to the woman. Kuratsuchi-chan, you've met Zetsu of the Akatsuki in person before. Can you say with absolute certainty that it was him? The Tsuchikage asked as the woman shook her head. Unfortunately, Tsuchikage-sama, he disappeared before I could get a good look at him. Although I know that the Venus flytrap around his head was the same, and he did disappear into the ground. Of that I can be certain. The girl, Kuratsuchi, replied as she put her hand on her chin in a thinking manner. The Tsuchikage sighed as he collapsed heavily into his chair and placed his head in his hands. He'd been waiting for this day, every day for the last 15-odd years. The pleasure of knowing that he alone had been right all along was only outweighed by the even greater pleasure of getting to see the looks on the faces of his village council. Senile, they had called him. Ha! Senile like a fox, perhaps. Of course, the fact that his most hated of enemies was not alive, but instead had a child that grew up to become a Kage at 13 years old, did a fine job of dampening his mood. And you bastard Minato, that Tsuchikage mused as he, thinking that you could pull a fast one on me and my village, being dead for all these years, while you actually had a son that became Hokage after you. Well, guess what? I just beat you at your own game, you little brat. You just couldn't keep your precious child hidden away, couldn't stand going so long without antagonizing me. Well, now you have nothing to hide behind. If it wasn't for that agreement between our villages, I'd beat your snot-nosed brat upside the head for all the headaches you gave me, you irrepressible little bit. Anokiji-sama? The elderly man blinked out of his mental rant as he looked up. What was that, Kuratsuchi? He asked as he gazed up at her. I said, before he vanished, I swore I heard him mention something about a ramen shop and then going to mist. She said as he jumped up from his seat and over his desk. Now that he was from behind his desk, we find that Inoki is an old man being roughly the size of 1.5 times his Kage hat. His facial features include a triangular beard and a mustache with angular corners. He has a big red nose and thick rectangular-shaped eyebrows. The top of his head is completely bald, although he has some white hair at the back and sides of his head, the back of which is tied with a yellow ribbon into a top knot. Inoki wears a unique green and yellow coat with a red collar. Underneath, he wears an Iwabakure flak jacket. The Tsuchikage blinked as he yelled, "A ramen shop?" Kuratsuchi shrugged. That's what it sounded like to me. Though it was odd, Inoki wouldn't have found it so odd. He had studied Minato well, and in his study of him and constant spying on the man, he found that the yellow flash brat had gone married to Kushina Uzumaki, who loved ramen, salt ramen to be precise if he remembered correctly. What if the boy had picked up on the love for ramen as his mother had? He still remembered why most of the village had needed repair. Damn Kushina and her violent nature over ramen. Sir, the goat Yenbyu spoke up. Is it at all possible that one of our men may have done something that would warrant the Akatsuki to bring this to our attention? The Sandaime hummed, having not thought of that possibility. It was true that before and after Minato's death, he had issued several assassination attempts on him, and it was actually around the time this brat of a new Hokage was to be born. Maybe it was like one of those, "Look here, you failed to kill my father. Now here I stand as Hokage before you, and what are you going to do about it?" God damn it, how he hated that cocky bastard Minato, and his destructive and cocky family. "I think that's a question for the interrogators to be asking," Inoki said after a brief pause to rant to himself. "I want them in my office in 30 minutes or less. After that, you're to round up the rest of the Umbu. Tell them I want positions taken up at all corners of the village at all times. If this Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki tries anything against our village, you are all to attack with extreme prejudice." "Yes, sir," the two Yenbyu men replied, hoping against all hope that neither of them ever saw the yellow flash's sun now or ever. "And you, Kuratsuchi," he continued, turning his full attention to his only granddaughter, "I want the members of the council notified at once. If they give you any grief over it, tell them it's an S-class situation." Kuratsuchi bowed her head as she grinned lightly. "Understood, grandfather." As the three turned for the door, an afterthought came to Inoki, "And send out an official edict. From this day forward, ramen is banned from Iwabikure until further notice." The three froze in place as they slowly turned to the Sandaime Tsuchikage with hope in their eyes. "Does this mean we can finally reopen all of our yakitori and dango stands, sir?" The bored Yenbyu asked hopefully as his fellow two nodded. "Absolutely not. That's exactly what he wants us to do. Having a child who loves ramen, so we'll bring back his precious dango and yakitori." "I'm not falling for that," Inoki said as he sat back behind his desk and chuckled evilly. He wouldn't fall for any of that Minato brat's traps and plans like the others were. The two Yenbyu and Kuratsuchi hid their disappointment as they marched out of the office of their Tsuchikage. Their village was slowly running out of places to eat at, and if the Hokage ever came around with a sudden craving for sushi or okonomiyaki, the village might just starve to death. In Kirigakure, or the village hidden in the mist. "Is this true?" Meitoromi questioned as the shark-masked Yenbyu in front of her nodded. Mei is a slender woman in her 30s. She has ankle-length, auburn hair styled into a herringbone pattern at the back, a top knot tied with a dark blue band, and with 4 bangs at the front. 2 bangs are short, with one covering her right eye, and 2 are long, crossing each other on her chest, just below her chin. Her eyes are light green. She dresses in a long-sleeved dark blue dress that falls just below the knees. It seems to be closed at the front with a zip and is kept open on the front right side from the waist down. The dress only covers up to the upper part of her arms and the underside of her breasts. Underneath, she wears a mesh shirt that covers more of her upper body than her dress, but stops short of covering her shoulders and still leaves a sizable cleavage. She also wears shorts in the same color as her dress and, underneath those, mesh leggings reaching down over her knees. Around her waist, she wears a belt with a pouch attached to the back on the left. Furthermore, she wears high-heeled sandals and shin guards reaching up over her knees. She also wears dark blue polish on her fingers and toes, and is usually shown with dark blue lipstick. Yes, it was verified by a member of Akatsuki, though we could not capture and question him. He said as Mei merely nodded as she flipped through the file. Apparently, a 13-year-old kid, Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, had become Hokage of Konoha just a month after the death of the Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. This was a true testament to the power of Konoha to have such a young teen as their most powerful ninja. He had to be stronger than that Itachi boy was years ago. He must be something special to have been made a Kage so young, Mei mused as she shut the file, but his ascension to that title must be contributed to him being from both the Uzumaki and Namikaze. Oh well, we need to plan our next move, and do it carefully. I think that whoever is controlling Yagura-sama is suspicious of us, Sukumi-kun. Mei said as she stored the file away. Yes, I do too, but how long can we keep this up? We will need help, and maybe this new Hokage boy can be just that. Sukumi, the shark-masked Yenbyu, said as Mei sent him a strong look.
No.
No matter what happens or how long it takes, this is our problem, and we shall settle it ourselves. Yagura-sama has finally stopped the bloodline extermination war, but he's still lost. We, the ninja and people of Kiri, must be the ones to help him, not anyone else. We will not use outside help. Mei said as Sukumi remembered her saying the same thing to the Akatsuki leader when he offered them help. Right, Mei-sama, Sukumi said as he smiled under his mask and went to see if he could break whatever was controlling their Yandere Mizukage. If not, then in a little under 4 years' time, they'd have to take measures into their own hands. I hope it doesn't come to that, Yagura-sama, Mei-sama, the shark-masked man said as he disappeared in a swirl of mist. In Kumogakure, or the village hidden in the clouds. The Council of Kumo was in a deep silence as they had read the file that so suddenly dropped from the ceiling. After having Ienbu check everywhere and everything, including the file itself, they read it. To say they were shocked was an understatement. Konoha, a village known for its teaching of teamwork and the will of fire, had chosen to be ruled over by a teenager. Oh, but not just any teenager. Oh no, it was a 13-year-old named Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki. They knew exactly what that meant, that the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, and Red Hot-Blooded Habanero, Kushina Uzumaki, had conceived a child before their deaths. They could only imagine what the boy was capable of given his parents and their abilities. The kid had to be some sort of orange Hokage by being their kid. Yet they had their own problems to deal with before even thinking of Konoha. We must choose our own Raikage. We've been at this for months, and yet Konoha picked one by the end of the same month their Sandaime Hokage died in. A shinobi councilman shouted as he stood up. And we'll stay at it until we find the perfect choice for the position. Konoha were fools for picking so hastily. The kid may be powerful given his lineage, but he'll have them in ruins before they even know it. A civilian councilwoman countered as she stood as well. Now, let's not have these arguments now. We still must take care of our own village, so let's get back to that. Another ninja, the head cloud ninja to be exact, said as he waved his hands in a friendly manner. Both counselors glared at one another as they sat back down. Now, we must discuss the Yenbyu. In Sunagakure, or the village hidden in the sand, the Suna Council was not pleased. In fact, they were almost the complete opposite because they were scared crapless. The very boy who had defeated Gaara had become Hokage, and while some of them were less scared than others, they were all pretty sure this was an omen. He defeated Gaara, who right now is one of our most powerful ninja. Also, we have yet to give Konoha any sort of compensation for their mercy of not attacking us and allowing the alliance to stand. Baki, Gaara's sensei, said as the other counselors nodded. Then we must think of something. If this Uzumaki defeated Gaara, while the latter was in full Shikaka mode, then I'm sure he'll be most displeased to discover we were not trying to find a way of compensating his village. You all remember how the Yandere Hokage got when our Yandere Kazekage insulted his wife, Kushina, for being a Jinchuriki. An elder councilman said as they all shivered at the very thought of remembering. Kushina was scary, but with Minato right behind her and supporting her violent tendencies, it was all hell and every man, woman, and child for themselves that day in Suna. Wait, a female civilian councilwoman shouted in realization. Isn't he the last of his clans? I know for a fact that the Yellow Flash was the last of his. So I have a plan, she said with a smirk as Baki felt his head and body shiver. Whatever she was planning was bad for his living health. We're all ears. Back in Naruto's office, Kakashi was right. This was a tongue-lacing worse than Minato-sensei had given him about the dangers of the Rasengan. Naruto had been going on for about an hour now, and only now was he calming down. And if I ever hear about you questioning anything I say, do, or even look at you'll be do the Catch Tora mission until your grandchildren beg me, or my successor, to stop. Do you understand me? Naruto said as he was leaned over his desk and in Kakashi's face, even though Kakashi had tried to retreat backward into his chair. Yes, I understand, Hokage-sama. Now, can we actually talk? Kakashi said as Naruto gave him an unamused look, yet sighed and settled back into his chair. What is it that you want to talk about, Kakashi? Naruto said as Kakashi almost flinched at not hearing Naruto say, Sensei, after his name. I just wanted to clear the air of any misunderstandings that may have been conveyed to you, Hokage-sama. Kakashi said as Naruto gave him an irritated look. You know, I may be really angry with you right now, but you can still call me Naruto. Naruto said as Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief silently. This was good. Naruto was actually open to what he had to say. Okay, Naruto. I'm sure that someone from our conversation reported it by now, but I'd like to clear the air of what was said. You see, in my weakened state, I was a bit out of it. I said some things that might have been taken the wrong way. Kakashi said as Naruto nodded as he narrowed his eyes. Kakashi, I would hope you're not lying to me now. That's been happening to me since the day I was born, and now that I'm starting to get the truth, I'd hate to be lied to by my former sensei. Naruto said as Kakashi's heart sank at the word former. Of course not, Naruto. I have and always will tell you the truth. Kakashi said as Naruto gave him a searching look. Okay then, what do you think of me in these Kage robes and hat? Naruto said as Kakashi blinked his one visible eye. Well, that was unexpected. To be honest, they do well, but if I may ask, why are you always wearing them now? Minato-sensei didn't wear his. Kakashi said as Naruto sighed. My elderly advisors said that the Hokage should be distinguishable from his people. That was why the first two Hokages wore their armor from the clan wars always, why the old man wore the robes, and why my dad wore that coat thing of his. Plus, I've been waiting nearly 9 years to put these on and sit behind this desk. Do you really think I'm giving it up so easily? Naruto said as Kakashi chuckled. I suppose not. Look, Naruto, I may have said some things, but they were either misinterpreted or my thoughts on them were far deeper than my words. Kakashi said as Naruto nodded. I understand, but you know what, Kakashi?
You hurt me.
When I was told that you thought I was unfit to be Hokage and that you thought Sasuke deserved it more than me, I was devastated. I thought you really did like Sasuke more than me. I mean, you can't really blame me for thinking along those lines with all the secret and special training, the lack of respect I got, and the fact that you never really trained me. Hell, you even trained Sakura in traps and first aid while I got nothing. Naruto said as Kakashi hung his head in shame. Naruto, I'm sorry if you felt that way, but it wasn't true. In fact, if I did have a favorite student, it would be you. You're the best student a sensei could ask for. You're always cheerful, ready to learn anything, always trying to do your best, and taking my teaching to heart and memory. The reason I trained Sasuke for that month was so he wouldn't die in his fight against Gaara, but also to keep him far out of Orochimaru's way. The reason I trained Sakura in first aid was to boost her confidence as a member of our team, and so she wouldn't feel like a burden on you and Sasuke. Kakashi explained as Naruto leaned forward and listened. The reason I didn't train you was because Jiraiya-sama said to train Sasuke and that he'd train and look after you. I felt so proud the day he told me that, one of my students becoming the apprentice to Jiraiya of the Sannin, and I do believe he's done a great job in training you. Also, the reason I never trained you specifically was because you never had a need for the things I was trying to teach you. 3. You understood every lesson on teamwork and love for your comrade. You understood what the will of fire was, and for that I was satisfied. I thought that, even before Jiraiya-sama, that you would make a name for yourself without my help. That was the way my sensei had taught me, that it doesn't matter how many jutsu you teach your student, it only matters what life lessons they learn. Kakashi said as Naruto smiled from the praise. I'm sorry if I hurt you, Naruto, but just look at where you are now without my help. You're the Godame Hokage of Konoha. You did this, without a single jutsu from me. You made it here, using your own hard work and the life lessons I installed in you, and I'm proud to say that I'm proud of you, Naruto, Hokage-sama. Kakashi said as he got out of his chair and bowed. Naruto smiled even more as he heard that Kakashi was proud of him. That was all he really wanted, for his precious people to be proud of him, to acknowledge him. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto said with a smile, as Kakashi smiled back. He didn't know until then how much he liked hearing Naruto call him sensei. But Naruto started as he gave Kakashi a stern look. If you ever, and I mean ever, do something like that again, or if you're even late when I call you for whatever reason, I'll have you clean the Akimichi clan toilets until even the Hyuga clan can't see a spot of uncleanliness. Do you understand me, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto said sternly as Kakashi paled. He had known someone the Sandaime had punished like that before. It was not pretty or smelled well either. Of course, Hokage-sama. Kakashi said as he scrambled to his feet and saluted Naruto. Now get out of my office. Naruto said, pointing at the door. Kakashi literally ran from the office faster than even Might Guy knew possible. The people outside Naruto's office watched the dust cloud that was Kakashi in the distance with wide eyes as their eyes slowly trailed back to a now smirking Naruto in the doorway. Next, please. Naruto said as his smirk turned into a grin as Ino gulped and walked in nervously. Oh, how payback was a bitch. Ino, you look nervous. Please take a seat. Naruto said kindly, yet with a smirk, as Ino looked around his office. Her eyes landed on the wooden chair that was, for lack of better words, molded with the wooden floorboards. Naruto, is that? Did you? You can used it, Ino said as she just stared at the chair and Naruto as he nodded. Yes, now can you have a seat please, Ino? Naruto said as he sat behind his desk and gestured to the wooden chair. Ino sat down in the chair as if it was fragile glass, which caused Naruto to quirk an eyebrow at the action. Ino, that chair isn't going to break anytime soon. Kakashi-sensei sat in it just a moment ago, so please, make yourself comfortable. Naruto said as he leaned back in his chair. Ino sighed as she did just that. She had to admit that the chair was quite comfy, warm, and soft despite it only being made of solid wood. She wondered if it was the wood or Naruto's doing that made her want to stay in the chair forever. Right, so now that you're relaxed, what is it you wanted to see me about? Naruto said as he turned slightly to the right in his chair. Oh, how he had grown to love his chair. It had wheels and the seat could spin. So he had spent a bit of time on his first day simply enjoying those features while his elderly advisors shook their heads at his childishness. Nothing much, except to point out the fact that you're sexy. Ino said with a grin as Naruto groaned. It was happening again. Ino, please. Naruto groaned out as she grinned wider at him and his exhausted expression. What? Mama knows sexy, and you, my smexy man, are the very definition of the word. Ino said as she got out of her chair and leaned across his desk seductively. Thanks, Ino, but I think we need to talk about that. Naruto said as she pouted. Talk about what, sexy-kun? Ino said innocently as she reached across the desk and played with his golden blonde hair that had been sticking out from under his Kaga hat. That mama thing too. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? Naruto said as he gently batted her hand away. I don't know what you're talking about. Ino said as she bit her lip with a worried expression while she turned her back to him. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he got up from his own chair and got in front of her face, gazing deeply into her eyes. Ino almost flinched back at the emotions that were plainly visible in them. Yes, you do. What happened to the Ino that wouldn't speak in my direction unless Sasuke was present? What happened to the Ino that would fawn over Sasuke, like some star-crazed groupie? What happened to the Ino that wouldn't even look my way? Naruto demanded as she looked away from his eyes with tears welling up in her own. Naruto's gaze didn't waver a bit as she dropped to her knees and began to cry. He had long since learned how to keep a poker face. He wanted nothing more than to console her, since it was his fault she was crying. Wait, no, it wasn't his fault, because all he did was push what she was already feeling. Besides, she needed this, and he would be the one to see it through that she got it all out. She died, okay? I hated that side of me. I gave him everything. I would have been there for him in a split second. But what did I get in return? Nothing. He wouldn't even look at me or the other girls without it being a bored stare or annoyed glare. We all wanted to be Mrs. Sasuke Uchiha, and we understood that if he got more than one wife, we'd have to share him, but he was never interested in any of us. We all blindly followed him and got nothing for it. Ino screamed and sobbed out through her tears as Naruto stood over her with his arms crossed. Then when the Genin exams came, we did our best to prove to him that we were worthy of his attention. Did you know that I had the best overall grades in the academy? For the girls, I had the highest grade in ninjutsu and assertiveness, and the second highest grade in taijutsu, genjutsu, cooperation, and class attitude. Although Sasuke had the highest grade in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu for the boys, he had the lowest grade in cooperation and the second lowest grade in assertiveness, next to yours, bringing down his average. When I found out, I purposely let my grades drop, so he would have the highest average, though that meant I had to drop below Sakura. Ino said sadly as she wiped away her tears while Naruto had only quirked a brow at the confession. He had wondered why Sakura had been the top kunoichi when Ino had held it for so long. After the exam, I was placed with Shikamaru and Choji on Asuma-sensei's team. I was mad and jealous for a while, but Asuma-sensei pulled me to the side one day and said that I could always make Sasuke mine later on. I was happy that he encouraged me, and as our team bonded, went on missions, and spent more time together, my focus slowly drifted from Sasuke to being a better kunoichi. It wasn't until the Chunin exams that I started actually thinking about him again, and even then it wasn't that much. When Sakura and I fought, I knew she'd be doing it over Sasuke, so even though I meant it, did it as well half-heartedly. Even though Sasuke wasn't there, I knew that had he been, he would have looked at us like two crazies straight from the clinic, you know? When the finals came around, I and Sakura watched you be the underdog the entire battle, but even though only a few of us, mainly Shikamaru and Hinata, had believed in you, you still never gave up and kept fighting the good fight until you pulled out on top. It was like watching one of those cheesy movies about the kid who beats all odds, even when they're stacked so high against him. Ino said, with a slight laugh at the end as Naruto groaned and shook his head. His life wasn't like that, right? He didn't get much thought on it as Ino pressed on. But even though it was like that, seeing it happen for real made me smile and my heart light up. It made me think of you in a whole new way, and even though I never gave you much thought to begin with, I found myself wanting to get to know you, the real you, instead of what bad comments and acts you put on. I talked to Shikamaru during Sasuke's fight, and he had so many great things to say about you. He even said that he'd follow your lead until the very end, and I was a little shocked that the lazy moron had so much belief in you and your way that it had actually moved him to move. Then the invasion started, and after it Shikamaru and I talked more, though this time Shino had joined us with Choji and Kiba. They all had such good things to say, but also a few bad. Ino said as Naruto listened while he nodded his head a few times. She was getting it all out, but did she have to be such a motormouth? He knew he had heard that word somewhere, but where? Shikamaru said that you were the most determined person he had ever known. In his own words, Shika called you a troublesome blonde who makes me feel ashamed for being a coward when it comes to giving up. Shika, Shino, Choji, and even Kiba have a lot of respect for you, so I think that was when I began to have feeling for you. She said as she finally stopped gazing at the floor and looked up at Naruto, who in his shock dropped his arms and gaped. She really had feelings for him? But what kind was the real question? They all made me believe in you with each word they said. I felt like I had really known you for years the way they went on about you. They had so many stories to tell about you guys and your days in the academy, and I found myself wanting to hear all of them. It was like I was seeing you in a whole new light. Instead of the constant annoyance that we girls saw you as, I got to see the side of you that was the lovable goofball. She said as she began to tear up again, but Naruto noticed that these tears were accompanied with a smile. When you left, Kiba saw you and told us. I had tried to think of other things, but you kept coming to mind. Then Sakura started talking about you, and something inside me cracked. I got mad. And that was when I realized I had those feelings for you. I knew I couldn't act on them though, because Hinata had been after you for so long now that I'd have been buried under the guilt of taking you from her. Ino said as Naruto chuckled a bit and snorted, like she was that damn good a catch that he would just be with her. She heard him snort and slapped his knee as she glared up at him. I'm trying to be emotional here, damn it. Can you please? Ino said in irritation as Naruto sighed and rolled his eyes, but nodded all the same. Ino got back into her character as she exhaled, a tear in the corner of her eye while Naruto raised an eyebrow at the scene before him. I resolved to talk to Hinata over the idea of you seeing if you could be with both of us, or, at the least, giving both of us a chance to win you over. When I finally did talk to her, she said her father told her that you had 2 clans to rebuild and that you'd need multiple wives. She also scared the crap out of me, but I don't even want to think about that right now. Ino said as she shuddered. Naruto was almost afraid to ask about it, but still decided against it. Actually, Ino, I only really have 1 clan to revive. The Uzumaki. I want to keep the Namikaze around as well, but the Uzumaki was an actual clan while the Namikaze was more of an over-average-sized family. It was a clan, but not a big one, or even a really notable one. The only 2 people who had made names for themselves in the world were my ancestor, Lelouch Namikaze, and my father, Minato Namikaze. Naruto said as Ino shrugged uncaringly as she went back to looking at the floor with sorrowful gaze. Anyways, I was really excited that you'd be able to love both me and Hinata, but Hinata said we needed to find more people since apparently her little sister and we 2 weren't enough. After we found Tenten, and I found Moegi, I think that's her name, I put serious thought into. I didn't realize it before, but being able to actually have a shot at being with a person I have strong feelings for was more frightening than I ever thought. I thought long and hard about it all, and I almost backed out, but a talk with my dad made me feel better about it. He said that I shouldn't be a fangirl to you, and that I should ease into things, but I don't know how. Ino said as tears silently rolled down her cheeks. Naruto knelt down beside her, had offered her a pocket tissue, as she nodded while accepting it. Can you please stop with the crying already? I hate when girls cry, especially over me. It's like a weakness or something. Naruto said deadpanned as Ino glared at him through her tears. What's wrong with you? I'm a girl, and therefore I retain the right to be as emotional as I want. Besides, where'd the attitude come from? I liked your old cheerful and childish one better. Ino said as she crossed her arms while still on the floor as Naruto stood to full height. It came with a boost in intellect, I suppose. Sensei said that I would have turned out like this if I hadn't been isolated. Naruto said as he then grinned when she looked up at him. But that doesn't mean I've changed completely. I'm still me, just smarter and calmer. Believe it. He finished as she rolled her crying eyes. You really could stand to lose that, Ino remarked as he hung his head. He sighed as she went back to her performance, and he was seriously considering having her teach theater or children in the academy. Like I was saying, I don't know how to be me. I don't know who I am. I'm not meek, yet courageous like Hinata, or strong-willed, yet gentle like Tenten. Hell, I'm not even smart and feisty like Sakura. I don't know who I am in this world. I just want someone to be there for me, tell me, and remind me of who it is that stares at me when look in the mirror. I'm so damn confused, Ino shouted as she cried with Naruto staring at her blankly. After a few moments of her sobbing, Naruto said the one thing that was sure to get him killed. Your loud-ass motor mouth, that's one thing. He said blankly as she turned to him with a look locked between shock, hurt, and anger. You're kinda like what I heard about my mom, and I like that. Ino, you may not have watched me, but I did watch you and the others in the academy back then. You're confident, kind, outspoken, and not afraid to speak your mind at all. You're also bossy, rude, and a little weird like with that mama stuff. Naruto said as she blushed and laughed nervously. But you're Ino, and you're one of a kind. I wouldn't change you for anything in the world. My mom was said to be a lot like me, but from what I've heard about her, I'd say you two were more alike. You're both talkative and quick to anger, but both of you have kind hearts and love the people around you. Unconditional. Naruto said with a softer face as he knelt down next to Ino once more. Ino, I'm not perfect. Hell, anyone who knows me can write an entire scroll on my faults, but that doesn't mean I give up trying to better myself. I don't know who I'm supposed to be either, but that doesn't mean I try to be everything that I'm not. Who knows, maybe you do have a personality like a fangirl, but that doesn't make you one. I know you'll find yourself, but as for now, why don't we get to know each other more before we tie any knots or light any candles? Naruto said softly as she looked up at him, and before he could react, she was crying into his robes while hugging him with all her might. He didn't really know what to do, so he settled for stroking her hair gently and occasionally giving her some more reassuring words. After a few minutes of the scene, Ino had stopped crying and said she'd be all right. Naruto didn't look too convinced, as she was sniffling with her eyes being red and puffy. I'm fine, I promise, and thank you for everything, Ino said as Naruto looked confused. But I didn't do anything, he said as she sighed and shook her head. You just don't know what you do to people, Naruto. You're a better guy than you'll ever know, she said softly as he sat behind his desk. You say something? He asked as he was sure she had muttered something to herself, but he wasn't quite paying attention. No, nothing. I'll get out of your hair now. See ya, Naruto-kun, Ino said as she bowed and walked toward the door. Naruto snapped his fingers as an yenbyu dropped from the ceiling. Please take Ino here to her home, please. She's had an emotional day, and I think it best that she get home without any hassle, Naruto said as the yenbyu bowed and grabbed Ino's shoulder. See you later, Ino-chan, Naruto said as she smiled. The yenbyu took her away via a swirl of leaves as Naruto leaned back and sighed. Today was becoming a long-ass day, but it wasn't even noon yet. Oh well, the work of a Hokage is never done. Outside Konoha, just barely 50 meters away from the village, were Sasori and Deidara. Sasori, inside his Hirako puppet, had stopped as Deidara looked at him questioningly. Sasori, why have we stopped, The village is almost within sight, yeah, Deidara said as Sasori gazed up at something through the puppet. Deidara, use your scope to check out any defenses Konoha might have. Itachi didn't give us any information on it, so we may be walking into a trap, Sasori said through Hirako's gruff voice as Deidara moved his hairbang out of the way to use his scope. As he gazed toward the village, Sasori saw his face go from shock to a large grin as he allowed his hair to fall back into place. Nice going, Sasori, my man. Had we kept walking, we would have walked right into a detection-type barrier that would have alerted the village to our arrival. Yeah, it runs underground too, so I don't know how Itachi or Zetsu infiltrated the village. Though I must say, yeah, that this will be the trickiest of things for us to get past without them knowing, yeah, Deidara said as Sasori hummed in thought. Zetsu becomes one with the earth as he moves around, so they wouldn't have sensed him, and Itachi is from this village, so he had to know some way to sneak himself and Kisame in. We, however, use a more artistic approach at getting in, Sasori said as he continued to drag his puppet body toward the village. How so, Sasori, my man? That thing can probably sense animals to inanimate objects, Deidara said as Sasori didn't even turn back to talk to him. You better get to chewing clay, Deidara. We'll need your brand of art for this kind of spy mission, Sasori said as Deidara smiled, yet grinned as he dug his hands into the bags on his belt. Oh yes, Konoha would know what hit them. Chapter 13, Reaction Attraction, Part 2. Temari was not having a good day. In fact, neither were Gaara and Kinkaro. Why, you may ask? Well, it had all started 5 minutes ago when Baki team walked into their house and sat them all down to talk to them about something. You may be asking why she said bastard instead of teacher. Well, the talk they had caused that as well. Flashback, 5 minutes ago. A knock had come to their door. It wasn't one of those doctor knocks or even that of a friend, but it was familiar, so the Sand siblings looked at one another and all went to the door. It was Gaara who opened it while Temari and Kinkaro was a mere meter behind him, posed to see who it was. It had been Baki-sensei. Hello, Gaara, is Temari in? Baki asked as Gaara opened the door fully to show his slightly confused sister standing next to their eyebrow-quirked brother. Gaara stood to the side as Baki came in, walking straight up to Temari and then looking to her brothers with a mixture of regret and pain. Listen, I need to tell all three of you something, but it pertains to you, especially Temari, since it affects you directly, Baki said as he locked eyes with her. She looked him in his eyes deeply and could almost swear he was begging her with his eyes not to hit him in his lower regions with her fan. She wasn't sure why, but she shrugged it off and led the way to their living room. Now, Temari, I need you to stay calm and open-minded about what I'm about to tell you. This is for the safety and good of the village, and was decided upon by the village council. While I personally protested against it, I am only one, and so are you. The village's needs and protection outweigh the both of us, Baki said as Kinkaro rolled his eyes and Gaara kept up his blank, emotionless face. Will you please just get on with it? Temari asked impatiently while Baki swallowed the lump in his throat. It was a good thing he had bought that steel-plated crotch protector before coming over. It made the fan to his family jewels hurt a whole lot worse. End of flashback. Those bastards and bitches on the village council had told it be pleasant to simply marry her off to the new Hokage of Konoha. She knew it was her duty as a shinobi to do whatever it was to ensure the village was safe, but why did it have to be that? She couldn't believe it, and neither could Gaara and Kankuro. That was why they were all marching directly to the council's chambers, with Gaara disabling any ninja that came within 2 meters of them. Surprised to say, Gaara had become a lot more serene over the past 2 months, but that didn't mean he would still be so when pissed off. They had made it to the Kazakage's mansion with the 2 Chunin guards getting ready to defeat them. That was until they were pulled into the sand beneath their feet by Gaara. They were literally buried up to their necks in sand, which said only one thing: don't piss off the person who could use the entire village as a weapon. They stormed up to the council doors and burst through them while the council gave them all wild and shocked looks. Though those looks turned to fear of all 3 Sand siblings once they looked at Temari's pissed-off face. They tried to run, to get away as fast as they could, or to at least stop Gaara from killing them, but they quickly found that anything below their necks was encased in sand. What is the meaning of this? Release us at once, Gaara. A council cried out as Gaara looked over at him impassively while he tightened the sand around the man, making him cry out in agony. Anyone else want to yell at me? Gaara asked in his monotone voice as heads shook in unison. That's what I thought. Why are you 3 here? A senior ninja that had been on the council since Temari's birth asked. He knew that anything less direct would get them nowhere but oblivion fast. I came to inquire as to why I'm being used as a peace treaty between us and Konoha. Temari exploded with enough fury that made even Gaara step away from her. He may have been crazy once, but not that damn crazy as to piss off Temari. Now, Temari-sama, we needed to come up with a quick solution to our problem, and since the newest Hokage to the Leaf happens to be the last of his clan, we thought a powerful kunoichi, such as yourself, could do well as his betrothed. A civilian council member said slyly as she gazed at Temari. Temari's mind stopped being furious just long enough to think about who the Hokage could be. As far as she knew, the only last of their clans Konoha had was Sasuke Uchiha. But that was impossible. Sure, the kid was a genius by Genin standards and had the Sharingan, but why would he be made Hokage? The kid couldn't have possibly gone from barely fighting Gaara to Kage-level power in 2 months' time. Then there was the fact that he was chosen by Orochimaru. She'd have to think on it later. I don't care what the reason was. My question was basically rhetorical, because it doesn't matter what the reason. You married me off to someone I don't know. I'm too pissed off right now to care about the damn reason. Temari yelled as everyone flinched back. It was then an elderly councilman looked up at her. He had lived a full life, so if what he was about to say got him killed, he could at least say he led a full life. Actually, Temari-sama, you haven't been married to anyone just yet. The council still needs to meet with Konoha to see if all the terms are agreeable to both parties. You'll be allowed in and to have your say just like your brothers will, but you must accept this as truth. You are, at least for now, a kunoichi of Suna, and you will obey the council's words and decisions until a new Kazakage is chosen. The elderly man said as everyone fell silent. Temari's mouth was agape as the man just basically told her to suck it up and take one for them team. Gaara narrowed his eyes as he thought over what the man had said. He'd be doing some serious thinking tonight. Kankuro looked furious as he understood there was absolutely nothing they could do until the meeting with Konoha. Perhaps he, and mainly Gaara, could persuade the Hokage and his council not to marry Temari to the Hokage. Temari screamed in frustration as she stomped out of the room. Kankuro gave her a look, but followed nonetheless. Gaara looked from his furious sister to the pale and slightly shaking members of the council. He released his Sand's hold on them and bowed respectful before leaving out and closing the doors. If he wanted to change things, then he needed to start now. The members of the council looked at each other and then at the eldest member who had told Temari about the meeting with Konoha. They cheered for him, getting them not killed. It was a rare day indeed when Gaara or Temari didn't kill someone who they were pissed at. Konoha, with Naruto. He had just finished his meetings with Guy, Kurenai, and even Asuma. The first he needed earplugs for, the second he found out was just a simple conversation about more pranks using genjutsu, and the third was more of a congratulations than an actual meeting. Though in each meeting they swore they'd follow him to the end, and that made it all worthwhile to him. Now he was ushering in the next of his meeting, Sakura. The girl walked into his office as if she were on death's list. He raised a brow to her behavior, eyes staring intently at the ground, feet fidgeting while she sat, and her hands pressed into her lap. From his months of being around her, he had learned the signs of her nervousness, and this was at least a class 5 on the scale. Sakura, why so nervous? It's just me. There's no need to get so worked up over seeing me, is there? Naruto said serenely as she finally looked at him. He didn't call her Sakura-chan. Hokage. I've dash. There's no need to call me that. We were on the same team before this, and as such you should be able to address me as you did back then. Naruto said as she exhaled deeply. He could practically see the tension roll off her when he said that. Had she been so worried that he'd be harsh to her? Did she think he'd be mean to her for some reason? Sure, she had been mean to him at a time, but that was all in the past. He had learned lately that whatever happened in the past should stay in the past, and not to get worked up over it. After all, you can't change the past, so why worry about it? Just deal with the consequences when they came to you. Naruto, I've done a terrible thing to you, Sakura said slowly as Naruto raised a brow. He then smirked as he thought of a way to get her to loosen up. He jumped up from his chair and leaned over his desk as his eyes went wide and his face filled with horror. Sakura, you destroyed all ramen?
How could you?
You're evil, Naruto exclaimed as Sakura looked up at him in surprise. What? That's not what I meant, Naruto, Sakura said as she watched him fall back in laughter. Gee, Sakura, you need to loosen up. What's got you all nervous anyways? Just relax, after all you're friends with the Hokage, right? Naruto said with a smirk, but his smirk faltered as Sakura's gaze returned to her lap upon the word friends. You think of me as your friend? She asked as he nodded. Of course. True, there were some bad times between us, but that's in the past, he replied as she gazed up at him with tears in her eyes. Naruto, I don't deserve to be your friend. I've demeaned you, hurt you, and used you as a punching bag for my frustrations. I'm a horrible friend, she said as the last straw holding back her emotions snapped, and she broke down crying. Naruto gave her a look as he thought over her words. True, she did demean him, but it was more of a joking thing to him. True again that she had hurt him, but it was more of emotional hurt rather than physical, even though the physical was seen far more. Once more true, she did beat on him a lot, but it wasn't like she had actually hurt permanently or irreversible. Now she was in his office crying like Ino had done. He rolled his eyes. Were all girls his age drama queens? Sakura, stop please. I hate seeing girls cry for stupid things, so let's just forget about it, okay? You're not a horrible friend, not a great one either, but not truly horrible. You're just rough around the edges. Yeah, that's it, rough around the edges, Naruto said as she looked up at him through her tears. How can you still say I'm your friend? I haven't done one thing friendly to you since we've known each other. Sakura sobbed out as Naruto rolled his eyes. Yes, you have. You just don't know it. Remember when we were in the first part of the Chunin exams and you were about to raise your hand? Sasuke told me that you were going to do it for my sake. And remember in the Forest of Death how you took care of me and Sasuke until we were feeling better? That was friendly. In fact, it was downright, and I can't think of a word to describe something more friendly, Naruto said as he scratched the back of his head and chuckled lightly. Then suddenly giggles were heard. At first they were light, but then they had got louder and louder until they turned to chuckles, and then full-blown laughter. Naruto looked up and saw Sakura had fallen out of her chair and was on the floor laughing, at what he had no clue. Sakura, are you okay? You haven't snapped, have you? Naruto asked while she quieted herself and returned to her seat. No, Naruto, I haven't gone crazy. It was just that. Haha, you seemed so smart and calm, but you haven't changed a bit. You're still, moron with a, ramen addiction, Sakura said between short bouts of giggles. Hey, I'll have you know that I'm getting help for my not so much of a problem. I've gone to 3 ramen anonymous meetings and have 4 patches on. Naruto defended as he raised the sleeve of his Kage robe to show her the 4 red patches with a ramen symbol on them. Sakura gave him a grin as she reached over and ripped one off hard. Naruto yelped as he rubbed his arm while Anbu Ninja jumped from the shadowed corners of his office and held weapons up to Sakura's vital organs. Naruto gave her a smirk as he stopped rubbing his arm and leaned back in his chair. "Can't pick on me anymore, can ya?" Naruto asked cheekily as she stuck her tongue out at him. "Brat," she said as he chuckled. "Hey, I'm older than you, and at least I don't have pink hair." He replied with a shrug while she gasped and the Yenbyu returned to their positions in the shadows. "I thought you liked my hair," she said as she touched her locks of pink subconsciously. "I do, because it looks good on you, but seriously, if my kids, especially my son, came out with pink hair, then I'd be fully prepared to use a forbidden jutsu just to change their hair color permanently," Naruto said as Sakura gave him a look. "You know, my grandfather had pink hair and was proud of it." Sakura replied as Naruto gave her a look. "Was he a ninja?" he asked as she shook her head. "What did he do then?" "He was an actor for a traveling theater group," Sakura said as Naruto let out a snort of laughter. "Let me guess. He played the woman?" Naruto said as his face was met with a fist. The Yenbyu didn't even bother coming to his aid, as they were too busy either sweat-dropping or giggling in the shadows. "I can't hear you guys, you know," Sakura shouted to the walls as the giggling and snickering stopped upon her, turning her glare to the shadows of his office. "Don't yell at my Yenbyu. It's not their fault your Gramps was made to be a girl," Naruto said, but then laughed at his unintentional joke. Sakura only sighed and sat back in her chair as he looked at her with amusement dancing in his eyes. "You're never gonna let that go, are you?" she asked with him shaking his head. "Not a chance," he replied as she hung her head. It was silent for a few moments until she spoke. "Thanks, Naruto, for everything," she said as she got up and hugged him quickly and ran from the room with a smile on her face. Naruto shook his head at just how bipolar girls could be. Next, outside of the Konoha barrier. Just outside the Konoha barrier were Deidara and Sasori, standing up and looking at the barrier, or at least Deidara was. "So, I've got the clay all ready for our infiltration, yeah. What's the plan? Sasori, my man?" Deidara said as he gestured to the giant clay lump that was in his hands. "We wait out until nightfall. By then the security will be more alert, and while they try and find me on the ground, you'll be able to fly high above the village and infiltrate the Hokage mansion. From there you can use your clay techniques to set up a spy on the Kage and the village, and then we make our escape," Sasori explained as Deidara nodded. "Fine then, I had best get prepared then, yeah," Deidara said as he molded the clay with his hands and created a beautiful clay bird. "I'll fly around a bit, so they don't find the bird suspicious. Then on your signal I'll go through the barrier and alert them to my presence, yeah." Deidara threw the bird lazily, and in a plume of smoke increased the size of the bird tenfold. "Good thinking, Deidara. I'll give the signal near sunset, so look for it. Understand?" Sasori said from inside of Hirako as Deidara nodded and took to the skies on his bird. With the Tsuchikage, Inoki, the Tsuchikage, was known for many things. The most prominent tied in with his nickname, Inoki the Great Fence-Sitter, or the Man of Both Scales. He was widely known in his youth as a man who could have things both ways. He could be cold and ruthless to one person and then kind and considerate the next moment to another. It was this bipolar personality that made him a dangerous opponent to deal with at any time regardless of friend or foe. Another thing he was known for was having been the student of the second Tsuchikage, Mu. As a young man, Inoki was a student to the second Tsuchikage, Mu, who had taught him how to use the dust release techniques that he could to this very day. While the man had been a hard taskmaster, those teachings had made him the man he was today. It was later in young life that he himself wanted to pass on the teaching of his sensei to another. So, he became teacher to Deidara. Though he often implied that Deidara's ideologies and fighting style annoyed him, he was still proud of the brat for having been as talented as he was and was very proud to have been his sensei. Even if all that brat ever raved about was that art crap, Inoki was also known for, at some time in the past, having fought Madara Uchiha, with him now being the only living Kage to do so. If that Hiruzen boy was still alive, then he would have been only the oldest Kage to have done so. Yet another thing he had been known for was his stubbornness. In fact, he was so stubborn and prideful that even despite his frailty of old age, he still refused to retire and choose a successor as Hokage. He insisted that he was still strong enough to continue to rule the village. And he was, damn it. His granddaughter, Kuratsuchi, would be quite proud, yet still annoyed, to describe him as a stubborn old man. So all that leads to the very meeting he was in. He had gathered the council and was now having yet another meeting at their request, the meeting being about the Namikaze brat that had been made Hokage of Konoha. While he had rubbed it in their faces that the fourth Hokage did have a plan after he died, he forgot that they were all annoying fools who thought they could just attack the world on a whim. We must do something about Konoha. If we don't, then this new brat of a Kage could come after our village due to past aggressions. A councilman shouted as a councilwoman banged her fist on the round table. Their meeting was discussed over. Fool, that would be falling into their trap. This kid wants us to attack, so he can simply declare all-out war on us. This brat is just waiting for any type of attack to his village. They just beat back Orochimaru and the Sand surprise invasion. They have the Sand village at their mercy and could easily take their territory for their own. If we act now, then we'll have the Sand and the Leaf to worry about. The councilwoman said, as several of them nodded. Then we must do something, anything. This kid is a Kage-level ninja at the age of 13 years old. We've all seen great ninja of his age rise up, like that Uchiha boy that murdered his clan, and that Hatake kid who mastered 1,000 jutsu. This boy of a Kage, however, is on a whole another level. If he is anything like his father, or has access to his father's techniques, then this village may already be at risk. The councilman argued back as the room sound exploded into a shouting match between them. Inoki rubbed his temples in a failed attempt to calm himself. Why must they be so hard-headed? It was like they were made of rock and stone. Oh, the irony. Shut up. Inoki shouted with unparalleled volume. Only one of those Haruno could best him in yelling. Listen, and listen well, because I am not going to repeat myself, you blockheads. We are not attacking anyone, and no one is attacking us. You should all remember that after the Third Great Ninja War, I and the Fourth Hokage sat down and created a ceasefire that was to last at least 20 years. It has only been 18 years since then, so we are not attacking anyone. Inoki said with them being silent. Slowly, an elder councilman stood as he looked at his Hokage. Inoki-sama, perhaps a test of this new Kage's abilities to lead is in order. The elder said as Inoki glanced at him. I'm listening, Inoki said as he leaned back in his chair. Well, since they are so fresh from the invasion, perhaps we could help them keep up a strong face, and if they were not to survive, then there is no reason to be saddened for the inability of their Kage. The elder said as Inoki's eyes widened a fraction at the implied message. He then chuckled from the head of the council table. Perhaps a test is in order. Someone summon Kuratsuchi and tell her to get here quickly. Inoki said with a grin that made the council members nearest him shy away in fear. We have plans to make. Konoha, with Naruto. Naruto leaned back in his chair, finger in his ear as he tried to regain his lost hearing from the shouting Rock Lee had done about just how youthful it was for him to have been made Hokage. Truly it is a testament to your burning youth that became Hokage, Hokagetha. Our spirit burns brightly in the sun of summertime youth. Rock Lee exclaimed as the Yenbyu in the corners were twitching. Some of them wanted to kill him and Guy, while others wanted to just shut them up. Huh? Did you say something, Lee? Naruto asked as he had lost his ear at the very start of Lee's rant. Lee fell over, wide-eyed and gaping as Naruto finally got his hearing back. Curse you, Hokage-sama, and you're cool. From this day forth you are on my list of rivals, Lee proclaimed as he pointed a dramatic finger at Naruto. Huh? Naruto asked intelligently as he looked at Lee in confusion. I will best you someday, Hokage-sama, Lee exclaimed as Naruto raised a brow at him. Okay, but you do know you can call me Naruto, right, bushy brows? Naruto said as Lee looked at him. I could not. It would be wrong of me to call you anything less than your title dictates. In fact, I shall now refer to you as Hokage-sama, no matter what. That is my declaration for today. Lee shouted as Naruto sighed and slumped back in his chair. He could already tell that Lee and Guy would be headaches. Finally, whatever. Naruto said as he threw up his hands in defeat and sighed. Lee then stood up from his chair and bowed respectfully to Naruto as he collected his crutches and limped toward the door. Yes, now if you don't mind, Hokage-sama, I am going to limp 20 laps around the village, Lee said as he bowed to Naruto and started for the door. But the village is at least 10 kilometers around, and that doesn't include the Hokage monument or the mountains. Naruto said as Lee nodded vigorously and limped quickly from the room, intent on doing just what he had said. Naruto sat in behind his desk and stared at the spot Lee was for a few moments. He quickly shook his head as he got up and walked over to the door. He'd have to send someone after the boy, and another to be sure Granny Tsunade kept him in his hospital room. Next, Naruto called as he looked at the people who were still in the hall. It was Tenten, Niji, Hinata, Shikamaru, Choji, Shino, and Kiba. He silently wondered why the hell they weren't on missions. Why the hell aren't any of you on missions? Naruto asked aloud, as they shrugged collectively. The mission hall wasn't open, so everyone figured we had the day off or something. Irika-sensei said that you were supposed to be handing out missions with him today, but since you didn't show up he figured you were giving Jonin and below a day of peace. Tenten said, as she walked up to Naruto. Naruto face-palmed himself as he forgot about the mission hall. How could he after having stood in front the old man and Irika so many times before his death? Naruto shook his head as he ushered Tenten into his office. Tenten began exploring it as Naruto looked at her with a raised brow. She certainly wasn't shy about looking around his office. I've never really been in the Hokage's office, Tenten said with an arm held behind her back as she looked at him from over her shoulder. I've only been in here 3 times, and that was for only about a minute or 2. Really? Then feel free to look around, Naruto said as he sat behind his desk. He watched her as she moved about his office, looking at each and everything with interest and awe. Most of the things in his office were things he decided to keep from the old man's time as Hokage. Konohamaru had told him about the old man's things being put in storage, and he went through them and saw some items he had liked. Asuma had graciously allowed him to take them, saying that they'd just collect dust in storage. Naruto was broken from his thoughts as Tenten gazed up at the row of Hokage photos along the top of the side wall. Wow, are these really the Hokages? Tenten asked excitedly as she looked up at the pictures. Naruto got out of his seat and walked over to stand next to her as he too looked up at them with interest. The first photo to the left showed a young man of his late 20s. He had dark tan skin with brown eyes and long black hair. He was smiling lightly as his eyes seemed to be focused on not just the camera, but the future as well. Under his photo was a plaque that read several quotes from the man they had known to be their first Hokage. The fellow countrymen of Konoha make up each part of my body. Those of the village believe in me, and I believe in them. That is what it means to be Hokage. Read the first quote. Naruto thought about it and wondered if the people believed in him. He then remembered his coronation and how they had all said they believed in him. He smiled lightly, like his great-grandfather did in his picture. He really was the Hokage now. Those who stray from the path of justice have no courage, but under the wing of a strong leader, cowardice cannot survive. The second quote read. After reading the quote, Naruto thought over if he was a good leader. He hadn't been leading long enough to actually know if he was or not. He'd give it some time before he came back to it. Landscapes luxuriant, perfect beauty with no artifice. The last quote read. Naruto and Tenten looked at each other. They had no clue what that one was. Probably his favorite quote. It means nothing to us, but probably was everything to him, Naruto said with a shrug as they gazed at the next photo. The second photo was a man that looked just as old as the other had. The man that was the second Hokage had pale white skin, a long shaggy white hair, red eyes, and 3 red streaks, one under each eye and on his chin. He also wore a forehead protector that was modeled to resemble a face guard. He wasn't exactly smiling. His face was bland and serious in a way that most people expected of a leader's photo, but in his eyes was unyielding determination and courage. He looked so impassive that it was almost scary. Guide the people and believe in them, for it's from among them that one will come who will carry on when your time is done. The first quote read. Naruto read it again, and it seemed that his great-great-granduncle was speaking directly to whoever was to be Hokage, which was him. He wondered if his bipolar people would allow him to guide them. He shook his head of those thoughts as it seemed that the village was okay with him being Hokage. Right? You must protect those who have faith in you and who love the village, and help train up those to whom you can entrust with the next generation. Read the second quote. Naruto wondered who he would choose to be his successor when he died. Then he wondered if he'd even get the chance. The old man and his own father hadn't gotten a chance to name the fifth Hokage when they had died. Train the body, hone the mind, and pass down your techniques and skills to the next generation. The last quote read. Naruto thought about it, and it seemed that the second Hokage was intent on continuing his legacy and passing down anything helpful to those who would come after him. Naruto wondered if he should do the same. Naruto and Tenten gazed over to the third picture and were a bit confused until they read the name above it to confirm that it was in fact the old man, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and third Hokage of Konoha. Though in the photo the old man didn't look so old. He looked to be about 30 or 40 years old. He looked far more youthful than he had before he died. He had tan skin with a small goatee and short spiked hair, both being dark brown. And instead of the 3 lines that had run vertically under each eye, there were only 1 under each eye. He was smiling softly as he gazed into the camera, his eyes just as gentle as the last time Naruto had saw him alive. He seemed to have been at peace the way he was just so relaxed in the picture. Whoa, who would have known the third Hokage was hot when he was young? Tenten commented as Naruto looked at her funny. What? She defended as he shrugged while they began to read his quotes. When the tree leaves dance, one shall find flames. The fire's shadow will illuminate the village, and once again, tree leaves shall bud anew. The first quote read. Wow, that's just as beautiful as when he read it to us in Irika-sensei's class on our first day. Tenten said as Naruto nodded, tears welling up in his eyes. He read it to us too. Irika-sensei said that he read it every year to the new classes so they could know what the will of fire means. Naruto said as he wiped away his tears. The only grandfather figure he had ever had was gone, and it was all Orochimaru's fault. He felt arms wrap around him and saw that Tenten was hugging him from his side and leaning her head on his shoulder to comfort him. He smiled down at her as they continued to read the old man's quotes. Konoha. It is a place where every year shinobi are born, raised, grow old, fight, and die to protect their home. These people that do so, and everyone else that live inside its walls are precious to me. We share a home, we share a life, and though we may not share ties of blood, they are still precious to me. They are my family, and if I do fall, all threats to the home will still fail, for I am only one of a long line. I carry the title of those Hokage who came before and those who will come after. I am the third Hokage, and I will protect the family, the village, Konoha. The second quote read. Naruto and Tenten stood in awe of it. They could practically hear his voice and the conviction in it as they read it. It was so powerful and moving. Naruto wondered if he could be like the old man was someday, to be able to protect the village. No, not just the village and its people. They were his people, and they were his family. True, he had never had a family before, but he wanted the people, all of them, to be his family. He resolved to make that happen by being the best he could, by being the fifth Hokage. Absolute truth. Read the last quote. Naruto and Tenten looked at each other as if they had just gotten off a roller coaster halfway through the ride. It was kind of disappointing that the old man's favorite quote was so short and unmoving. That was disappointing. Tenten deadpanned as Naruto shrugged. I guess they can't all be tearjerkers or heartfelt. Naruto defended as Tenten sighed, and they gazed over to the next photo. Now the photo made Tenten look back and forth between Naruto and the picture. How the hell could no one see that this was your dad? Tenten demanded as she pointed at the photo. Naruto shrugged as he didn't really have an answer now that he was actually looking at the photo. Truth be told, He had never really seen a colored image of the fourth Hokage, aka his father. The photo was of a very young man, probably in his early to middle 20s. He was a fair-skinned man with bright cerulean blue eyes and spiky blonde hair. His had jaw-length bangs framing both sides of his face. He was smiling, just light enough to be considered a smile. His eyes seemed to gaze out past the photo and into the soul of whoever was looking at him, almost like he was judging them. Naruto and Tenten both shuddered as it seemed that his eyes were gazing directly at them. They both decided not to look at him anymore, and they began reading his quotes. The most important thing for a shinobi is teamwork. The first quote read, "Hey, wasn't Minato-sama Kakashi-sensei's teacher?" Tenten asked as Naruto nodded. "Yup, and that's why Kakashi probably sucks as a teacher," Naruto said as Tenten looked at Naruto with wide eyes. "That's your dad and your predecessor?" Tenten admonished as Naruto shrugged. "Don't get me wrong, he was probably a great guy, but it seems to me that Kakashi-sensei either wasn't paying attention when he was being taught, or my dad kinda sucked at teaching. I mean, teamwork is important, but don't you think you should teach people some skills too? Besides, Jiraiya-sensei kinda sucks at teaching too, and he taught my dad," Naruto said as Tenten shook her head. "Hey, don't blame me. It just seems like they didn't really learn too much from each other. While I was being taught, it was me learning on my own through spars and scrolls instead of Jiraiya-sensei actually teaching me stuff. The only thing he actually stood and taught me was the frog kata, which I can't even use to its full potential for some reason." "Why not?" Tenten asked as Naruto shrugged again. Something about being a sage, nature energy, and some other crap he was talking about. He said that he'd teach it to me later, but that I'm incapable of learning it now. He said to wait 3 to 4 years before I started learning it. Naruto explained as Tenten shrugged herself while they went back to reading the quotes. "The village comes before personally matters and emotions." The second quote read. Naruto nodded his head as he had come to understand that well, though he could only imagine what more things he'd have to do to ensure the village safety and peace of the village. "That quote sounds kind of devoid, don't you think?" Tenten said as Naruto glanced at her. "How so?" he asked as she shrugged while pointing up at the quote. "It's like one of those things you put into specific situations. So like, say if someone came into the village and you found out they had killed a clan or something, but they were your brother and a powerful ninja. Your duty would be to kill him first and ask questions later, but what if the clan had been about to revolt or something? What would you do then?" Tenten explained as Naruto shrugged. "Not sure, but if a clan had been about to revolt and the only way to deal with them, after all peaceful ideas have been tried, was to kill them all with a member of their own clan, what would you do?" Naruto asked as he gazed at Tenten from the corner of his eye. "I'm not sure. I would think to use an Yenbyu force, but then again this is a clan who have been trained from birth to act as a family and unit. If the clan member you're using is more loyal to the village than his own clan, then I say use him. Though it would probably cause panic if the village ever found out. I'd probably send that same ninja out of the village to live as a rogue until I found a peaceful way to reveal the truth to the village," Tenten said as Naruto continued to watch her. Her eyes widened as she realized something, but Naruto put a hand up to stop her. "I'm sure you and my Yenbyu in the shadows have realized it by now, but I think this should be the first official order I'll give you, Genin Tenten and my Yenbyu. None of you are to speak a word of what you have figured out under penalty of imprisonment or death. I will, however, be sending some of you on a mission which will deal with this nature," Naruto said as he gazed around his now silent office. The Yenbyu jumped from the shadows and stood in a military lineup as they saluted him. "That is so cool," Tenten muttered as she watched the Yenbyu disappear. Naruto grinned at her as he shrugged. "What can I say? They were trained quite well," Naruto said cheekily as Tenten sighed while they both turned back to the last quote of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namake's. "The fire's shadow illuminates the village." The last quote read as Naruto scoffed, crossed his arms, and closed his eyes as he turned from the quotes. Tenten looked at him oddly as she nudged him. "What's up with you?" Tenten asked as Naruto turned to her. "My dad's favorite phrase is based off the old man sayings," Naruto said as Tenten reread the quote and sighed. "Maybe your dad was inspired by the third Hokage?"
Tenten said as Naruto shrugged.
Maybe, but he's still a copier. Naruto said as Tenten sighed again. I don't see your photo up here. Tenten commented as she gazed up at the wall. That's because I haven't been Hokage that long. It's only been 3 days since my coronation, so the village needs time to know me and my ways of leadership. Naruto said as Tenten nodded. Naruto walked over and sat behind his desk. He played with his Kaga hat on the middle of the desk as Tenten continued to look around his office. She eventually sat down in the chair in front of him as he removed his hat from the desk. So, what did you want to talk about, Tenten? Naruto asked as leaned forward on his elbows. Just wanted to say congratulations on becoming Hokage. I know you'll do a great job, and I hope to be alongside you, as a loyal ninja of course. Tenten said, blushing as Naruto raised a brow at her. Tenten, I already know about your feelings toward me, and if that's how you feel, then please try not to be so uncomfortable about it. I'm still Naruto, but now I'm Hokage Naruto. Naruto said as he leaned back in his chair while Tenten gave a sigh of relief. Listen, I'll tell you the same thing I told Ino. I think we should get to know each other before jumping into anything we're not prepared for. I would hate for you to give up your career simply to become my wife. Naruto said. Yeah, so would I? Hey, wait. Why would I have to give up being a ninja just because I'm your wife? Tenten said as she stood from her chair and slammed her hands on his desk. Because you'll most likely be with child, Naruto said timidly as he drew circles on his desk. Tenten blushed as she thought about her and him doing rather intimate things together. Oh yeah, right, I'm sorry about that. So, I wouldn't have to give up being a ninja permanently, right? Tenten said as Naruto shrugged. I'm not sure. You'll have to talk to someone who has experience with that, but we can worry about that later. If there is a later. Naruto said as Tenten nodded sheepishly. Right then, well I'm off. See you later, Hokage-sama. Tenten said as she stood and bowed to him with him sighing at the action. You know you can call me Naruto, right? He said as she smiled and walked to the door. Alright, Naruto-sama. Tenten said as she darted out the door with Naruto banging his head against the desk. I just can't be nice to people, Naruto muttered as he picked his head up. Next, Grass Country, with Haiden and Kakuzu. Hey, Kakuzu, how much longer until we get there? Haiden asked as they walked through the grassy plains of North Grass Country. We'll get there when we get there, but as for now we're hunting a bounty of 45 million Ryo. So, shut up and get moving. Kakuzu said as he bent low and swept a finger across the ground. The earth was softer, which means the bounty had come through only recently. This would only take another day or two, and then they could head for another country for another high bounty. But I thought you were dead set on taking out this new Hokage? Haiden said as Kakuzu sighed deeply. Why was his only good partner also a complete moron and jackass? I do, but I also lied so the leader wouldn't be sending us on missions and other stuff. I wanted him to think my only interest was Konoha, that way he wouldn't feel the need to check our movements. Besides, we could have been there in a day or two, but I want to collect some cash for just us and not Akatsuki. Think of it as a vacation. You get to kill and maim, while I get cash. We're both happy, right? Kakuzu said as Haiden walked up next to him with a huge grin. Damn straight I'm happy. Why didn't you just say that from the get-go? Yahoo! Am I gonna enjoy praising Lord Jashin on this vacation? Haiden shouted excitedly as a man jumped from the grass plains and ran off. Well, there's your first vacation headhunt for you. Be sure to keep his head intact, and that his body is recognizable. Kakuzu said as Haiden howled like a wolf and gave chase to the man who was running for his life. Literally. Vacations never get any better than this. Kakuzu stated as he followed along at a lazy pace, while rubbing his hands together greedily. Konoha with Naruto. Thanks Niji, I'll be sure to keep all that in mind. Naruto said as he looked visible paler, and was sweating slightly. Niji stood from his chair and bowed formally to Naruto. Thank you for your time, Naruto-sama. Niji stated as he turned and walked out of Naruto's office. And next, Naruto shouted out shakily as Hinata poked her head through the door. That's me, she said as she walked in, poking her fingers together nervously as Naruto started to sweat more as she came closer to him and sat down. Hokage-sama, are you alright? Hinata asked nervously as she began to hear snickering and giggles from the shadows. Be quiet or else all of you are going back to the academy and being in Konohamaru's class. Naruto shouted out as the noises stopped suddenly. Are you alright, Hokage-sama? Hinata asked, a little more relaxed than before. For some reason the chair, that was made of wood and seemed to be growing out of the wooden floorboards, was making her feel calm, safe, and relaxed. Yeah, I'm fine, and you can call me Naruto, you know. And I see you're enjoying that chair. Naruto said as Hinata nodded meekly. You should, because it's made to give a person a sense of relaxation as they sit in it. Now, what did you want to talk about, Hinata? Naruto said as he leaned forward to gaze into her eyes. She blushed as she could see herself in the reflection of his eyes. And nothing much. I just wanted to say congratulations on becoming Hokage. No one deserves it more than you, she said as Naruto raised a brow and leaned back in his chair. I wouldn't say that. There are lots of ninja more powerful than me who should have become Hokage, but that doesn't mean I don't enjoy or that I won't do my best at it. Naruto said as Hinata nodded. I know you'll do your best, Naruto-kun. You always do. Hinata said with confidence as Naruto gazed at her. She blushed and turned away from his intense blue eyes. They were like a pool of crystal-clear waters that planned to swallow her whole if she gazed into them too long. Thank Hinata, but there's something I have to talk to you about now. Naruto said as she turned back to him. What is it, Naruto-kun? She asked as Naruto got out of his chair and walked over to the window to look out it, hands behind his back as he watched children play in the streets. It's a hard topic for both of us, but I feel that it needs to be addressed before we have any sort of relationship. Naruto said slowly as Hinata looked at him in confusion. What is it? She repeated as he finally turned to her, with his eyes looking at her as if she were caught red-handed. You stalked me, Hinata. Naruto stated. Huh, was Hinata's intelligent reply as Naruto threw his hands up. You stalked me, Hinata. You followed me around without my permission. For years, in fact, before I ever knew. In fact, if it wasn't for your father, then I would have never known. You stalked me, Hinata. That's so not cool. Naruto ranted as Hinata grew wide-eyed and nervous. What if he thought she was creepy? What if he never wanted to see her again? What if he got a restraining order out on her? Hinata, are you listening to me? Naruto shouted as she was snapped from her thoughts. Yes, of course, Hinata said as she held her hands to her lap, so they wouldn't fidget anymore. Hinata, you stalked me. That's not cool. That's just downright wrong. I have no clue how, when, and to where you did, but it's still bad. Naruto said as something inside Hinata snapped. But I love you. She shouted out as the Yenbyu all came out from the shadows and sat on the couch of Naruto's office. They shared popcorn as they watched the two twisted lovers argue over her ways of love, which was stalking the one she loves. That doesn't matter. Stalking is still wrong. In fact, I could have you listed as a stalker for this. But I did it for love. That's still bullshit. You could have told me. Naruto shouted as Hinata stood from her chair and got in his face. But all you cared about was Sakura, Sakura, Sakura. You never once thought of me. She yelled at him as he looked offended. That's not true. And besides, you never gave any hints to the fact that you liked me. I just thought you were weird and quiet like Shino. How the hell did you not see it? The blushing, the fainting, the whispering your name in my sleep, the stealing your only pair of black pants and hanging them on my wall. Hinata shouted as her eyes wheeled up with tears brimming in them. So, that's what happened to my pants. I love those pants, too. So, all you care about is Sakura and black pants? Hinata screamed as tears streamed down her face, falling from her chin onto the floor below. Hinata, I did think about you. I thought about you from our first to our last days in the academy. True, I didn't think about you as much as Sakura, but I thought about you more than those nameless background girls that were in our class. In fact, I don't even remember any girls from our class except for you, Sakura and Ino. Naruto shouted as he grabbed Hinata by her shoulders. Then why didn't you talk to me? Why didn't you ask me out on a date? Why was Sakura the only girl to have your attention? Why couldn't I be the one? Hinata shouted as she cried. I don't know. I'm an idiot, I guess. I'm a moron, okay? I was stupid. I guess that my love for Sakura was a way of getting attention. I'm sorry, alright? No, it's not alright. My heart broke every time I saw you ask her out. It broke with every smile and sweet word you would say to her, while she would beat up into the ground for it. She didn't deserve your love, I did. It was me who would silently encourage you. It was me who would have been at your side had you asked. It was I who loved you from the very beginning. Hinata, Naruto said as he gazed down at her. He just realized that he was now a head taller than her, and that she was deeply in love with him. Yeah, he couldn't forget that. Excuse me, Hokage-sama, Hinata-sama, but may I say something? A voice said as Naruto and Hinata turned to the couch where a cat-masked ANBU had his hand raised while his fellow ANBU were looking at him. Tora-senpai, you can't just interrupt stuff like this. It was just getting good. The OX-masked ANBU next to him whined as he slipped popcorn under his mask. Yeah, senpai. The bird-masked ANBU chirped. We're trying to have a moment here. Naruto stated flatly as the ANBU quieted. Yes, and I apologize for ruining it, but I think the both of you are at fault here. Tora, the cat-masked ANBU said as Naruto and Hinata blinked. Me? It was all her fault. They shouted as they pointed at one another. Listen, Hokage-sama, Hinata-sama. The blame lies with both of you. Tora said as he turned to Hinata. Hinata-sama, you should have told him about your feelings, but instead you chose to stalk him and be shy and meek to his face. That was not the answer. You should have told him because if he's as great a guy as you make him out to be, then everything would have been okay had he felt the same or not. Damn straight. And where the hell do you get off stalking me anyway? You're all shy, quiet, meek, and weird. Since when do you get the courage to stalk me, but can't tell me you love me? Naruto said as Hinata hung her head. But it's your fault as well, Hokage-sama. Tora said, stopping Naruto's victory dance in mid-groove. You shouldn't have focused all your attention on one girl. You were in the academy, for Kami's sake. You have your father's looks. You should have been cruising around the academy going after girls of all ages. Hinata-sama deserved some of your attention, and so did the other girls. Tora said as Hinata nodded and Naruto hung his head. But that's okay. You can't change the past, but you can change what you'll do once you learn from that past. So, try to work things out instead of tearing them apart. Tora said as Naruto and Hinata looked at each other, and then back at him. Thanks, Tora. Who would have thought the second-in-command of the ANBU would be a great relationship counselor? Naruto said as the ANBU around Tora giggled while he scratched the back of his masked head. Wait, your codename is Tora, but why do you wear the cat mask? Hinata asked as Tora hung his head, and the ANBU around him chuckled and snickered. I'm named after that demon cat from the D-rank mission, Tora admitted quietly and ashamed as Hinata's eyes widened. That Tora. Oh my. It took my team an entire day to catch that thing. Then it peed on Kiba and scratched Shino's glasses to pieces. Kurenai-sensei said that the Catch Tora mission is used as a punishment for ninja who have been bad. Hinata said as Naruto tried to suppress his laughter, but failed miserably. It peed on Kiba. Ha ha. I'll never forget that bit of information for as long as I live, Naruto said as he fell to the floor laughing. Naruto-kun, it's not nice to laugh at the pain of others, especially our friends. Hinata scolded lightly as Naruto got up and wiped a tear away. Yeah, but it's Kiba, so there. Anyways, really Tora, thank you. If not for you we would have probably been arguing all day long. Naruto said as Tora gave a bow. I'm always happy to be of service, Hokage-sama. Tora said as he and his fellow Yenbyu disappeared into the shadows. Hinata looked over to Naruto and saw that he was smiling down at her. She had just noticed how tall he had gotten and that he was more muscular than he was in the academy. He placed his hand on her shoulder as he gave her a cheesy grin. It was so stupid of a grin that it made her smile just looking at it. Hinata, I'm sorry. I should have known, but I was kind of an idiot back then. Naruto said as he moved her hair behind her ear. How could I have not noticed someone like you? You were an idiot, that's how. But that's in the past now, like Tora-sen said. All I want to know is what happens next. Hinata said as Naruto sighed and allowed her to rest her head on his chest. Like I told Tenten and Ino, I still want to try a relationship, but we'll have to take things slow. I want to get to know you, to make up time from the academy. I want to know the real Hinata Hyuga, and not just the one you show everybody. I know you're stronger than that Hinata, and I want to see it for myself. Naruto said, as she nodded with a blush. Thank you, Naruto-kun, she said simply as he grabbed her shoulders gently and held her out at arm's length. Now, there will be plenty of time for mushy stuff later, but right now I have 4 other people outside waiting for me to speak with them. So, I'll see you later, right? Naruto said as she nodded. Of course, because I don't care who's in the way anymore, you'll be my Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki. Hinata said with a wicked grin and an evil gleam in her eyes as Naruto backed away slowly. You're mine, Naruto-kun, remember that. Hinata said as she suddenly went back to normal and walked out. Naruto stared at the spot she was for a few moments, but then shook his head as he walked over to the door. First Niji and now a bipolar Hinata. Life just loves fucking with me. Naruto muttered as he got to the door and opened it. Next, with the Konoha barrier team. The barrier team resides in a large chamber with 2 levels. Streams run from the upper level into a large basin on the lower level. Above the basin is a large sphere representing the barrier. In front of the sphere are 4 conical pillars in a square formation. Behind these is a stairway to the upper level, shielded by a large screen with the barrier team symbol on it. On the upper level is a small lounge area. Konoha's barrier team are in charge of maintaining the detection barrier surrounding Konoha, detecting intruders and intercepting them. The detection division has 3 members, all dressed in clothes similar to those of a Shinto priest. Their hats have the barrier team symbol above the Konoha forehead protector. They reside on the lower level of the barrier chamber, one sitting in the middle of the 4 pillars in front of the sphere, with the other 2 standing on either side. When someone enters through the barrier, the person in the middle detects them and their point of entry. They do this, apparently, without having to look at the sphere representing the barrier. The interception division has 5 members. When at rest, they reside in the lounge area on the upper level of the barrier chamber, drinking tea and playing card games. They wear the standard Konoha uniform, but with the barrier team symbol on the upper arm, instead of the standard spiral of Yuzushiogakure. When the barrier division detects an intrusion, the interception division rush to the site to apprehend the intruder. At least one member of the team is from the Hyuga clan, which was why Hamachi Hyuga was with them. The Konoha barrier team the first line of village defense. If they couldn't detect a sneak attack by a rival village, then Konoha would surely perish from the sneak attack that would soon follow. They were the all-knowing and all-seeing eyes of Konoha's infrastructure. They were the bravest, hard-working soldiers that Konoha could possibly produce. They protected the village from all threats, all sides, above, below, and in any direction. They were the extremely, ever vigilant. You got to be kidding me. We're out of sake already. Hamachi Hyuga shouted as the other members around him looked horrified while he shook the empty sake bottle. We're out already. That's not possible. Kotetsu and Izumo shouted in unison as everyone else began looking around for more liquor. What the hell do you mean we're all out of sake? Kotetsu shouted as he grabbed the empty bottle from his friend. We wouldn't be out if you hadn't drank more than your share? Izumo accused as the Hyuga stood and glared at him with a slight blush from intoxication. Well, excuse me for having the stressful life of a servant to not only my Hokage, but to my clan as well. Kami-sama knows I needed that wine more than any of you. I need something to keep me from falling to pieces. Hamachi shouted as the other members sighed and glared at him. We don't give a crap about your home life, and you know that. When you're here you share, and you broke the unspoken rule by taking more than your fair share. You know what that means. Kotetsu said as Hamachi nodded. Shunsui awoke from his nap as he saw that his fellow 4 members were yelling. You guys should take it easy. It's only natural that sake should disappear. Shunsui said as he lay in his napping position. Hamachi nodded as the others turned back to glare at him. Shut up, Shunsui-senpai. Don't try and make it sound like it just evaporated. It's gone because he drank it all. The big pig. Sudan said as Shunsui shrugged and went back to sleep. What are those fools down there yapping about now? The head of the barrier team said from his spot at the front of the sphere that was the main point of their sensing system technique. They're out of sake already, so they're about to play a game of cards to see who's gonna buy more. The man across the sphere from him said, as the head of the barrier team. Fools, it's only sake, Head said as he sighed deeply at their actions. If the Hokage saw them like this? Sir, what's that? The man said as the head looked to the spot of the barrier sphere that he was pointing at. It was a dot that seemed to be circling just outside of the barrier. Probably just one of the stupid birds looking for an easy meal out in the forest. The head said, waving it off dismissively. But sir, it's pretty damn big. Like a giant bird, sir. It could probably hold more than 3 people with the size of it. The man said as the head grew irritated. It's probably just one of the birds of prey from bird country. One of those rich capital visitors probably got bored with it and set it loose like last time. Just ignore it. The head said as the man sighed. And if it enters the barrier? Then let the ninja inside the village deal with it. It'll be a meal on one of their tables before tomorrow. The head said, another dismissing wave as he looked away from it. The man opposite of him didn't look away though. In fact, he looked at it intently. He didn't know why, but that bird that was flying in random circles seemed ominous? Was that the right word? Ominous? Because he definitely got a bad feeling from the bird. That was easily one of the 2 biggest he had ever seen on the projection. Something tells me tonight we're gonna be in some deep shit. The man said as he sighed, going back to other business. Let me drink with you guys. I think I need it. Omake. Why I didn't show Naruto and Niji's meeting. During Niji's meeting with Naruto, Niji walked into Naruto's office with his head held high and an impassive look on his face. Naruto only raised a brow as Niji sat down. So Niji, what can I do for you now that you're not a total asshole? Naruto said as he smirked and leaned forward. Nothing, Hokage-sama, but I've come to get a message to you. Niji said as calmly and impassively as Naruto knew him for. Oh, and what's that? Naruto said as Niji stood up and went to gaze out the window. Naruto raised a brow to the older teen's action, but didn't say anything. It is my understanding that you wish to pursue a relationship with Lady Hinata. Am I correct? Niji said, not even glancing at Naruto as he gazed out the window and down at the people. Yes, her dad and your uncle said he'd be drawing up a marriage contract to ensure that no one could stand against it. Naruto said as he looked at Niji. Then it would seem this message is appropriate. Niji said, finally looking back at Naruto as the latter raised a brow again. Talking to these people was far too much work on his eyebrows. What's the message? It isn't the shuriken and the kunai talk again, is it? Naruto said, his eyes narrowing only slightly as Niji came to sit back down, just as calmly as he stood up. No, it's not. It is that Lady Hinata is like a gentle flower. She is beautiful, wondrous, and most importantly, fragile. She must always be handled with extreme care, and as you know, she is extremely shy, meek, and self-conscious. Niji said as he stood, standing behind the chair as he gazed at Naruto. Did you know that Hayashi-sama has allowed me to study the main branch techniques of the Hyuga clan? Niji asked suddenly as Naruto blinked. No, I didn't know. Naruto answered slowly as Niji smiled, almost evilly in Naruto's opinion. Good, because if Lady Hinata were to somehow be trampled upon, or even a petal of her were to fall, I would be looking for an extreme training partner to practice some of the more dangerous techniques on. Niji said as he gripped the wooden chair, making nail marks in it. For instance, did you know the Hyuga main branch has a technique called the 8 trigrams air palm? It's an attack that can destroy basically whatever it is directed at, and like all of the other Hyuga techniques, it doesn't leave a single mark on the skin. Niji said as he moved from behind the chair so he could lean in Naruto's desk and get in his face, using the Hyuga glare that all Hyuga were taught as small children. What? Naruto said as he leaned back in his chair. The ANBU of the office didn't even bother coming out, since it wasn't really any of their business. This move would complete crush whatever it's faced with, like say the reproductive organs of the human body. Destroyed beyond repair, and no one would be the wiser as to how they were completely obliterated. Not even Tsunade-sama could tell you why. Niji said as Naruto gulped reflexively. Was he being threatened, successfully he might add, by the very guy whose ass he kicked during the Chunin exams? Yes. So, if I were to ever hear of any physical, emotional, mental, spiritual, or even removal damage done to Lady Hinata, I will come looking for you, and you can trust that with these eyes it won't be too hard to find you. Niji said as his Byakugan came to life with a blaze of churka. Then when I find you, we'll have ourselves a friendly little sparring match, because if anyone could take a Hyuga in a fight it would be the Godame Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, right? Niji finished as Naruto paled and began to sweat profusely. Alright, Naruto said as he trembled and nodded his head quickly. If there were 3 people that scared Naruto, they were a drunk Tsunade, a pissed-off Gaara, and an even more pissed-off Hyuga, the last being either Hinata, Niji, or Hayashi. Though right now that Hyuga was Niji Hyuga. Good. Well then I shall be taking my leave, Hokage-sama. May you and Lady Hinata have a long, happy, and perfect life together with however many women you have. Niji said, a smile on his face as he backed away from the desk and bowed formally to Naruto. But if I hear that Lady Hinata has been mistreated, not gotten enough attention, or that she is unhappy, then your genitals shall pay the forfeit. Niji said as he came out of his bow, a dark look in his glare as Naruto nodded quickly. I hear you loud and clear. Now get your ball-crushing ass out of my office. Naruto said as his mind was still working past the fact that Niji had, just about 3 months ago, tried to kill Hinata out of spite and hate. Niji bowed once more as he turned to leave from Naruto's office. Please keep in mind what I said, Hokage-sama. Niji said firmly as Naruto sighed and sank into his chair. Thanks Niji, I'll be sure to keep all that in mind. Naruto said as he looked visible paler and was sweating slightly. Niji stood from his chair and bowed formally to Naruto. Thank you for your time, Naruto-sama. Niji stated as he turned and walked out of Naruto's office. And next, Naruto shouted out shakily as Hinata poked her head through the door.
Crazy-ass Hyuga?
Chapter 14, Reaction Attraction, the Big Finale. Jiraiya walked through the halls of the hospital looking for one person. His intent on finding her was about as strong as she was. The reason he wanted to see her is because of the hospital policy, which he wanted to talk about. He was intent on finding Tsunade Senju, the head medic ninja and chief of medicine and surgery. Normally he'd wait a few days more to see her about this kind of thing, but this time it was of the utmost importance to him. She was now a part of the medical staff, and not just any part, but the head of it. Naruto had commissioned her just the other day during that meeting where the civilian council had finally said why they were always so pissy. Now that he thought about it, they did have a bit of a point, but he had to side with the ninja view of things on this. He was biased and he didn't care. If there weren't any ninja, then no training, protecting, or spying could be done, which meant that this village wouldn't be around anymore. And while on that fact, if it weren't for 2 ninja clans coming together, then the village wouldn't even exist. So there. Jiraiya sighed as he walked further into the hospital. He always had these things. They were like just saying, don't worry, you're just in a giant place where people are slowly dying around you, so get comfortable, because your ass is gonna be here a while, and if that wasn't bad enough, these places had the N-words. No, not that, you racist bastards. We love people from Kumo. He was talking about NN needles? Those disgusting things with their impaling and penetrating. He'd be sure to make a lewd comment about that later, but right now he was needle-hating. So Tsunade-sama, what is your diagnosis? A voice was heard behind the door Jiraiya had just walked by. Did it say Tsunade? I've never seen a case like that kid's before. There's just so much emo in him it's ridiculous. He doesn't show any emotions except for anger and contempt. I'd smack him if I thought it'd help. He heard Tsunade's voice. He turned around and looked at the door. On it was a plaque that read, Tsunade Senju, head of staff, and chief medic ninja. He smacked himself for not having noticed that at all. Tsunade-sama, what's with that smile? Why are you so happy? Jiraiya raised a brow to that. Was that Shizun's voice and Tantan's oink of agreement? I don't know. I just feel like some idiot I know has finally had a realization about just how stupid they are. Tsunade's voice drifted out as Jiraiya grew an annoyed look, but then remembered why he was there. He pressed his ear to the door. So what about this boy, Tsunade-sama? Shizun asked as Tsunade hummed it over, meaning she was in thought. I'll name it, and from there we'll have to find a cure. Tsunade said as Jiraiya shook his head. The poor sap was being made a test monkey for Tsunade. What will we call it? I got it. Little fag bitch pansy ass sissy syndrome. Tsunade said as Jiraiya had to use a silencing seal on himself just to laugh. The two others who were in the room with Tsunade laughed loud and long just as Jiraiya did, but then their laughs died down in a sort of awkward silence. You're not serious, are you, Tsunade-sama? Shizune asked as Jiraiya could just imagine the look Tsunade was giving her. Yup, I sure am, Tsunade said in her mock southern fire country drawl. Okay. Sasuke Uchiha is now diagnosed with little fag. Bitch. Pansy ass. Sissy syndrome. Oh, God, why are you doing this, Tsunade-sama? Shizune asked after she had tortured herself through the name. Jiraiya could tell Shizune's face was red and that Tsunade was probably smirking up a storm. 2 reasons. 1, 'cause it'll probably get the kid to be a damn kid instead of an emo Avenger. In fact, I'll diagnose the Hyuga and the Aburame with it next to get them to stop being some strict and creepy. The other reason? 'Cause I'm the top cock around here finally. Finally, I get to rub it in the faces of those old fossils. Finally, my plans to have a team of medic ninja and 1 medic ninja on every team will be in effect. I'm head bitch now. Mwahahaha. Tsunade said as Jiraiya backed away from the door, hearing thunder and lightning as she laughed manically. Tsunade-sama, you still have to have it approved by Naruto-sama first. Plus, if he shoots it down dash. Don't rain on my parade, Shizune. I'm having a good day, and I don't need your cynicism. Besides, he can be persuaded by the right forces. Tsunade said as Jiraiya pressed his ear closer to the door, whipping out his notepad and pen and writing feverishly. This would make the perfect scene he had been having trouble writing, 2 medic ninjas seducing their younger superior to win his favor, and his children. Hee. Perfect. Suddenly he was on the floor due to the door not being his support any longer. He looked up and was greeted with a sight that he loved to see, the panties of a pure and innocent nurse. Oh yeah, that one scene was going in the book. Kakashi was gonna bow down and pray to him for this one. Pervert. The nurse cried out as she stomped his kunai and smoke bombs, though those weren't really the items she had stomped, she still crushed them as well. Oh well, it was worth it. I thought I smelt a toad nearby. Tsunade said as she moved to look at Jiraiya. He was up in a flash as he stared at her. The very skimpy nurse outfit and lab coat making her look far more sexy than annoyed. Thank the heavens for this sight. Jiraiya screamed as he bowed down and started chanting that he wasn't worthy of what was before him. Tsunade gave him a look as she looked over to the mirror in her office. She struck a pose as she thought about just how sexy she looked, but then started glaring at Jiraiya. You can look all you want, but don't touch, you perverted old tadpole. Tsunade said as she walked back around to her desk and sat behind it. I must admit though, at first I was against this thing when Naruto told me it was hospital policy and I was to follow, but now I think that I've become the wet dream of every male, and even some females, in this place when I walk around. Tsunade said with a smirk as Jiraiya thought to treat Naruto to as much ramen as the boy could eat for this one heavenly act. Though he was elated on the outfit, it wasn't the only part of the hospital's policy he had come to see her for. Sighing and putting away his notes he gave Tsunade a serious look. Tsunade, seeing the serious face, motioned Shizune to shut the door as Jiraiya sat in the chair in front her desk. What is it, Jiraiya? Normally if you see me like this you're a perv for a bit longer. Something the matter? Tsunade asked as Jiraiya nodded. You sensed it too, didn't you? That strange chakra that entered the village an hour ago. It feel like old man Inoki's, doesn't it? Jiraiya said, his serious tone making Shizune uneasy as she stood by the door, taunton clutched in her arms while Tsunade nodded. Yeah, it does, but you don't think the old fart is hopping around, do you? From my sensory abilities it felt like it's in the air. Plus, last I heard the old man was still Tsuchikage. Tsunade said as she produced some sake from behind her desk. I know, my spies just sent me a message and fast too. The old man is planning something big from the looks of it. It involves a bunch of genin from his village. And really, Tsunade? Having and drinking sake while in a hospital? Naruto will surely chew your ear off for that. Jiraiya said with a small smirk as Tsunade narrowed her eyes, but then sat back sipping her sake with a smirk of her own. If you don't rat me out, then I'll share with you, especially when you're stuck in here yourself. Tsunade offered as she gave him a saucer and poured some into it. Then my lips are sealed. Ha! Jiraiya said at his unintended joke. Him a sealing master? Me, a sealing master? I bet the Sarutobi-sensei still didn't see that one coming. Jiraiya said as Tsunade nodded. Yeah, you were the dead last in the academy, but you had talent. Just not the type that blossomed in a classroom. So, what are we gonna do about this weird chakra? Tsunade said as Jiraiya sighed. Not sure, but I know that Naruto will need to be made aware of it if he isn't already. I'll call for an Umbu team to come with me, but I have another question. Jiraiya said as Tsunade looked at him. Did you sense that other chakra as well? It wasn't as flashy as the one that's circling the village, but it's hidden itself under another chakra. Jiraiya said with narrowed eyes as Tsunade crossed her hands and nodded. Yeah, I know. It feels almost like that old bat from the Suna, Chio. It's not as powerful as hers, but still as deadly and well controlled. If I hadn't been seeking out chakras to find that Lee boy, I wouldn't have noticed it, or the one like the old fence-sitter. Though, this one is hidden within another body. It's almost like that abomination of a jutsu Orochimaru used to use back in our days as Jonin. Tsunade said as Jiraiya got up and walked toward the door. Can you fight? Jiraiya asked, not bothering to turn to Tsunade as he rested his hand on the doorknob. Which will you take on if I can? Tsunade asked, not looking up from her saucer as she toyed with it by making the contents swirl around. The puppet one. Naruto and the others can switch when we draw them close. Just like old times. Jiraiya said, and though he wasn't facing her, their mirrored grin said everything. Just like old times. You engage first, and I knock M down. If only Orochimaru wasn't a pedophile and a demented asshole, then he could knock M back up and we could start the process all over again. Tsunade said as Jiraiya let out a bark of laughter. Yeah, just like old times. He said as he walked out of the office, deep in thought over what would come next. With Naruto. In his office, the Jonin and high-ranking ninja of the village lined the walls. All of them had come not 3 minutes after they were called, except for Kakashi, who had arrived the very second they were called. Naruto had to snicker at that. Fear got a lot of things done. So we're gathered here today to join this Nara and this Aburame in holy dash, Naruto began, but was interrupted by Kurenai, who had stepped forward to address him. Anko and the others were snickering, except Guy, who was muttering about the powers of springtime youth. Hokage-sama, that's not why we're here. Kurenai said with a sigh as Naruto looked at her. Then why are we here again? Naruto said as Shino and Shikamaru stood in front of his desk. I don't know, Hokage-sama, but that's not the reason. Kurenai replied as she stepped back into line. Naruto looked down at his desk and then he remembered why he had called both of them into his office after chatting with the mutt. He meant Kiba, not that lovable dog Akamaru. Oh, right. We're here today to honor one of the wishes of the old man, I mean the third Hokage. Naruto said as he got serious. He sighed as he continued on, now to be quite honest with you guys, I don't know what to do. As you know, with that invasion, and the final exam being suspended, it was the opinion of many that none of the students should pass this time around, and that includes you too. Naruto said, his left elbow resting on the desk and his chin resting on the palm of his left hand. Shino and Shikamaru fidgeted slightly under the lazy yet steel gaze of the ruler they had grown up with. However, I know for a fact that the third held both of you in high regard, and I hear that he had nothing but the highest praise for your match, Shikamaru. Naruto said as he grabbed the ink brush that was in the ink tray at the corner of his desk and began writing in a blank scroll. He meant to recommend both of you for Chunin, mainly you, Shika. In fact, all those that observed the fights and your proctors felt the same as the old man did. Both in and out of the exam, the two of you have done well, and so in this case my opinion of the two of you, being lazy and weird, doesn't really matter. Naruto said as he looked up at them, a small grin on his face as they looked annoyed, yet were grinning back at him. From this day forth, I hope that you will strive to achieve a level of excellence worth of those headbands. Congratulations, as of this moment the both of you stand Chunin. Naruto said as the room was filled with light applause. Now, I hereby award the both of you with an immensely practical and sexy jacket. Naruto said as Asuma and Kurenai had the two their Chunin vest. Anko snickered as the two bowed and walked out of the room. The others stared and shook at what was written on the back of the two jackets as the boys walked out. Now, I hereby award the both of you with an immensely practical and sexy jacket. Naruto said as Asuma and Kurenai had the two their Chunin vest. Anko snickered as the two bowed and walked out of the room. The others stared and shook at what was written on the back of the two jackets as the boys walked out. Naruto-sama, you can't just do that. Kurenai said as Naruto gave her a look and snickered as he went back to looking at the words painted in bright neon pink on the back of the jackets. What does that say? Gunma asked to do as they read the backs. The Nara says, I'm a lazy ass, so wait until I'm asleep to rape me. And the Aburame says, I have a bug fetish, want to see my earthworm? Damn, I love our Hokage's work. Adu said as Gunma nodded with a chuckle. Ah, you can't beat the classics. Naruto said as he wiped away a tear. Hokage-sama, that was highly inappropriate. You can't just do things like dash, Kurenai began until Naruto gave her a look. Kurenai, would you like to spend a year with Anko and Ibiki as a guest in their lovely little department? Naruto asked lazily as she looked at him fearfully. And no, Naruto-sama, I wouldn't. Then don't ever tell me anything like that again, or else. Now all of you, get out. I have work to do, and just because all of you got a day off by accident doesn't mean you'll get another for a while. Naruto said as he waved his hand, dismissing all of them back to wherever. He then summoned 3 clones and had them deal with his tasks for the day while he ate ramen. It's good to be the Hokage, Naruto said with a comfortable sigh as he suddenly cut his vision toward a corner. Don't you agree, pervy sage? Naruto asked as said man came from the shadows with a grin on his face. I was hoping you won't have noticed me. How did you? Jiraiya asked as he came to sit in front of Naruto's desk. Naruto simply shrugged as he continued to eat his noodles. I've been around you for a few months, so I know your chakra, suppressed or not, like the back of my hand. I know Orochi teams because it's so dark and foul, it's like smoke in the clean air. I know Granny's due to the fact that it's so controlled and suppressed most of the time, it's the most controlled chakra I've ever felt. Naruto explained as Jiraiya nodded and reached into his shirt, tossing a yellow folder onto Naruto's desk. Naruto sighed as he sat aside his ramen and opened the folder. What is this? Naruto asked as he pulled out documents and files. It's basically what my spies have collected over the week. If I'm not here then the ANBU will come to you with this stuff, so I want you to be familiar with it. Jiraiya said as Naruto scanned the papers with critical eyes, looking over every word with extreme care. Is this true? It can't be right? Naruto asked, not looking up from the papers as he handed one back to Jiraiya. Yup, IWA is planning some form of attack in the next 2 months. I'll be small-scaled compared to most of the things they've tried in the past. They won't try anything large due to the agreement Minato and Old Man Inoki had back in the Third War. Jiraiya said as Naruto sighed and leaned back into his chair. So what'll they do? What's this agreement? And who's Old Man Inoki? Naruto asked as he rubbed his temples. Why were everyone and their Aunt Susan attacking his village? Well, Old Man Inoki is the 3rd Tsuchikage and one heck of a powerhouse. He may be a stubborn old midget, but he's got the power to back up his flat-pin gums. He's the legendary fence-sitter or Inoki of both scales, and holder of the legendary Dust Release bloodline. As for the agreement, it was when your dad was destroying Rock Ninja left and right with that jutsu of his. The old man had to call off the war on Konoha, but Minato didn't want just that. No, Minato went all the way to Iwagakure and stuck his seals all over the village. He then got in front of Old Man Inoki and told him point blank that if he ever attacked Konoha again that he'd slaughter the old man's entire village, save the civilians. That's basically the real reason that IWA hates Konoha so much. They despise the fact that some of Minato's seals may still be there, and that we'll train another ninja to use that jutsu. Jiraiya said as he leaned back. Naruto raised a brow, which Jiraiya knew to be a basic sign of the kid gaping like a fish. Would my dad have really done something so barbaric? Naruto asked as Jiraiya shrugged. Times were much different 20 years ago. Nowadays you kids can go around with honor, dignity, and fight in the middle of daylight, but back when I and your dad were your age or older we had to take every advantage there was. Those were the days that we were true ninja instead of day-brawling fighters. Jiraiya said as Naruto stifled a chuckle. So, what are they gonna do to my village? Naruto asked as he summoned an ANBU. Tora bowed as he waited for his orders. Don't worry about that now, there are more immediate threats. Jiraiya said, his face growing serious as Naruto nodded solemnly. So you sensed it too, sensei? Naruto asked as he leaned forward while Jiraiya nodded. Not just me, but Tsunade as well. I'm not sure how many others have sensed it as well, but it's safe to say that only a handful of us can take on these opponents. Jiraiya said with a serious look on his face while Naruto nodded. I sensed 2 chakras that were far stronger than any in this village, aside from ours. Naruto stated as Jiraiya and he looked toward Tora. Ah, it's good to see ya, Tenzo. How you been holding up? Jiraiya asked as the Toramastambu scratched the back of his head nervously. I've been fine, Jiraiya-sama. Tenzo said as Naruto raised a brow. You two know each other? And your name is Tenzo? You look more like a Yamato. Naruto said as he gazed back and forth between the two. Yeah, we know each other. He was one of the kids that Orochimaru experimented on when he found that criminals and prisoners were unvarying. Jiraiya said, showing only the slightest bit of sadness in his voice. As for the Tenzo part, that's his codename. You didn't know? What kind of Hokage are you, brat? Jiraiya said only to receive a paperweight to the face. I'm new at this, you shameless perv. Excuse me for not knowing every single thing right now while I've been trying to deal with all these happenings in my village. Naruto said as Jiraiya clutched at his nose. Anyways, these 2 chakra signatures in the village? I'm sure they're Akatsuki. Jiraiya said suddenly as Tenzo's head shot up and Naruto remained calm. I figured as much, but what bothers me is that they showed up as if they knew I was Hokage or something. Naruto said calmly as Jiraiya nodded. We can only assume that they do. We can also assume that the other great ninja villages do as well. It would stand to reason with Iwa's sudden want to attack and why the sand is moving so quickly to meet with you. Really now? Naruto asked with a raised brow as Jiraiya nodded. Yeah, they plan to set up another alliance between our 2 villages. They'll be here by the end of the month. Okay, so about this Akatsuki threat that invaded my village. Actually, I'm a bit surprised that they made it past the Konoha sensory barrier. They couldn't have known how to move past it like Itachi did, because only elite Umbu for our village know how to do that. Jiraiya said in thought as Naruto's left eye twitched. Konoha barrier? Naruto asked as Jiraiya blinked at him. Yeah, you know the barrier sphere that covers the entire village, above and below the ground in a complete barrier. It's really difficult to get past, because the thing senses anything and everything that moves past it that has chakra in any form. Itachi got past it by using information on it, which was the fact that the barrier stops to witch out at high noon. These 2 Akatsuki however couldn't have possibly known that, especially since Itachi attacked they start switching out at midnight instead. Jiraiya said as a vein in the high right corner of Naruto's forehead began to pulse and throb intensely. They are so fired, literally. Naruto muttered as he stood up. I'm sure you and Granny have some form of plan to deal with them, so just tell me. Naruto said as he placed his Kage hat on the desk. Yeah, we do. Listen, me and Tsunade can't fight the one above the village, but you might be able to with your dad's jutsu and the others you learned while we were tracking Tsunade. Do you think you can? Jiraiya said as Naruto nodded. Yeah, but they don't seem to be moving in just yet. They'll probably wait until nightfall. I'll take Tenzo with me, while you and Granny handle the one that's on the north wall. Naruto said as Jiraiya nodded and disappeared in a plume of smoke. Naruto turned to Tenzo with a thoughtful look on his face as the Umbu fidgeted a bit. Tenzo's a code name, right? Yes, Hokage-sama. And I, as Hokage, can change it anytime I want, right? Yes, Naruto-sama. Then from this moment on your name is Yamato. Naruto said as he pointed dramatically at the man, while the latter sweat dropped at him. Why yes, Hokage-sama. Let's go, Yamato, and switch into a Jonin uniform. I need to go see Iruka-sensei. Naruto said, turning on heel and walking away as the ANBU that were still in the shadow snickered at 10, Yamato. Better get going, Yamato. A female ANBU snickered out as Yamato glared directly at her position. Shut up? He muttered as he hung his head and followed after his Hokage. With Sasuke. He sat at the table of his home in complete silence. He didn't really know what to do. What could he do? He could go to Orochimaru for the power that he was promised, but if he did that then he'd end up just like Naruto's vision. He could still remember Naruto doing his impression of Itachi. To unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan, you must experience major emotional trauma. Like killing the person who is most precious to you, your best friend or brother. Naruto had explained that by him having killed Itachi he got the Mangekyo, but at what cost? His brother had been the good guy all along, and his clan was the bad guys. To have revolted and planned against the village was something that would have caused so much trouble that no one would have survived. Was Itachi really the good guy instead of the evil asshole he had been made to believe? Of course he was, but should that stop him from killing Itachi, the only family he had left besides this Madara character? Speaking of Madara, everything was this bastard's fault apparently. This bastard had left the clan, only to come back and kill it. But, he didn't and helped train Itachi to do it for him. Then Itachi had to leave, with his only wish being that his little brother never being told the truth. Well, that was stupid. I'm gonna murder Itachi. Sasuke muttered to himself as he glared at the table, I have a right to the truth. I should have been told from the beginning. And if you had? A voice said as Sasuke didn't even bother with it since he knew Naruto had ANBU watching him. Hell, if he were Naruto and Kami, how bad did that sound? He'd have ANBU watching him too. Things could have been different from what Naruto said of the future. Sasuke said, still glaring at the table while the boar-masked NBU dropped to his side and sat on his table. Why can't they be different now, Uchiha? They will be, but I'm saying that the future that Naruto saw could have been different as well. So what are you gonna do? Kill your brother? Go to Orochimaru for power? Or are you gonna stay and make things right? I don't know. I still hate Itachi for killing our clan, but I also hate our clan for wanting to revolt. Loyalty is key, yet loyalty was put over family life. Everything I knew to be true is falling around me as lies. I hate the council for ordering my clan's death, but they did it after the peaceful way was disbarred by my father. My own father wanted to revolt against the village, even after he would tell me to be loyal to it no matter what. What the hell is true anymore? Sasuke screamed out as he clutched at his head and writhed out on the floor, slowly going out of his mind as it shattered and rebuilt itself. Your friends for one, and don't give me that bullshit about how they aren't your friends because I know they are. Did you know that after your clan was eliminated I was assigned to watch over you daily alongside the previous boar? Boar said conversationally as Sasuke sat up. No, I didn't. Sasuke said, stating it as if he wanted her to get straight to the point. Well, it's just that while I watched over you I saw everything, even that which you didn't show others. I know more about you than most people. I know that you hate when women and girls either try to mother you or get you on a date. I know Naruto was your first ever true friend, because he didn't care that your clan was killed or that you were the last Uchiha, but still treated you like a real person and not some kind of fairy tale. I know that you and him, as kids, used to play with the Nara boy and the Aburame boy. I know that as you grew older you thought more and more about the death of your family and how you came to hate Itachi. She said as she crossed her legs while Sasuke simply stared at her. I know that you secretly cried at night because you'd wake up from nightmares about Itachi coming back and killing Naruto. I know that you started to act cold and indifferent toward Naruto to drive him away so Itachi wouldn't come back and kill him. I know that you started do this to everyone to shut them out because of the same fear. I know that it didn't work on Naruto and you started thinking him an idiot for still being around you. I know that when the academy started that you put every waking moment into training so that you could kill Itachi and one day have friends and family. I know that at the end your first year of the academy you came home and wrote down your life plan. I know that it consisted of killing Itachi, adopting Naruto as your new, cooler brother, having an average wife who wouldn't fawn over you, having 2 kids, and becoming an ANBU captain. I know that dash. I get it. You know my entire public and private life story. Is there a point? Sasuke shouted as Boar didn't even move at his shout. The point is that I know you, and the true Sasuke has already made up his mind about what he's gone do. So what are you gonna do? I don't know. And you don't know me. Oh, but I do. I know that your very first crush was on Naruto, because you thought he was a tomboy the first few weeks you knew him, due to him having uncut hair and a thin figure. She stated cheekily as Sasuke glared at her, his cheeks slightly red. That will never leave this room. He growled out as she chuckled lightly. Sure thing, kid. Now again I ask, what are you going to do? First, I'm gonna kick Itachi's ass, get this curse mark off of me, then I'm gonna make that family I always wanted, and get some goddamn rice balls with dried tuna and tomatoes. Good, brat, Boar said as she sweat dropped and got off the table. She began walking toward the shadowed corner of the room, and remember, if you ever need someone to talk to, I'm always here. She finished as she walked into the shadows, but right before she stepped into them he called out to her. Wait. What's your name? Sasuke asked as she tapped the bottom of her mask as if it were her chin. You can call me Inoshi. See you later, kid. And remember what I said. She said, finally disappearing as if she were never there. She knew she'd have to answer to her Naruto about her actions, but maybe it was worth it. Yeah, I'll remember, stalker, Sasuke said, knowing now that he had an ear to always hear his cries. She giggled to herself as she resumed her position of watching him. Should she have mentioned that she also knew that he still had the small crush on Naruto? Nah, she could use that for blackmail material. With the Anko, Kurenai, Asuma, and their genin. They had all gone to Yakiniku Q, the favorite Korean, Gyukaku-style yakiniku restaurant of Team Asuma. The restaurant is large with wide windows, multiple green-seated booths, though some tables allow customers to sit down on the floor with green cushions as their seats, menus plastered on the walls, and due to their Gyukaku style, each table has a charcoal brazier built in the center and is equipped with tongs for cooking, since the Gyukaku form of dining is when the customers cooked their own food after they ordered the food raw. Anko, Ino, and Choji were laughing aloud. Kurenai, Asuma, and Hinata were chuckling as they sat back while Kiba crossed his arms and grumbled underneath his breath. Shikamaru was getting annoyed while Shino took it in stride as they both had finally got the pink messages off their backs. Damn it, don't laugh. Shikamaru groaned out as he placed his head in his hand, refusing to meet the eyes of ours. What's wrong? Finding it too troublesome to be raped in your sleep? Anko said. Kurenai smacked her arm playfully. Anko. Kurenai admonished as Anko continued to snicker. I'm just glad it wasn't permanent. Shino stated blankly with a slight blush as everyone laughed at the mere thought. I'm just glad those old ladies stopped hitting you too, and calling you perverts and freaks. Hinata said quietly, yet they heard her and laughed more as Kiba slammed his hand on the table in annoyance. Man, it's not fair. How come you two got promoted and not any of us? Kiba shouted as Kurenai groaned. Kiba, you lost to Hokage-sama in the preliminaries. Be glad to can say that Akage beat you, Kurenai said as Enko snickered at the dog boy. Yeah, besides, these two helped out in the invasion and went beyond what they had. Shino defeated that puppet kid, and Shikamaru helped stall an entire squad of sound ninja from killing Naruto-sama and his teammates. Enko said cheekily as Kiba banged his head on the table. Ino and the other genin looked at Shikamaru and Shino in awe as the two looked away slightly. Ino broke out into giggles with Choji chuckling heartily. Damn it, don't laugh, Shikamaru said half-heartedly under his breath. We can't help it. Now all of a sudden even you seem respectable, Shika. Ino said as Hinata blushed and hid her own giggles at Ino's statement. Alright, that's enough picking on them. Anyways, let's celebrate their promotions like we came here to do. Asuma said as he raised his glass. The others did the same, well except for Choji, Enko, and Kiba who took over half the meat from the grill. Choji, Kiba, don't eat now, we're about to make a toast. Ino scolded as the two had already stuffed their mouths while Hinata and Kurenai nodded to her words. Kurenai rounded on Enko, who was stuffing the last piece into hers. You as well, Enko. You should set a better example for these kids. Kurenai chastised as Enko swallowed her food and gave a grin. Why don't you do so by sticking your tongue down Asuma-kuen's throat, Kurenai-chan? After all, these two are gonna need lessons to bag Hokage-sama. Enko said as she gestured to Ino and Hinata. Asuma, who was drinking anyway, spit it out all over Kurenai, who had been sitting across from him. Kurenai gave a deadpan look as she wiped the drink from herself while she, Hinata, and Ino were blushing. Cheers. Asuma offered weakly as he held up his glass and everyone toasted. Cheers. They all said just as weakly as they toasted glasses while Enko sat back and snickered. Her work there had been done. Later, with Iruka and Naruto. That seems like a lot of scrolls, Naruto. Are you sure you'll need them all now? Iruka asked as Naruto's clones were walking out of the Konoha ninja archive with a scroll each. Naruto glanced at Iruka, who was beside him, as he nodded and continued to direct his clones. Yeah, Iruka-sensei. I've only got the bare basics down for my elemental churkas and just about everything else. The only things I have mastered are seals. I still need a lot of help with everything else. Jiraiya-sensei told me about a private training ground reserved for the Hokage only, so tomorrow I'll be there while a clone is helping you hand out missions. Naruto said as Iruka nodded in understanding. Right, and that reminds me, why weren't you at the mission hall today? I waited over an hour for you to show up and unlock it. Then an umbu comes out of nowhere telling me you won't be showing up. What happened? Oh, I was dealing with meetings all day today, but don't worry, things will calm down after today. At least, I hope? Naruto said as the last of his clones left the building, him and Iruka right after them. Oh, what else is gonna happen today, Naruto? Iruka asked as Naruto frowned in deep thought. Iruka was almost taken back by the sudden action. Naruto had very rarely frowned and when he did it so openly, all hell was gonna break loose. Iruka-sensei, I want you to tell the head of the academy to send all the students and staff home for early today. Understood? Naruto said with a serious edge in his voice. Why yes, Hokage-sama. Iruka said as Naruto waved his hand, dismissing immediately. Iruka nodded quickly and disappeared to do the task. Whatever was about to happen was enough to worry Naruto, and that was more than enough to worry him. Hinma, Ado. Naruto shouted into the air as he walked down the street, the two named ninjas suddenly appearing at his sides. Send out the message to every ninja of every rank to get the civilians off the streets. I want all those who are not of ninja rank in their homes in less than 20 minutes. Yes, Hokage-sama. The two said as they saluted and jumped off to do as they were told. Izumo, Kotetsu. Hokage-sama. The two said as they appeared before him. I want an alert to every jonin and umbu within the village. Tell them that they are to safeguard the villagers and take up defensive points to do so. I don't care how they get it done, but if I hear of even one civilian causality. Naruto said, leaving the threat hanging. Kotetsu and Izumo nodded as they leapt off to spread the word. They were getting tired of being errand boys. Yamato. Naruto shouted as the aforementioned man leapt behind him. Hokage-sama? Yamato asked, dressed in full jonin garb aside from his Konoha headband that was more like a face guard. You're with me for this one. I had a clone in my office read your file. I'm impressed. If things get too out of hand then I'll need you. Naruto said as Yamato blushed from the praise and faith Naruto had in him. Yes, Hokage-sama. I await your orders. Let's get going, the night is already upon us. Naruto said as he walked toward the Hokage mansion, Yamato trailing right behind him. Naruto glanced at the nighttime sky with narrowed eyes. He could already see an unusual bird in the sky, circling over the village. With Sasori. He slinked out of an alley with practiced stealth. Glancing around, he could see that no one was on the streets or in their businesses. It seemed as if everyone had curfew. Of course they would. They did just have an invasion a short time ago. Sasori said aloud to him from inside Hirako. He continued to slink away toward Training Ground 7, completely unaware of the two figures watching him. Now, or later? Tsunade asked from atop the building Jiraiya was standing on the side of. Later, he's going to one of the training grounds, so we'll fight him there so we don't endanger anyone. You heard what Izumo said. Jiraiya replied with a slight grin. Yeah, that kid seems like he'll enjoy punishing people. It's like a big prank that he can get away with, without question. Tsunade said as she and Jiraiya jumped into the night sky and continued to trail Sasori. Though all of them were unaware of the girl who had spotted all of them. Sakura watched as Tsunade and Jiraiya leapt after the hunched-over figure. Whatever was going on she was gonna find out. With Deidara. He had his bird high over the village as he used his scope to watch the Hokage in his office. It seemed as though the guy was pretty busy. He was stuck behind his desk doing paperwork like any other Kage would. Deidara almost felt sorry for the kid, being 13 years old and having to deal with that kind of enemy was inhuman. Oh well, perhaps if Kakuzu wasn't going to kill you I could have brightened up your day by showing you some true art, yeah. Deidara saw the boy yawn and leave his desk. He saw the lights of the office go off as the kid was obviously going to bed like the rest of his village. Apparently the village was on curfew. But, that's to be expected. Orochimaru did invade them just about 2 months ago. It looks like they've recovered well, but they probably still have a ways to go. Oh well? Deidara said as he formed a hand sign. Take me down, he said as his bird followed his command. He jumped off and landed on the roof of the Hokage's mansion, no one in sight. If he was gonna spy on the Kyuubi boy, then why not get some Konoha secrets in the meantime? Infiltration complete, and successful, yeah. Deidara said, but his eyes widened as he dropped to his knees, a heavy pressure in the air as if some kind of weight was in the air itself. I think not. Came a cold, yet firm voice. Deidara lifted his head, the voice sounding much younger than it should for someone with so much churka that they could affect the very air around them. Deidara looked up and saw that it was a boy like the one in the office, yet this one was dressed like a noble samurai. He even had a sword at his side. Right behind the boy was a Konoha jonin that wore a face guard instead of a headband. I'm not getting out of here easy, am I? Deidara asked with a grin working on his face. Perhaps he would get the chance to show this kid, and all of Konoha his art. You're not getting out of here alive. Naruto stated as he slowly began to draw his sword. With Sasori. He was faced with a problem, and not just any problem, 2 of the legendary Sannin. Now he may have killed Akage, but these 2 would be trouble. I don't suppose you'll let me go? Sasori said. After all their job was spying not combat. Sorry, but you've crashed our party. Jiraiya started as he gathered his churka. So we're gonna crash your face. Tsunade finished as she punched her open palm, churka already prepared. Sasori gazed at the 2 of them from within Hirako. He sighed, as he readied his puppet's weapons. If there was no way out of it, then prepare to be added to my collection, Toad Sage, Slug Princess. Sasori said as he made Hirako's tail come forth. All opponents locked eyes and they began. The battles were on, but who would be the victors? Chapter 15, Got No Strings on Me. So, did you guys hear? Konoha has a new Hokage, and get this, it's Minato and Kushina's kid, Naruto. Turned around from his seat in the bar like everyone else as they listened to the head Cloud Jonin as he brought news from the council. It had only been a few months since the death of his father, the 3rd Raikage. Everyone had assured him that the title of 4th Raikage would be his no matter how long the Shinobi Council deliberated on the matter. He, like everyone else in the bar, was in a state of shock. They had all known the Yellow Flash had a child, no matter how long Konoha had tried to hide the fact. They had seen the boy during the Chunin exams, and the feudal lords and clients had spread the word of the last Uzumaki boy. It wasn't very hard for the ninja to connect the boy with his late mother, Kushina Uzumaki. If you had ever heard anything about Kushina then you would know 3 things right away. One was that Kushina was not a woman to be messed with, unless you were suicidal. 2 was that she harbored an intense love for Minato, and a burning hate for any woman trying to get her man. And lastly 3, Kushina screamed at the top of her lungs that she and Minato were having a child. Truth be told, that was when everyone, living and dead, found out that she was the loudest woman in the history of the world. Now when she ran from village to village telling everyone the wonderful news, in which Konoha Anbu and Minato had to stop her, they were all extremely worried. But then came the unexpected Kyuubi attack, and the death of both mother and father. The world had mourned, and yet, celebrated the death of both. Hey, don't look at them like that. They were enemies of Konoha after all. It wouldn't be for another 12 years that the world would hear from another Uzumaki. The tale of Naruto Uzumaki, savior of wave, had spread like wildfire throughout the ninja world. The villages had grown worried since they knew no orphan kid would just be named Uzumaki without a good reason. They had all done digging and found out that the boy was born on the very day his parents died, and that he was the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. It would be a few months after the boy's saving of wave that he'd reappear as gossip again for his supposed battle against Orochimaru in the middle of the Chunin exams. Though they had all brushed that aside as gossip, they had gotten a rude awakening to the boy's growing power when he defeated Niji Hyuga, a supposed prodigy within the Hyuga clan, and later that same day Gaara of the desert, the Jinchuriki of Shikaku. They did more digging and found out that he was indeed the son of Minato and Kushina, so the village had grown wary of battling Konoha. It would be another 2 months when the rumor of the boys defeating Orochimaru alongside the other two Sannin would surface. They had all taken that rumor more seriously since seeing the boy in the Chunin exams, so now with the news of the kid becoming Hokage, they were shocked, but not surprised. So the brat really is just as powerful as his parents then? I wonder if those other rumors are true. One of the Kumo ninja in the bar said as they only grunted and downed his sake. Well, I hope not. It'd be tough dealing with a kid that had Kushina's churka chains and the elemental star abilities. Another ninja said as they stood up. The kid's nothing special. I'll crush him just like his dad if I ever get a hold on him. A exclaimed as one of the nearby ninja scoffed. You couldn't even catch Minato, Asama. What makes you think this kid isn't faster? The ninja said as they turned to him. Because his father was a failure, and the kid will be too. A snapped as sighed. Let it go, eh? The kid's got nothing to do with that. Said solemnly as they glared at the man while the rest of the bar grew silent. The whole reason we pulled out of the Third War was because that bastard Minato was supposed to be the savior of the world. But where is our savior now? Dead in a grave with his wife while his child is playing Kage. Jiraiya told us that Minato was supposed to be the child of prophecy, but the only one I see is a dead one. A shouted as the others in the bar lowered their heads, their spirits damped as they stomped out of bar. When the time comes, I'll test that brat myself. If he's our real savior, then he'll live to fight another day. We'll put our titles on the line, but if he's not our messiah, then as the fourth Raikage, which by that time I will be, I'll crush him and Konoha, and become the light myself. Exclaimed as he walked out, small smiles on the faces of the people inside the bar. Asama is gonna test the kid, huh? We better hope he ain't dull then. The ninja next to said as nodded with a smile of his own. Yeah, Darui, we better hope not. Said as one pair of eyes locked on the two, writing down some lyrics that had just come to mind. Konoha. How bothersome. I was hoping to avoid conflict since this was supposed to be a simple spy mission. Tell me, how did you discover me? Sasori said in the gruff voice of his Hirako puppet. You didn't even bother to conceal your churka signature. There are only 3 puppet users in the history of Konoha. Your churka, it's sharp and perfectly controlled to the point that I just couldn't help but take notice of it. It's perfect for medical techniques. Tsunade said as Hirako's head nodded. Truth is that I have no talent for medical ninjutsu, so I didn't bother with anything more than the basics of it. I do however love learning about the human body. Let me show you. Sasori said as Hirako's mouth opened, only to fire off a barrage of poison needles. Tsunade. Jiraiya said as he flashed through hand signs. Tsunade had already jumped to his side as his hair came around them and hardened into a protective barrier. Humph, well that didn't work. Sasori said as he stopped firing, conserving needles for later in the fight. Jiraiya opened his hair barrier as Tsunade shot forward, only to jump to the side to avoid getting poisoned by the kunai from Hirako. She brought up her heel and let a quick kick to stop another one from stabbing her, making the kunai spin in the middle of the air. She spun around and kicked the kunai back at Hirako as the tail from the puppet batted the kunai away. Do it! Tsunade shouted as Sasori grew slightly confused. Huh? Sasori said as he checked all around him, only to find Jiraiya coming down at him with a Rasengan in hand. Damn! Sasori said as he moved his puppet's tail at high speed, catching Jiraiya in its grasp only to throw him at Tsunade, who begrudgingly catch her teammate. Damn, are you heavy, Jiraiya? Tsunade said as she dropped him to the ground. I resent that. Jiraiya muttered as he got up, everyone back to where they started from. So before I die, how about a little art show? Deidara said as he slowly rose to his feet. Naruto raised a brow as Yamato got into a stance. Art show? Naruto asked as he fully unsheathed his blade. Yes, you see, I'm an artist. I travel the world showing everyone I encounter my special brand of art. Deidara said as he reached a hand into his pouch, only for his eyes to widen as Naruto's blade was at his throat. When had the kid moved? I find that hard to believe, but I'm curious. Show me this art of yours before I lop off your head. Naruto said as Deidara got out some clay. It's just clay, my dear Hokage-sama, sir. I told you, I'm an artist, not a fighter. Deidara said with a grin as Naruto backed up a bit but Yamato stayed on guard. Deidara cupped his hands together and moved them around, shaping the clay. He uncapped his hands to show Naruto and Yamato a small clay butterfly as Naruto smiled lightly. That's very beautiful. Naruto said honestly as Deidara smiled back. Thank you, Hokage-sama. You're the second person to ever say something like that. Now watch this. Deidara said as he formed a hand sign. The small butterfly began to flap its wings and take flight. It flew to Naruto and around his head a few times before it landed on his finger gently. My, that's very impressive. Naruto said, curious as to how Deidara had gotten the clay animal to move. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Deidara said as the clay butterfly flew back to him. He cupped his hands together and the butterfly became bigger and more detailed as Naruto watched Deidara closely. A gift, from me, to you, Hokage-sama. Deidara said as the butterfly gently floated over to him. Right when it was in front his face it began to glow. Yamato's eyes widened as he moved to reach his Hokage, but he won't make it in time. Pretty. Naruto said before the butterfly exploded in front his face. Hokage-sama. Yamato shouted out as he saw the explosion take place. Art is an explosion. Deidara said with a grin as the young Kage was engulfed in the boom. This is getting tedious. We're not getting anywhere, and none of us are striking to kill, so why don't you just let me go? Sasori drawled as Jiraiya grinned. So, who are you anyway? Jiraiya asked, completely ignoring Sasori as Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Jiraiya, that's not his true appearance, it's puppet shell. You've already seen that it's got plenty of traps and functions, if even one of its many weapons nicks your skin you'll die from the poison each of them have on them. Tsunade said as Sasori narrowed his eyes inside Hiriko. How did you find all of that out? Sasori asked as Tsunade smirked at him. I saw the jaw contraption when you attacked us the first time. Then from there when you launched those kunai at us. When I had kicked the first I saw small amounts of poison come off of it and into the air. You're a puppeteer, so I made the assumption that you use poisons, and since that scorpion tail came out just to stop Jiraiya I knew that wasn't your real body. You've shown me a lot in just this short time. Tsunade said as Sasori's eyes widened at her deduction. Jiraiya simply regarded the stoic puppet warily after hearing that word he hated so much. Poison. Jiraiya trailed off, feigning fright as he suddenly burst into action, releasing a volley of shuriken. Tsunade merely lifted her foot and impacted the ground, making a large amount of earth come up to which she kicked at Sasori's puppet. Sasori's completely ignored the shuriken flying at him, merely shifting the position of his puppet so they hit armor rather than the joints. The puppet's tail shot out a great metallic tip moving with undue speed flashed in front him, destroying chunk of earth that was sent at him. It broke right through it and kept going. Jiraiya jumped in front of Tsunade and blocked the poison tip with his hand guards. Before Sasori could pull back Tsunade grabbed the tail and ripped it from the puppet. Sasori had heard many tales of Tsunade's strength, but for her to rip apart steel ball bearings? That was monstrous. Tsunade threw the tail away as Jiraiya picked her up and spun in place, throwing her lowly at Sasori, who was still in shock. He got over his shock as he saw her coming at him. How foolish. I can see through your ploy, Sannin. Sasori said as he launched a hail of poison needles toward Tsunade. Tsunade spun in midair as the needles came at her, impacting her fist against the ground to send herself into higher air. Sasori didn't even bat an eyelash at the move as his needles continued toward Jiraiya, who was made to dodge them in a rather comical manner. Sasori, while Jiraiya was distracted, took the opening and sent his tail at Tsunade, who was midair and no way of dodging. The tail impaled her through the midsection as Jiraiya and her both showed great surprise at her even being touched. Before Sasori could do anything else, however, he felt the bottom of Hiriko begin to crack from some form of attack. The giant puppet Hiriko jumped away just as a figure burst from the ground, their fist having already impacted the bottom of the large puppet. The puppet's underbelly began to crack and fall out as Sasori ejected himself to the right side of the cave, shrouded in a black cloak. Tsunade landed next to Jiraiya, dirt-ridden and out of breath. Jiraiya grinned, but then he noticed something. Tsunade was cut? Tsunade was cut. He scanned the area, and saw that there was in fact a small needle near where Tsunade had burst from the ground. Tsunade? Jiraiya said, building his churka as Tsunade nodded. I know, but there's nothing I can do about it right now. Tsunade replied as Jiraiya shook his head. I can't do anything to him without you at my side, but there has to be something you can do about that. Jiraiya said as Tsunade clutched at her side where the cut was. It was small, and if not for the poison racing through her then she would have healed it before she had even reached the ground again. Tell me, how did you do that? Sasori said just as the remains of the mud clone fell to the ground near his Hiriko. The puppet itself disappeared in a show of smoke as Sasori sealed it away, wanting to make repairs and improvements for later. The moment my fist impacted the ground to shoot me in the air, you lost sight of me due to the uprooted earth. That was when I made the clone and started digging. Tsunade said as the cloaked Sasori nodded, seeing the genius of the plan. Exactly what I'd expect from the Sannin, though I can still tell none of us are fighting at our full capabilities. Sasori said as he threw the black cloak away to reveal himself. Jiraiya and Tsunade gasped upon seeing his face, but then they both burst into laughter while Sasori's eyebrow twitched. Ha! It's just old Lady Chiyo's grandboy. I thought we had some reveal trouble like the old bat herself. Tsunade laughed out as Jiraiya slapped his knee. I thought it was old man Hamura's son. Oh boy, thank Kami it's just little Sussy Poo. Jiraiya said as Sasori's face contoured into annoyance. What the hell's so funny? I'm more dangerous than either of those relics. Especially that decrepit old hag that calls herself my grandmother. Both of them pale in comparison to my skill in the puppet arts. Sasori yelled as neither two stopped laughing. Listen kid, you might want to just give up now, because you are nowhere near old enough to stand a chance against both of us. You poisoned me, and it's damn hard using my churka to keep it from really affecting me, but I've got about 20 to 30 years on you in the use of poisons and cures. I did beat your granny after all. Tsunade said with a mocking wink at the end as Sasori fumed. I don't care if you beat the old bat. I surpassed her years ago. Sasori yelled out as he reached into his Akatsuki cloak and got out a scroll, and I'll show you now. He unraveled the scroll to show the symbol for 3 on it and in a cloud of smoke, brought forth a big puppet that hovered in midair right over his shoulders. The puppet looked human-like, besides the lines on his face that clearly made it a point that he was a puppet with the casual lines used to open and close a mouth. He was covered in rags, his arms had various incisions as if they could open. While Tsunade and Jiraiya were slack-jawed and wide-eyed at the sight of his puppet, mainly because they knew who it was and what it meant for him to be in possession of it, Sasori thought over the remains of his Hiriko puppet and frowned. It wasn't completely destroyed, just the bottom of it. He didn't really think anyone would be crazy enough to go under a deadly weapon that only laid a foot or so off the ground, but then again she was a Sannin. Thankfully it wasn't damaged beyond repair. While human puppets' parts were hard to come by because he was the only one who could make them, that on top of they were incredibly hard to repair, even for him. Still he had reason to repair him, and make his pride and joy better. The Slug Princess had shown him that his battle strategy, and one of his favorite puppets, had a major weakness in them. When he got out of this battle and back to base, he was definitely going to add some defense attachments to the belly of Hiriko. He did know one thing though, you couldn't use such a strategy against this puppet. Tsunade and Jiraiya both gaped at the released puppet for a moment before recovering their composure. Even they, 2 of the legendary Sannin, had to admit that killing a Kage, any Kage-level ninja, was a tough battle that no one would know the outcome of ahead of time. So for them to see this puppet and know who it was made from, well they knew that Sasori couldn't simply be captured for interrogation anymore. He had to die, because kidnapping, killing, and making a puppet out of a Kage-level ninja, especially the strongest Kazekage of all time, was not something they took lightly. The boy was on a whole another level than his granny. The 3rd Kazekage, huh? Haven't seen that face in a long time, Tsunade? Jiraiya said as he shook his head with a boyish grin. Tsunade chuckled beside him as she cracked her knuckles, knowing the real battle was to begin. No, Jiraiya, I haven't. It's been about 20 years since the world in whole has last seen him, but here we are face to face with his stuffed corpse. So, human puppets, huh kid? That's. Tsunade said as she lowered her head, but then brought it back up to give Sasori a hard glare, despicable. Say what you like, Lady Tsunade, but I find his now state a true work of art. Sasori said as he moved the puppet slightly so it rested on his shoulders like a trophy wife. Art? Kid, stuffing squirrels is one thing, but to do it to your own species is another. Though, I suppose as ninja it's not in the top 10 of bad things. Hell, maybe not even in the top 100. Jiraiya said as he shrugged his shoulders. Thinking it over, Tsunade shrugged as well because Jiraiya was right. The kid wasn't even a tenth as bad as their former teammate. I wish we didn't have to kill you here kid, because I'd love the chance to compare notes with you about that human puppet of yours. Tsunade said as she raked her hand through her hair with a sigh. Now that I think about it, it's a pretty good thing, ninja-wise anyways. Thank you both, but that wouldn't stop me from killing you. Sasori said with a slight smirk, but that didn't last long when a giant toad landed atop him and his puppet. Wow, how the hell did he not see that coming? Jiraiya said as Tsunade shrugged. The giant toad dispelled to reveal a black dome of sorts where Sasori and his puppet had been. Impossible, to have survived the weight of the bringing down the house jutsu toad? That one toad weighs more than a small village. Jiraiya said as the dome slowly broke apart to show a pissed-off Sasori. Okay, now I'm mad. Sasori said as he shrugged off his puppet and launched it at them. They were so dead now. Here it comes. Jiraiya said, getting into a battle stance. I can see it. Tsunade said, getting into her own. Sakura watched as the battle between the Sannin of Konoha and Sasori of the Red Sand. She knew of him from the Konoha criminal history class at the academy. Apparently Sasori was a rather skilled puppeteer, but he felt like Suna was holding him back. He was said to be very skilled, and now she was seeing him fight against the last two loyal Sannin. Even though she knew they could win, she wasn't sure how long it would be before that poison affected Lady Tsunade. Even now as she hid in the bush at the edge of the water, she could tell from the way Tsunade was dodging the puppet that the woman was trying very hard to show she wasn't affected. Sakura's eyes widened dramatically as she saw that Tsunade was being led into a trap. While Jiraiya was dodging the iron sand abilities of the third Kazekage puppet, Tsunade was doing the same and evading the puppet itself. She had to do something. She hastily pulled out a kunai and steeled her nerves. She needed to help Lady Tsunade. Sasori was just standing back and watching as his plan unfolded itself. At first he had decided to kill Jiraiya with his poison since the man was the main fighter, but that plan died within the first second since the man started moving faster and more gracefully than before. Sasori had then switched tactics and gone after Tsunade. The woman might be able to hold off his poison at their current level, but if he pumped her full of more she'd be in greater danger. Plus, after he escaped from this damn village, he'd be sure to get started on poison which no medic, not even this damn slug princess herself, would be able to cure. He could easily see her getting closer and closer to her death as the tail of Hiriko slowly rose up into its position. Soon she'd be impaled on its scorpion tail and he could then crush the toad sage with the iron sand's full power. Yes, the woman was in place. Time to spring the trap. Now, you're dead. Sasori yelled as he jerked a hand back. The third Kazekage puppet rushing forward as Tsunade's kunai clashed against its bladed mechanisms. The puppet pushed her back a bit, but that was all that was needed as the tail of Hiriko came shooting out at her. A clanging sound was heard as a pink blur passed near Tsunade. Tsunade turned around to the source of the sound as she punched the third Kazekage away. Behind her was that little pink-haired girl she saw when she had healed Sasuke Uchiha. The girl was holding back that tail she had ripped off earlier. She had wondered where that went, but she could think on that later. Girl, what the hell are you doing here? All non-jonin ninja or higher were sent inside their homes. Get the hell out of her, girlie. Tsunade yelled as Sakura pushed off the tail and stood ready. It wasn't that she ungrateful for the girl saving her, but still. I'm sorry Lady Tsunade, and you can tell Naruto to punish me later, but I want to stay and fight. I'm not the weak little girl anymore. I'm tired of sitting on the sidelines while Naruto and Sasuke do all the fighting. I can help. Sakura said as Tsunade stared at the girl in wonder, remembering a time long since pasted. Flashback. Sarutobi-sensei, I'm not a little girl anymore. I can fight too. Tsunade said as Sarutobi sighed, smoke billowing out as he did so from him smoking his pipe. That may be true, but you will not. These intruders are after you as the granddaughter of the first Hokage and grandniece of the second. It would be unwise to allow you to do battle simply because the others are getting hurt to protect you. Sarutobi said as Tsunade pouted and crossed her arms. Both of them were inside a bunker with Sarutobi, as the third Hokage, being the final defense against the waterfall and cloud intruders. But Orochimaru and Jiraiya are out there risking their lives. Why do they have to protect me? I can protect myself. Tsunade shouted, tears in her eyes as she thought the worst would happen to the only family she had left, her team. They fight to keep you safe, and to be sure you are never in this state again. Isn't that right? Sarutobi said as he opened the metal bunker door to reveal completely battle-worn and torn Jiraiya and Orochimaru, both keeping each other up by hanging on the other's shoulder. Jiraiya, Orochimaru? Yeah. Sarutobi-sensei's right, Tsunade-chan. We'll always protect you. Now maybe, you'll go out with me. Jiraiya said through ragged breath as he fainted to the floor. The moron is right, Tsunade. You are our teammate, our family. I'll protect you with my life, little sister. Orochimaru said, though keeping himself composed. He too collapsed right next to Jiraiya. You see Tsunade, they wish to protect and keep you safe, because they are more than your teammates. They, like everyone else in village, are your family. They are your brothers, and they will always want to protect you. Sarutobi said as Tsunade stared at the unconscious forms of her teammates, no, her brothers. End of flashback. Girlie. Tsunade said, not knowing the girl's name. It's Sakura, Sakura Haruno? Lady Tsunade. Sakura said as Tsunade blinked, but then nodded with a smile. The girl had guts if nothing else. Before either of them could react, the tail sped forward and wrapped itself tightly around Sakura. Sakura! Tsunade screamed out as the tail jerked away when she tried to punch it. The thing seemed to move with a mind of its own as it hopped and slithered away from both Tsunade and Jiraiya in their attempts to rescue the screaming pink-haired girl. Sasori was finding himself greatly assumed by the scene in front of him. Him, the greatest puppet master of all time, making two of the legendary Sannin run about like fools behind a wooden tail which he was controlling. Yesterday was a great. Sasori's eyes widened as a blur appeared behind him. He didn't get the chance to turn and see who it was as the person started striking him at his churka points. Sasori jumped away before the person could strike them all. It was a good thing puppeteers could reopen their churka points, or else he would have been in trouble. Damn it, who the hell are you? Sasori asked as he made the tail and girl come to his side as he moved away from everyone else. Hayashi Hyuga, lord of the Hyuga clan, and this is my nephew, Niji Hyuga, prodigy of the Hyuga clan. Hayashi said with a small bow of respect, with Niji doing the same. It will be a pleasure to assist in your defeat today, Sasori of the Red Sand, kidnapper and killer of the third Kazekage. Niji said as he slipped into the gentle fist stance alongside his uncle. Everyone stay back, or the girl dies. Sasori said as he flexed his index finger, making the stinger of the tail rest against Sakura's neck. The slug princess may have been able to survive this long by speeding up the white blood cell production process and creating a natural vaccine in her body, but does this girl have the same skill and experience to do so? I think not. Sasori finished with a smirk as Tsunade glared at him and Jiraiya gritted his teeth while the two Hyuga grew more rigid in their stances. Now, let's play a game. Sasori said as he outstretched his other hand and sent the third Kazekage to do battle with them. Today was becoming fun? My, you certainly are a troubling one, Hokage-sama. Deidara gasped out as he could feel his neck about to snap under the pressure of the boy's grasp on it. Really now? Because people have been saying it my entire life. Naruto said as Deidara grinned at him. How did they get to this point, you may be asking? It was directly after the explosion that Yamato started doing battle with Deidara. Yamato used several earth and water-style jutsu, hoping to catch Deidara off guard when he suddenly used a wood-style jutsu. Before they even got to that point in the battle, Naruto had burst out of the roof and caught the guy by the neck, hoping to snap it as he gazed at the man coolly. Naruto didn't much like the grin the Mad Bomber had on, so he snapped the guy's neck like a toothpick before he could try anything. Imagine their surprise when the guy turned a grayish-white and became clay. Yamato's eyes widened as the clay clone started glowing. Oh bother! Naruto said before the thing exploded in his grasp. Coming out of the same hole Naruto had, Deidara dusted himself off as Yamato glared at him. Whoa, you'd think he'd be smarter than to actually think I'd let him strangle me. Don't ya? Deidara said as he grinned at Yamato. I'm gonna kill you. Yamato said furiously as he went through 3 hand signs. No need, I'll do it first. A calm voice cut through the air. Deidara and Yamato's eyes widened when out of the smoking explosion, out came a completely unharmed Naruto with his sword already in mid-swing to lop off Deidara's head. Back down the rabbit's hole. Deidara shouted as he fell backwards, Naruto's katana passing over his head, cutting his bang of blonde hair as he fell into the hole head first. Naruto went through a few hand signs as he took a deep breath and held it. Fire style, forest flame jutsu. The Naruto blew out heated flames that went down the hole, coming up the other from where he had first been, but not before Deidara had jumped out and high into the air. Deidara twisted his body as he landed atop his already prepared clay bird from earlier. He soared around Naruto and Yamato as he looked down at them. Hokage-sama, how do you keep doing that? Yamato said as he stepped beside his Kage. Shadow clones, Yamato. I'm able to switch with them in the blink of an eye, because they are me. Naruto stated, not taking his eyes off of the bird as Yamato looked at him in awe, remembering another time on the battlefield. Flashback. Hokage-sama, how were you able to get through that field of paper bombs? That should have been impossible. A younger Chunin Yamato asked as Minato patted his head with a smile. My Hiraishin Jutsu allows me to move at instantaneous speed from one seal matrix to the other. One moment I'm there, and in the same I could be here. It's like I've always been standing here. Minato said as Kushina knocked him over his head. Idiot, don't give away your techniques. Kushina raved as Minato chuckled. Yeah well, we best get back to base away. End of flashback. Yamato, stand back. Naruto said evenly as he stepped to the railing of the Hokage mansion, snapping Yamato out of his thoughts. What are you gonna do, Hokage-sama? Yamato asked as Naruto turned back to him, a small smile on his face that let Yamato know that he was both safe, and that he had asked a really stupid question. Whatever it takes to protect my village as its Hokage. Naruto said, standing on the railing. Let me out, you insufferable woman. Naruto's out there fighting those people who work with my brother. I need to help him kick their asses. Sasuke said as he pounded on his front door, trapped inside his house while chuckles could be heard from the shadows. No can do, Sasuboy. Hokage-sama's orders were to keep every genin, civilian, and academy student within their homes. The Chunin are patrolling the streets and the jonin of all ranks are on standby to help with the battles. Inoshi said as she rose from the shadows, clad in all her ANBU gear. So what? I don't care about his stupid orders, the moron is gonna get himself killed. I have to go, he needs my help. Sasuke said as Inoshi sighed and sat on the wooden floor, patting the spot next to her for him to seat. He crossed his arms, thankful that in the privacy of his own house he could pout and be as childish as he was now while he sat. Listen young Padawan, Hokage-sama is doing everything he can to keep all of you safe. The only genin that got out of it was that Hyuga prodigy kid, and he's there to help the Sannin to close up things alongside his clan head. Something about that Haruno girl being caught dash. Whatever else Inoshi was going to say found itself suddenly cut off by 7 things all in a split second. The first was the sound of chirping birds. The second was the sight of blue lightning in the palm of Sasuke's hand as he shot at the door. The third was the resulting explosion Sasuke's Chidori caused as it made contact with said door. The fourth was the disappearance of said boy as he hopped off into an out-of-sight roof. Inoshi blinked as she struggled to make sense of the situation, but found that she couldn't. For a genin to break through an umbu-level barrier seal was something near impossible, but having known Sasuke for his entire life, she knew she should have expected the sort from him. So there was only one thing left in her thoughts. Was it something I said? Inoshi asked herself as she blinked again, getting up and following after the boy to be sure he wouldn't die, because she knew if he did then she'd be next. Kabuto, call forth the sound ninja 4. I have an assignment for them. Orochimaru said through gritted teeth. It was now time to put his plan into action. As you wish, Lord Orochimaru? Kabuto said, smirking as he turned away from his master. He scoffed, knowing full well that he had but one master and he would do anything and everything to serve him well. Orochimaru-sama has a mission for you 4. Kabuto said with his smirk still in place as he adjusted his glasses while gazing into the shadows where 4 figures were. About damn time. A girl muttered as a large figure rose to full height, easily twice as big as her. Some action. Another figure said, this one male, I'm in. A voice of almost identical nature spoke directly behind him. Then let's not waste time talking. The big figure said as another dropped his head from where he was on the ceiling. Indeed. The one of the ceiling said with a grin on his face. Kabuto couldn't help but let his smirk grow even wider. Plans were being put in place. The plans of many were now falling into place, but the true question was, whose plans would succeed where others will fail? Chapter 16, Coming at You with a Boom. Looking off in the distance, Deidara saw a giant toad appear from nowhere as it dropped to the ground. From atop his bird he saw the poof of smoke as the toad dispelled, and a black dome where it landed. Deidara grinned as he watched the fight with scope. That was until a shadow moved over him and his head was loped off. His body fell toward the ground, but it was kicked back into the air before it exploded in a wide range of the sky. Naruto landed atop a roof as Yamato jumped across buildings to join him just as he resheathed his sword with an audible click. I really thought you had him that time, Hokage-sama. Yamato said as he looked up at the black smoke cloud. Naruto merely sighed and ran a hand through his hair as looked up at it too. I think I'm starting to see it. His art, I think I understand it now. Naruto said as he weaved through hand signs. We need to get rid of the bird. Naruto said before inhaling deeply. Fire style, dragon flame bombs. Naruto blew out a torrent of red-hot flames that took the shape of a dragon head. They headed straight for the bird as it made no move to get out of the way. The contact between the two was an explosion twice the size of the Deidara clay clones. Yamato grinned only slightly as he looked about, a kunai held tightly in the ninja-style reverse grip while he gazed around. I don't see any movement, Hokage-sama. Yamato said as Naruto glanced over at him, eyes of purple ablaze as Naruto seemed excited and yet bored at the same time. Naruto raised a brow as he slightly pushed Yamato to side. Yamato only gave a confused look as he let himself be pushed. The look turned into one of horror as he watched a rain of clay spiders attach themselves to Naruto and the building top. Yamato used the momentum from the push and jumped across the gap in buildings as Naruto was blown up with the same bored look on his face. He really needs to stop doing that. It got boring after the second time, though I'm glad he never does it in the same way twice. Naruto said as he appeared beside Yamato. Yamato gave a slight sigh of relief, only slight because he was mentally berating himself for still being surprised at all. I think the spiders were his fastest attack, Hokage-sama. If we could just dash. No, I'm sure that they weren't. They still entered my sight long before they fell from the smoke cloud. He's not going all out. He's preparing for a large-scale escape. Those 2 sacks of clay are still half full each probably, so he's trying to injure me so he can get away with a large diversion. If he can, he'll save just enough of that special clay to create a bird large enough for him and the other that invaded the village to escape on. I just can't see why he's not trying harder to stop us. Naruto said as he shrugged off his Haori and scarf, handing them both to a Jonin ninja. He called to him, "Take those back to my office, and then check with the others." While in the air I saw that Hayashi had moved from his post and is now engaging the other enemy alongside Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Niji. I appeared that the enemy took a captive, but I couldn't see who due to some form of a tail thing being over it. With a nod, the ninja was off. A captive? Wait. Didn't you just say the genin named Niji was there? I thought you ordered all genin to their homes along with the civilians and academy students. Yamato asked as Naruto chuckled with a small smile. To be honest, I've never really considered Niji a genin, even before becoming the Hokage. He's always so calm and cool about things that he always seemed like a jonin or something. That's why I didn't say anything when I saw him on patrol with Hayashi. Though if any of the others got out? Naruto said, trailing off as a figure leapt out of the smoke and spun in open air. Naruto threw 3 shuriken at it as he moved through 3 hand signs. Ninja art, Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. The 3 shuriken turned into a volley of 30. The figure moved through most of them and batted some of them away, yet it was still caught by a few. It dropped to the street below before exploding as Naruto moved his gaze toward Deidara, who was clapping as he slowly walked down the street. Though his clapping was for long when a Naruto clone sprang out of the ground behind it. Deidara jumped away, but the clone narrowed its eyes as it simply tossed a kunai at Deidara. The bomber's eyes widened for a second as the kunai struck true into his heart. He smiled as his body glowed and exploded into the open street as the Naruto clone dispelled. I truly have figured your art out? Naruto said as he turned to look up at his mansion's roof. There sat Deidara on the railed edge as he casual swung his feet like a child. Deidara. Oh, Hokage-chan? Tell me, what you've discovered about my art. Its beauty, its finesse? Or perhaps its destructive force of pure brilliance? Deidara said as Naruto's eyebrow twitched slightly at the "chan" comment. He sighed as he coolly shook his head. No, none of that. It's only because of these eyes that I can see it. You see, my eyes don't see chakra, or memorize movements. No, my eyes see distance, detail, and default. But what I can see most of all is that your art, with all its beauty and explosions, is boring. Naruto said with a shake of his head as Deidara looked at him in shock and confusion, before it all turned to murderous rage. He stood straight up on the railing in a flash as he glared venomously at Naruto, trying to burn a hole in the young Kage's head. What did you just say, Hokage-chan? Deidara spat achidly. No one ever calls his art boring. No one. It's always a blast, and no pun intended. It's boring, plain and simple. Naruto drawled with a blank look, you make so many artful animals, and clones out of it, and they explode. That's it. Nothing new, and nothing special, especially if one likes fireworks and festivals. Perhaps if you had joined the traveling carnival, then your art wouldn't be so stale. Naruto said as Deidara looked steamed. His fists clenched as his nails dug into his palms. His teeth clenched just as tight as he gritted them. How dare the brat call his art stale? The nerve of him. The boy would be dying today. Deidara dug into his pouches as he muttered curses at Naruto, but then shot a look at Yamato. He took a deep breath before smirking as Naruto raised a brow. Let's see how your little lapdog likes my art dash. Wood-style jutsu, naivety of life. Yamato shouted out from the street as he pressed his palms against the bare ground. Deidara blinked in mild confusion as the Yamato next to Naruto turned to wood and fell apart. Deidara watched as large branches shot out from the ground around Yamato and toward the sky, some branches shooting out at him. They attempted to ensnare Deidara, but he quickly moved, ducked and weaved out the way as he slid down some of the branches. However, the branches eventually got him as one snaked around him and caught him from behind. The others quickly moved in and entrapped him as they tried to squeeze the very life from him. They gave him almost no room to move, and even smaller to breathe. Deidara cursed and used a close-range explosive as he hopped away from his now burning entrappings right as a sharpened branch impaled the spot he was in. The arm of his robe was burned off as he used said arm to do a hand seal and called out, "Katsu." A small clay spider exploded and destroyed another branch that allowed the light of night to get into the now wooden jungle, but he did not dodge the knee to the gut and the punch to his jaw. Deidara was forced to flip onto another branch, but he was ensnared by a wooden man coming out of it. It was the young Kage that landed on the opposing branch, but the Jonin that held his arms in wrestling grip. What just happened? Deidara asked in true confusion as he had not seen either move within the literal jungle of branches and leaves. This Jonin here has the Shodai's abilities. Naruto said simply, not caring if Deidara found out or not since he had already seen Yamato perform jutsu. I figure that out, but how did you move to intercept me so quickly? Deidara said as he felt something move under his skin. Good. Shadow clones. Naruto said as his eyes caught the very subtle movements under Deidara's Akatsuki cloak. His eyes widened when he felt something attach itself to his back, and he moved forward when the explosion caught him. Hokage-sama. Yamato shouted, tying his wooden clone body around Deidara before diving into the many branches below to help his Kage. As Yamato dived he heard yet another explosion, but before he could look up, the shockwave hit him and knocked him into a painful sideways handstand along a tree branch. I guess the littlest Kage is just big talk and no walk, huh? Smart-mouth brat should have shut his trap, yeah. Then he wouldn't have gotten hurt, Deidara said as he created a clay art, rising high through the treetops as he soared atop his beautiful creation. He had escaped the woven branch's grip and blew it up as soon as he saw the Jonin dive for his beloved brat. He jumped away and put his hands in front of him. Huge amounts of clay came from out his mouths and took the form of a dragon. Yamato, not having seen his Kage, prepared himself to make the artist pay for his crimes as Deidara jumped on the dragon's head and soared through the treetops. Deidara dodged all of Yamato's thrown kunai, and even the swipes the man had made once he got in very close range. He threw 2 clay birds at Yamato, hoping to keep the guy back while his dragon was still orbiting the man-made jungle. Yamato was forced to duck behind a branch, but the birds followed him. Deidara had his dragon move upward some before the birds exploded. He smiled smugly as dug his hands back into his pouch and noticed that he was getting low on his clay. Damn, these ninja are starting to annoy me. I kept showing off, but they used clones to escape me. Perhaps it's time for my grand final, and master escape, yeah? Deidara thought as he and Yamato began their fight once more. Damn, this is just getting more and more difficult. I hope Deidara will commence extractment soon. Sasori thought as he and his Kazekage were forced to duck, weave, and dodge all the attacks of the 2 Sannin and 2 elite Hyuga. He didn't realize that they would actually fight him more furiously once he took a hostage. He had done the same in wars, but every time he had done so, the Konoha ninja had given in so easily. Perhaps these elite were different? Yeah, the footprint on the left ass of his Akatsuki robe proved that. Damn that slug queen. Deidara, after being forced to jump from his dragon and back into the giant tree, realized that he had a very big disadvantage when he fought within it. It only took Yamato 2 minutes to destroy the clay dragon with a large branch. He had been forced to detonate the thing, causing several branches to fall onto some few buildings around the district. He tried keeping the fight between them a long-range one, but that damn wood man, as Deidara had named him, proved to be too quick and far too unpredictable. He had even managed to get in a couple of slashes and swipes with those damned kunai of his. Right now the two were hidden from the other, yet they knew exactly where the other was. His clay creations detonate on contact with anything, I believe. That means that if I can time a throw right and make it accurate, then I can give him a taste of his own medicine. Yamato thought as he patted his pouches once, a few kunai left, and an entire volley of shuriken. Sweet. Deidara jumped out of his hiding spot, having finished his constructions as he came from behind Yamato. He threw his 2 clay birds, but before he could enlarge them, Yamato threw several shuriken at him. The metal projectiles hit the explosive clay, almost directly in front of Deidara. They detonated. Deidara growled in pain as he was too close to the blast, having been blown back by it. That was not fun, Deidara said as he flew backward through the smoke. Yamato, using the momentary distraction to his advantage, thrust his right arm forward. Several wooden pikes came out of his arm and shot toward Deidara, piercing the terrorists in his chest. Deidara's eyes widened as he fell the way of Naruto, down into the darkened bottom of the tree branches toward the ground. Yamato watched as Deidara fell toward the trunk of the tree and heard a thud. He was about to turn away, but suddenly a white spot caught the corner of his eye. He turned his full attention to it, seeing the body he had hurt turn into clay. He looked up just in time to see a dozen clay spiders from above. "Damn!" Yamato shouted. "Katsu!" Deidara shouted as Yamato limited his vision with his forearms to stop his face from being hurt, and that was his mistake. The clay spiders latched onto him while he looked about himself in shock. There was only one thing to do. He had to. Deidara repeated his earlier actions, and in a flash of bright light and thunderous noise, Yamato was gone. Deidara let a smile grace his face as he watched the woodman get blown to bits in a particularly beautiful display of his art. A sudden flash of pain wiped the smile off his face, as he was about to turn toward it, but a fist had other plans for him. Yamato continued his assault on the former rock ninja, and ended his attack with both hands locked in a hammer move, turning his hands into a giant wooden hammer as he smashed them into Deidara's skull with all his might. Deidara hit a random branch, hard, but he jumped away just in time to avoid the 5 shuriken that had been perfectly aimed at his vitals. The two jumped, dashed, and clashed at each other, explosions and flashes of steel the signs of their battle. Deidara led the fight toward the top, hoping to escape since the Kage brat was obviously dead. Yamato saw through him though, and tried to stop him from breaking through. Deidara, wanting his way more than anything, threw a kunai at the accursed woodman. Yamato dodged, and in a rare moment of slowed sight, he saw an explosive note attached to the handle of the throwing knife. He jumped away, just in time before the explosion, giving Deidara the time to escape. He grinned as he broke through the treetops for the second time, and threw a clay owl for him to stand atop of. He took a large clump of clay and ate it, with his normal mouth. The people of Konoha were going to see the depths of his art, all thanks to their stupid brat of a Kage, and the damnable woodman. Yamato broke through the treetops, but his eyes widened as he saw Deidara spit out a rather large lump of clay. Yamato watched helplessly, since Deidara was far too high for any of his jutsu or kunai to reach, as the clay formed into a large something. Maybe it was a clay person? Deidara grinned as he finished his newest and most brilliant art piece to date, the C-3 bomb. He had just created the thing last week and hadn't even tested it yet, but Konoha would now be the canvas to his paintbrush. It would now know. True art. Deidara howled aloud as he laughed manically into the night sky. They would all pay for the words and actions of that brat and the woodman. They would pay. This looks bad. Yamato muttered as he jumped from treetops toward the ground. He really hoped he'd be able to do something from there, especially since he was nearly out of chakra. Naruto cursed himself for the 30th as he limped along the trunk of Yamato's giant tree. He leaned heavily upon the tree for support as he thought about how weak his body still was. Even though he had jutsu, chakra, and abilities, his physical body was almost still the same as after the Chunin exams. He needed to get into even better shape and way more endurance training. Damn, there was gonna be a lot of work to do later. Naruto limped out into the moonlight as he comforted himself with the thought that he was still stronger than the average shinobi, having known that close-range blast, having taken it without any guard or defense at all, would have killed a normal ninja, and made their body unrecognizable, though he berated himself as he mental screamed that a true Kage should have been far stronger than he was right now. Naruto, eyes cerulean blue as normal, caught a shape rise out of the tops of the trees. Then a white shape appeared and he narrowed his eyes as he knew it was most likely the Akatsuki he had been fighting. He was sure that Yamato could hold his own against the Mad Bomber, but he wasn't exactly sure to what lengths the X-Rock ninja would go to in order to escape. That was when he saw it. Hell, he actually felt it before anything. Now he had been good at sensing chakra, but this thing was so compressed in power that it didn't take any skill or knowledge of chakra sensory whatsoever, that you could pinpoint it just by being in the same country as it. Naruto felt a bead of sweat run down the side of his face as his mind raced. A bomb with the kind of power he was feeling would blow Konoha off of every map with the elemental nations. What would he do? What could he do? Just protect them, Narukuin. A soft, alluring voice whispered in his mind. Q-chan? Naruto mentally exclaimed as the foxy vixen giggled. No time to scream my name, Narukuin. You have to do something. Kyubi said as Naruto nodded, though dejectedly. He didn't have any defensive jutsu yet. He didn't even have a damn long-range jutsu. How could he fail his people so badly? Why was it that every bit of happiness, love, and respect that he got it was taken from him? Why was it that these people, his people, had to die for him? They may have been cold toward him and hated him his entire life, but that didn't mean they deserved to die because of him. Naruto's tears streamed down his face as he could practically see the devilish smirk on the bomber's face. His fist slammed into the trunk of the tree as he cried in silent agony and depression. That was when it hit him. His head jerked up as he stared unabashed at the tree trunk. Would it work? But what if? No, it would. Yes, it would work, but first he needed. Yamato, I need your assistance. Naruto shouted, a powerful and proud roar of hope echoing through the village, his village from his throat. Yamato, having just touched ground, jumped back on pure instinct toward his Kage as he skidded at the feet of Naruto. Use my chakra, Yamato. Help me to protect the village, and show this bastard that the leaves of Konoha shall not burn in his wicked flames. We will use the very land our forefathers labored over. In the name of the Shodai Hokage, I shall defend this village with all my power. Naruto said as Yamato stared at him in awe. His eyes were ablaze with determination like Yamato had never seen in his life. The look in Naruto's eyes wiped away any doubts Yamato had of losing their battle. Yes sir, Hokage-sama. Yamato said as he blazed through hand signs in mere seconds. He ended with a clap of his hand as Naruto rested his hand on Yamato's shoulder, closing his eyes in concentration. Yamato slammed both of his hands down onto the tree trunk as his body glowed a deep earthy brown. The amount of power coursing through his body was amazing. He felt that anything was possible with all the chakra he was just flowing from Naruto, through himself, and into the tree. Whatever Naruto was doing, he was positive that it would change the very face of the village forever. Deidara placed his hands into a hand sign as he dropped the bomb toward the village below. It hovered meters below him before it transformed into a much larger version of itself, outstretching its arms as it fell to the village. Boom! Deidara yelled in glee as his C-3 bomb exploded over the village, covering the entirety of the village in a giant flash of flame and smoke. What the Tsunade and Jiraiya yelled as their vision was encompassed by the bomb. Holy Sasuke whispered in awe as he saw the bomb above the village, Inoshi dropping down beside In as she too stared at the bomb in awe. Hot damn. Inoshi, and Anko, who was on the other side of the village with Kurenai, Asuma, and other jonin, said in unconscious unison. Dirikami. Many villagers whispered from inside their homes as they watched out their windows, the giant clay bomb dropping toward their village as it glowed brightly before exploding. Their vision overtaken with the sight while they clutched their children and families tightly. Deidara hovered high above the village as he grinned widely. He began to chuckle quietly until it escalated to full-blown wicked and maniacally laughter that rang out through the skies around him. The black smoke that covered the entire village was more than funny enough for him. The great poetic justice. Deidara shouted into the night air, he thought that my art was boring, but it turned out to be far too much for him. The irony is astonishing. Deidara had his bird dive into the smoke so he could further base in the glorious glow of victory and dance on the ashes of the once great village of Konoha. He was going to go right to the epicenter and piss on the... What the? How the? It's... Deidara said in a deathly low whisper. Right before his face contorted into pure hatred and anger, impossible. How the hell? Damn them. Damn them all to the deepest pits of hell and oblivion. Deidara glared at the flaming mass of tree branches and the giant dome jungle that overshadowed Konoha, having protected it from his most powerful bomb yet. His eye twitched in fury as he knew exactly who had done the protecting. It had to be that damn bratty bastard of a Kage. He and that damned woodman Yamato. Secret wood-style jutsu, Demeter's retribution. A powerful voice carried through the skies, up to the heavens as Deidara's jaw dropped. Had that been the Shodai Hokage? No, it couldn't be, right? He flew down still, going past the tree. He gazed at it as he realized that his bomb had blown half the tree into nothingness. But, that made him think about just how powerful the tree itself was. He shook his head clear of those thoughts while he searched. He flew down, almost to the ground as he looked for any damage to the village he might have gotten in, and saw none that he hadn't already done before his C-3 bomb. His bird glided around the streets, jonin all staring in one direction and not bothering with him. He turned his bird in the direction and looked until he saw it. The woodman was holding the sweating and barely breathing young Kage at the base of the tree trunk, which had become like a mountain itself. He allowed himself to breathe, not having known he held his breath, as he knew that Yamato was barely keeping himself up and the young Hokage was out cold from chakra exhaustion maybe? He gazed up at the tree that had protected the village and saw that it stood higher than the Hokage mountain and larger as well. Deidara raked a hand over his forehead and through his hair. This had been a very annoying battle for him, and he had only just realized that he used up all of his clay for the next 6 months. It also seemed that whatever spell the Jonin and other ninja were under had been under was shattered like glass as they started attacking him with everything they had. He, even with low chakra and no clay other than his bird, still avoided them all with great ease. Hell, after battling the littlest Kage and that woodman, this was like a nightly stroll as he ducked kunai and avoided jutsu. He flew out of the main village and toward Sasori's black sand. He looked down at the training ground for any sign of Sasori, who he knew was going to lecture him later on about being prepared and having kept him waiting. He sighed as dived down, Sasori spotting him quickly. Sasori saw the white bird out of the corner of his eye and made his plans for escape in a matter of seconds. He moved his tail toward his side as well as his Kazekage puppet. Hayashi jumped at him, but he put the Kazekage's black sand-bladed arm to the girl's slightly bleeding neck. The Hyuga man seemed to freeze up and think about something. He wasn't sure what, but it seemed that the others did as well since he saw the Toad Sage and the Slug Princess whispering to each other. "What do we do, Jiraiya?" Tsunade whispered as Jiraiya's narrowed eyes were locked on Sasori. "The white bird is coming, so that means his partner is here. That giant thing we saw earlier and the explosion that we caused by him. I don't have any defense techniques that can effectively deal with explosions, so we'll have to let them escape," Jiraiya said as Tsunade glanced at him in shock, but quickly returned her eyes back to Sasori. "What about Sakura?" Tsunade asked as Jiraiya sighed solemnly. "They may take her, or they may kill her before they leave just to keep us in shock. Don't make any sudden moves. Remember, she's one of those precious people that Naruto told you about while we were on the road back her," Jiraiya said as Tsunade gulped and nodded. "I'll crush anyone or anything that tries to hurt my precious people. They're special to me and I'll use both my bare hands to protect them from harm. I'll never give up and I'll keep them safe enough my bitter end. That's my ninja way." Naruto's voice echoed in her thoughts as she looked at the unconscious form of Sakura. She remembered when Sasori had knocked the girl out for her loud annoying screams. Her blood boiled when she thought about it, but gritted her teeth and clenched her fists in order to stop her temper from taking control. "Well then, it's been fun, but I really must be going. Goodbye, for I hope that we shall meet again, Sannin, Hyuga, girl," Sasori said as he had the tail throw the girl high and far while the hand on the Kazekage detached to shot off a poison smoke bomb. Hayashi and Niji saw it first. "Cover your mouths and hold your breaths," Hayashi ordered as he and Niji did so. Jiraiya jumped away to catch Sakura and Tsunade charged forward to kill Sasori, but her fist only impacted on a black sand shield as Sasori and his puppets jumped atop the bird with a blonde Akatsuki member. "Had fun, Sasori-senpai, Deidara asked with a grin as Sasori glared at him. "Get us away from here, fool. Move it," Sasori said as the bird took to the high untouchable skies. Both Sasori and Deidara could hear Tsunade loud and colorful curses as they took off into the night and far from the village. Sasori and Deidara finally allowed exhaustion to overtake them as they flopped on the back of the bird, panting as they sweat profusely. "Damn that Kage and his woodman guard. They'll pay for their insults and making my art look and sound distasteful," Deidara said with venom as Sasori glanced over at him. "You almost killed me as well with that explosion, Deidara. Count yourself lucky that the young Hokage stopped you," Sasori said calmly as his thoughts were anything but. Still though, with the power it took to create that enormous tree barrier and make every branch as strong as adamantine. Such power. If I had fought the two that had held off Deidara, then I would have been hard-pressed even more with the Sannin. Thought I must admit that we of both sides were going all out or even attacking much. Deidara and I were scouting out Konoha's power along with that of its Kage, while those in Konoha were trying to capture us unhurt for interrogation and such, though it seemed that those two Sannin weren't really trying to catch me, but more of stop me from helping Deidara. I wonder why. Sasori my man, did you see what I had gone through? That brat of a Kage and his Jonin guard we tough. Even though the Kage didn't use many jutsu, I think he's still too early on for him to have fought well. We should report this to Leader Sama, and have him call off Haiden and Kakazu. Those two won't get the break that we had if they just go into the village destroying things. I could tell the Woodman and Kyubi brat were on to our spy mission. The Jonin didn't jump in to help, and only attacked after they saw that their Kage was alright and knocked out. The Umbu are probably down in the forest below tracking us now," Deidara said as Sasori raised a brow, but nodded. "Yes, we mustn't be too hasty in attacking that village head-on. Itachi and Kisame almost got captured as well, but Haiden and Kakazu don't know the meaning of stealth and subtly, especially Haiden. If they go into Konoha destroying things, then the Kyubi Hokage will merely destroy them and get back any information from their disfigured bodies, or Haiden's cursing head," Sasori replied as they sailed through the night sky. "Well then, that settles it. Now the only question that remains is where to go, your place, or mine?" Deidara asked, but paused to grin as he realized how dirty that sounded. Sasori choked on air before he turned to glare at Deidara. Ha, funny, Deidara. My place in Wind Country should do just fine. Besides, I have to repair Hirako and improve him as well," Sasori admitted grudgingly as it was Deidara's turn to choke. "They broke him?" Deidara asked, shocked to his core. "Hell, some of his bombs couldn't even scratch Hirako's shell." "Yes, and ripped off the tail. What about you?" Sasori shifted as Deidara showed him the 2 empty pouches. Out, completely. That Hokage brat kept using clones and diversions to make me run out. I think when he riled me up by calling my art stall, he was trying to make me use up my clay faster so I wouldn't have any more to escape or attack with. He did it all right. If he had been up and the woodman named Yamato too, then my bird would have gone and both of us would have been caught. Deidara said as Sasori sighed. It seemed that in terms of power the Kyuubi Jinchuriki has more than enough, but his simple yet dangerous logic and forethought is freighting. He must have been able to tell how much pride you took into your art and played on that to get you to do what he wanted. Sasori said as Deidara's eyes widened while he remembered what the young Kage had been saying throughout their battle. I'm curious, show me this art of yours before I lop off your head. That's very beautiful. My, that's very impressive. Pretty. What I can see most of all is that your art, with all its beauty and explosions, is boring. It's boring, plain and simple. You make so many artful animals, and clones out of it, and they explode. That's it. Nothing new, and nothing special, especially if one likes fireworks and festivals. Perhaps if you had joined the traveling carnival, then your art wouldn't be so stale. Damn him. He played me like a violin the entire battle, even when I didn't know it. Whether he was being honest or not, he will die in a glorious blaze of my art the next time we meet in battle. I swear it. Deidara shouted into the night sky as Sasori looked at him weirdly. Your bang, it's been cut. Sasori stated as Deidara blinked, running a hand over his bang only to realize that it had and remember when. The Kage brat cut it with a sword. He's moderately good with one, but I could tell he was holding back on his power. Like sometimes he wouldn't attack my clay clones and he would go straight for the real me. I don't even know how he could tell the difference. Deidara explained as Sasori nodded. We'll have a lot to tell Leader Sama once we contact him. Sasori said with a sigh. Maybe getting his ass kicked by Tsunade would have been better. Naruto, get up, damn it. Sasuke yelled as he struggled against the hold of Asuma and Kakashi holding him back. Sasuke, calm down. Naruto's fine, he's just really exhausted from his battle. Do you not see the size of this tree? He and Tenzo dash. Yamato cut in as Kakashi blinked, but nodded. He and Yamato created it with all of Naruto's chakra. Naruto's chakra and nothing else. Don't you think he deserves some rest? Kakashi said as Sasuke stopped struggling and nodded. Bore, take him back home while Jiraiya-sama, Hayashi-sama, Asuma and I take Hokage-sama, Tsunade-sama, Yamato, and Sakura to the hospital to be treated for injuries and chakra exhaustion. Kakashi said as Inoshi nodded and grabbed Sasuke's wrist, but Sasuke's onyx black eyes widened as he heard Sakura's name. Sakura? What happened to her? Kakashi. Tell me, damn it. What happened to Sakura? Sasuke cried out as he was being dragged away by Inoshi the boar Anbu. Kakashi and Asuma turned back to Naruto's peacefully sleeping face with Yamato on the ground beside him. Naruto looked almost dead with his barely ghost breathes and the almost non-existent movement of his chest rising and falling naturally. Bird and Asuma helped Yamato off the ground while Tsunade was leaning on Jiraiya for support. Sakura was in the arms of Hayashi while Kakashi was given the honor of carrying their young Hokage off a field of semi-victory. You did great, Naruto. I couldn't feel more proud. You use every bit of willpower and you created the shield that saved us all. Your parents would be and are so proud of you. Never forget that. The whole village is safe because of you, and you've done your job as Hokage handsomely. Sleep, Hokage-sama, you deserve a peaceful sleep more than anyone. Kakashi said as he carried Naruto bridal style all the way to the hospital, and into his own private room, blinking when the doctors said that Naruto had always had his own private room, laying the young Kage in bed as the nurse tucked him in. Nothing could make him any prouder. Girls that isn't a popsicle, on second thought lick away, heh. Naruto muttered in his sleep as he sprawled out across the bed while Kakashi was closing the door. On second thought, now he couldn't be any prouder. Chapter 17, The Pensive Pause in Planning. Konoha, otherwise known as the village hidden in the leaves, awoke to a dark morning the first day after the battle with the 2 Akatsuki spies. No, seriously, the giant-ass tree in the middle of the village blocked out the sun and shaded the entire village. Outskirts and all, I'm not kidding. All the villagers gathered around the abnormality as they remembered the battle they had watched from their windows and doorways. Their Hokage had protected them from the blonde bomber with all his might, and was now in the hospital, at least that was what was running through the gossip circles. Now, 1 week after the battle, the village was back to busy. The ninja and the builders from Wave, who hadn't left, were helping in clearing out the rubble from destroyed buildings. It was only lucky that those buildings were scheduled for destruction anyway. Thank you, Tazuna-san. Hokage-sama will be very glad that we've cleared all this away by the time he awakened. Kotetsu said as he bowed in respect for the wave carpenter. Ha, it was nothing. These lazy dogs need some work, and Konoha is like a gold mine for that with how much crap gets destroyed here. Man, it's like Kamisama hates your village. Ha, ha. Tazuna said jovially as Kotetsu and Izumo sweat dropped at him. He's only in it for the money, and knowing our village's history, he'll be making plenty of that, both ninja thought as they watched Tazuna laugh long and hard with money signs in his eyes. Well, Training Ground 7 won't need our help, Tazuna-san. The ninja are repairing that with earth and water ninjutsu, so it'll be back to normal by the end of the day. Izumo said as Tazuna seemed to deflate a bit, but still seemed good-natured as he sighed. To tell you boys the truth, I would gladly do all this for free, time and again, but Naruto simply won't hear of it, and if he did, then I'd be getting a rather nasty letter in the mail along with a bag of gold. That boy is something else. Tazuna said as he looked up at the Hokage mountain, the four faces of the previous Hokages looking shadowed in the shade of the giant tree. Speaking of which, what are we gonna do about that tree? Kotetsu asked Izumo as his partner shrugged. The Jonin and Umbu have been trying to destroy that thing for a week now. Even Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama tried their hands at bringing it down. Tsunade-sama actually broke her hand punching at it. They say the thing is as tough as diamonds, and yet bends with the breeze like any other tree. The only two able to take it down would be Hokage-sama or that Jonin that helped him battle. Izumo said as he and his partner looked up at the tree. For days after the battle, the civilians, along with the other population of Konoha, were informed that the enemy had been defeated and retreated, though the gossip had already spread. Naturally, when the populace saw the giant tree and the gossip got out, many people openly cheered for their newest Hokage. But the opinions of some people would never change with such a simple show of power when the third and fourth Hokages had done better with less flashiness. Children ran the streets playing Hokage and the Bomber, while old folks talked about the days of the two previous Hokages and Sannin battles they had witnessed or heard of. Why, I remember about 50 years ago when the second Hokage was still around. He created an entire tsunami out of thin air to wipe out an army of cloud ninja. Let's see that upstart kid do that, an old man said as another sighed. Yes, but you must admit that for his age giving up enough chakra to create something as strong, and yet gentle as that tree was an accomplishment, the other old man said as the first scoffed. So the brat gave chakra. It was that wood boy what with the first Hokage's genes that actually made it. He formed it and controlled the thing, the first old man said as the second frowned. Yes, you're right, he did and he should be praised for it, but without Hokage-sama's enormous amount of chakra such a feat wouldn't have even been thought possible by anyone who wasn't the Shodai. Not even if it were from another Jinchuriki. Plus, for him to give up that much of his chakra in one go shows for something, the second man said with a slight smile as the first grumbled. I guess. Damn you, Kosuke. The first grumbled as the second old man smiled. You're doing okay as a Hokage, Naruto. You're doing okay. Kosuke Maraboshi, the 10,000-year genin, thought with smile on his face as he looked up at the tree which shaded the village. Jiraiya-sama. Kakashi said from the railing he sat on, reading his book. He glanced to the side of him as he saw the white-haired sage next to him with a telescope in hand. What are we going to do about that tree? I mean, I couldn't even cut through it with my lightning blade, and it broke my wrist. Thank Kami-sama for Tsunade-sama. Kakashi said, flexing his now-healed wrist. Huh? Oh, that tree. Well, nothing I guess. Tenzo dash. Yamato, Kakashi corrected with an ice smile as Jiraiya rolled his eyes. Yamato will have to either make it go away or put it to some good use. It's actually nice in a way, but it's kinda an eyesore too. Jiraiya said as Kakashi nodded. Yeah, you're right. Now then, what do we do about them? Kakashi asked as he jabbed a thumb behind them. Jiraiya looked behind himself as he chuckled fervidly at the sight he was seeing. Inside Naruto's hospital room were three girls sitting beside his bed on one side. On the other side were a boy and girl, his teammates. The three girls looked even more worried for the sleeping and ghostly breathing Naruto than his teammates did, though Sasuke tried very hard to hide his own worry. Do you think he'll be alright? Tenten asked as Hinata brushed Naruto's bangs out of his peaceful face. He looked so peaceful, almost as if he were DEA. He'll be fine. Another day in here, and he'll be back to himself. They said his only problems were some broken ribs, a scorched back, a few out-of-place bones, and some muscle damage to his legs. Those were probably already fixed by the fox, but the major thing that's keeping him down is his chakra exhaustion. Sasuke said as Sakura's nervously tapping made his eye twitch. But he has loads of chakra. How could Dash? Because, he used almost all of it to help make that damn indestructible tree out there. The only chakra he had left was enough to keep him barely alive. I heard from Kakashi-sensei and Jiraiya-sama that the guy who helped Naruto with the battle was in need of chakra infusions to keep him alive from both the sudden high Naruto's chakra gave him, and the withdrawal it left on Yamato's chakra coils. That much chakra flowing through a normal person's body must have felt godly. Sakura said as she kept stealing glances at Naruto. He was gonna kick her ass when he heard about what happened in the other fight. Still though, torn leg muscles? What was that all about? Tenten asked as Ino shrugged. Hinata looked over at them shyly as she began pushing her index fingers together. She hated being the center of attention, and she was about to. It was probably from that speed technique he used to get away from us the first time in the field. It doesn't flood the leg with chakra like speed jutsu normally do, but gives an intense burst of it to the point of the step. Though I'm not sure if that's completely right, since I've only seen it once. Hinata explained timidly as they all stared at her. So he's got some kind of shunshin? That's cool, I guess. Sakura said nervously as her plan to outrun Naruto flew out her mental window. Before any more words could be exchanged, a groan came from Naruto as he slowly woke up. He tried to go back to sleep though, feeling like his entire body was on shutdown as he turned to his side. 5 more minutes, Sasuke? Just use the shower, and don't touch the ramen. Naruto muttered sleepily as Sasuke blushed and all 4 girls turned to him with strange looks. Why you see? The thing is. I got nothing. Sasuke stuttered out, but then gave up with a sigh. So, why were you in Naruto's apartment and using his shower? I thought you two hated each other before being on a team, and I know you haven't been over to Naruto's apartment in the time of team or the Hokage mansion to stay the night. Sakura said, all nervousness gone in the face of hearing some juicy secrets, while Hinata prayed for it not to be the steamy scenes racing through her head, while Ino and Tenten prayed for it to be. Well, that whole hate/rivalry thing was kind of a half-truth. We did have a rivalry, but we didn't hate each other. We were kids. How the hell could we hate each other? We were actually best friends, though we didn't show it in the face of the public. I have a reputation to keep, and people didn't like him because of the fox. Sasuke said as Sakura and Ino looked shocked. Hinata was still praying, and Tenten looked curious. So, you buy his house? Tenten asked, still imagining Naruto and Sasuke in a shower together, getting clean while getting down and dirty. What could she say? She loved hot boy-on-boy action as much as any girl. Well, in the beginning it was only for when I was scared of Itachi coming back to kill me, or when I started thinking of my parents haunting the house. I'd run to his apartment, which wasn't that far once I learned the shortcuts, and he'd let me in. I was scared, he was lonely, and so we got to being real good friends. I mean, don't get me wrong, I was and still am angry at the world in general, but Naruto is like the only person I can never hate. He's the only one that understands the pain of being alone, but he'll never understand how I feel about what Itachi did. Sasuke said, deciding to actually follow the words of the book Inoshi gave him. The first step to self-realization is to talk about your past and the things you normally wouldn't with those of the same, being people you won't talk to about it. Damn that book. So, Naruto and I kind of grew up together. We talked, shared secrets, and even lived together for those 2 months people were trying to kill him again back in the academy. He's lived at my house, and I've lived in his. Remember when we first met Kakashi-sensei? I had to wait for him to get back home that day, because I left my clothes in his apartment. Anyways, we're kind of like stepbrothers, except both our parents are dead and we live on our own. Sasuke said with a shrug as the girls simply stared at him. So, have you two ever? Ino asked, moving her fingers around each other as Sasuke raised a brow in confusion. You know, crossed kunai? Tenten supplied after seeing his confusion. Huh? Sasuke asked as he tiled his head to the side. Played hide the scroll? Sakura said with a blush as Sasuke still didn't get it. We've hidden things, and probably need to go find them, but I don't see what that has to do with anything. Sakura sighed in exasperation as she leaned over to Sasuke and began to whisper in his ear. At first his pale cheeks went a tomato red, before his face turned green. Oh my Kami, that's sick. What is wrong with you people? No. Kami-sama, no. Why would we? How is that even? Oh Kami. Sasuke said as he jumped from his chair and looked at each of them, before sitting back down. So, never? Ino asked as Sasuke gave her a look. No. Sasuke said. Oh. I wonder who would be top and who would be bottom. Tenten asked as Hinata went red and Sasuke looked frightened. Why are we having this discussion? I thought we were talking about Naruto's health. Sasuke said as Ino rolled her eyes. You don't have to comment, you know. You don't have to have this topic of discussion, you know. Sasuke shot back as Sakura gave him a look. We're girls, it's what we do. Anyways, I think Naruto would be a bot dash. Ugh, disturbance in the force, no bottom me, that's totally Sasuke. Naruto muttered in his sleep as he tossed and turned. The others looked at him, and then Sasuke as Sasuke blushed. What's with you? Tenten asked as Sasuke looked away. Nothing, and if he mutters anything else in his sleep I'll dash. Sasuke. Your mom looks hot. I'd tatal tap th dash. I'll kill him. Let me go. He needs to die. I knew showing him those pictures was a bad idea from the start. Let me go. Oh, Hinata, you're so talented. Hinata fainted on the spot as the room went silent, nose blood dripping onto the floor as the other four looked down at her fallen form. Is he dash? A pervert? Yes. Sakura growled out as she glared at Naruto. It's not perverted to have those sort of dreams. Now those there, Ino said as she pointed out the window to Jiraiya and Kakashi, those are perverts. Oh, Ino. I love the way you dash. Okay, that's enough of that. Ino said as her face went red and she slapped a hand over Naruto's mouth. Her hand squirmed as Naruto began licking it, making her spine shiver as he moved his tongue along her nerves. She jerked her hand away before a moan could escape her. Are you okay, Ino? You seem a bit flushed. Tenten said with a smirk as Ino dried her hand and rubbed the tingles away. Shut up? Ino muttered as Tenten giggled. What's up with dash? Ten, so good. Naruto moaned as he laid sprawled out in the bed, Tenten's face cherry red. Thanks. Tenten squeaked out as Sasuke gave Naruto's sleeping form a suspicious look. Sakura, more. Naruto moaned out as Sakura sputtered, but the blush on her face told everything. Sasuke's eye narrowed at the smirk growing on Naruto's sleeping face. Anko, Ayam, Temari, Shizune, Ami, Tsunami, Tsunade, Kin, Kiba's sister, Hana, Kiba's mom, Tsum, Haku, who was totally a girl, Sasuke's mom dash. Stop it. We know you're not asleep anymore, so just stop it. Sasuke yelled as he covered his ears. Though he had to admit, half of those girls and women weren't so bad. Ha! Naruto said, opening his eyes as a large fox-like grin grew on his face. He struggled to sit up in bed as Tenten and Ino helped him, roughly. So many names, Naruto? Tenten said. And yet, we don't know some of them. Ino finished as Hinata finally got up. Naruto was saved from a response as Tsunade walked in, lab coat on as it struggled to the front of her chest. Naruto raised a brow at her as she looked from him and wrote things down on a clipboard. Nice to see you're finally awake, brat. Now then dash. Hey! I'm Hokage, so that's Mr. Your Awesomeness to you, subordinate. Naruto said, though he looked too weak for the joke. Okay, Mr. Brat. Now, as I was saying, your bones have reset and healed. Your legs' tendons, ligaments, and muscles are repaired, so there are no problems there. The only thing I see left wrong with you are the incredible lack of chakra and your disrespect for your elders. Tsunade said, still writing in her clipboard. I'm your boss and leader. Besides, I still don't have to respect you, Granny, even if I wasn't. You drink, you gamble, and you lose every Rio that you make. Naruto said as he laid back on his pillow. A vein near Tsunade's temple pulsed noticeably, but she remained calm. A little mouthier than usual, huh? Perhaps we need to get you doped up and incoherent? Tsunade said as she reached in her pocket and took out a needle. No, stay away from me with that. Besides, I love hugs not drugs. Naruto said as he moved Hinata on the bed to shield him from the needle. Tsunade raised a mirthful eyebrow, but didn't put the needle away. Instead, she advanced on the bed as Naruto held Hinata, Ino and Tenten as well, for extra protection, closer to him. What's wrong? Whittle Hokage Naruto afraid of a big bad shot? Tsunade cooed as Naruto nodded animatedly. Hell yes? Naruto exclaimed weakly, no shame in his fear of the pointy needle of death. Enough. Naruto, stop being such a baby. It's just a shot dash. Why don't you willingly let her stab you with a sharp object and inject some strange fluid into your veins? I, on the other hand, have more sense than that. Naruto said politely as he crossed his arms in a show. Sakura only sighed as she shook her head at his rebuttal. Naruto, you're supposed to be the Hokage. You're supposed to set a better example for us ninja than this. And I am, by not subjecting myself to pains I don't want to simply because you people think I'm mouthy. Now if you want to willingly be sedated, and give the village a break from your voice dash. Naruto. Hey! Then I can understand perfectly. I, however, have important things to do as Hokage, and can't be all loopy for them. Naruto said as the others stared at him. That all had actually made some sense? Fine, no shot. Tsunade said sullenly as she put the cap back over the needle, and placed the syringe back in her pocket. No stabbing Naruto with sharp stuff today. Maybe next time? So, how long will I need to be here? Naruto asked as he adjusted himself in the bed, still using the three girls as shields until they jumped off. We're not sure at the moment. The rate of chakra recovery is different for each individual, and I've never studied it with a Jinchuriki before. It could be tomorrow, and it could be next week. However, you will stay until you have recovered, and that's finally. Tsunade said, writing in her clipboard and then placing it in a bin on Naruto's bed. She gave him a stern look before gazing at the others. Shizen let you all be in here, but policy is that only one visitor is allowed in a room at any given time. Shizun didn't know that due to the circumstances, but for Hokage and Jinchuriki, only trusted ANBU and officials are allowed in. Because of Naruto's age and other factors, you all fall into the trusted officials category, but only one at a time. Even with a doctor. Now, 4 of you out, and 1 stay. You've been warned. Tsunade said with a very serious look as her eyes pierced all of them. Naruto nodded when they all looked to him for reassurance. He may have been stuck there bored and all, but even he couldn't argue policy when he was a patient. Besides, it kept assassins away since only people he really knew would be allowed in. Tenten and Ino sighed as they walked out, having to go meet their teams anyway. Naruto wrote a letter for them to turn into Irika, allowing the academy teacher to handle missions today with Kakashi and the elders. Sakura and Sasuke left soon after so that they could help Kakashi. That left only him and Hinata, who was looking anywhere but him as she thought about them, alone. Hey, brat. I see you're all alone with your Wadash. Shut up, pervy sage, and leave Hinata alone. Naruto yelled as he collapsed back onto his pillows, Hinata helping him sit back up as her face went red. Jiraiya's cheeky grin faded as he gazed at Naruto with a serious look. Fine. I need her to scram anyway. You've been out for a while now, and though it pains me to say it, there's no time for GG girls right now. I have some information that you may need. Jiraiya said as he climbed into the room. Hinata took the chance she was given as she stood. I'll just see why you later, and Naruto-kun. Hinata said before she zipped out of the room. Naruto sighed as he ran a hand through his hair, but stopped while looking up at Jiraiya. What's wrong now? What happened while I was out of it? Naruto asked as Jiraiya took up a chair and sat beside Naruto's bed. A lot. The Sand are planning a visit in 3 weeks to discuss their atonement for their part in the invasion nearly 3 months ago. The Rock are planning an assault with a genin force of 100. Lightning has just now decided on its 4th raikage. And just about everything else is in this folder. Jiraiya said as he handed Naruto the file. Naruto opened it and began reading, a frown on his face as he went on. So far, the Hidden Waterfall have been taken over by a renegade group. The Land of the Moon has lost its prince along with the Land of Snow its princess, but that last one happened years ago. You found her, and we'll deal with that tomorrow. It also seems that a group of travelers is in trouble due to their knowledge of some ancient stone. Interesting. Naruto said, reading only some of the really high-level marked information out as Jiraiya nodded. Yeah, the first that will need help is the princess, but like you said we can talk more on that tomorrow with others. Also, the Land of the Moon hasn't lost their princess. The boy's father sent him away for some reason and claimed it as a vacation of some sort. I think something fishy is gonna on in the Land of the Moon, but that's not for me speculate. Those travelers though will need our protection before the end of next month though, so you have enough time for that one. Jiraiya said as Naruto glanced up at him from the corner of his eye while he closed the file. I'll get on all this tomorrow, or whenever I get out of this stupid hospital. As for now, Inu, Beetle. Naruto called out as 2 ANBU dropped from the ceiling in on knee to their leader. Yes, Hokage-sama? They both asked as Naruto frowned. Bring me my paperwork. For once I'll have to do it all myself since I barely move from this bed, let alone summon a shadow clone. Naruto said as the 2 Black Ops nodded and vanished. Ox, bird. Naruto called as 2 ANBU Black Ops stepped out of the shadows. I need you 2 to bring me boar, kicking, screaming, bruised, and crying if you have to. Naruto said, an edge in his voice as the 2 agents quickly disappeared to get their target. Boar? Jiraiya asked, remembering that it was a young girl about Kurenai's age that had the job of the Earth-style ninjutsu master of ANBU. Yes, boar. She has crossed me. Naruto said, still with a touch of anger as Jiraiya mentally prayed the girl hadn't done anything more or less than touch the boy's privates. Or at worse, his ramen. Why do you think he wants boar? Ox asked as Bird shook his head, not knowing what the younger ANBU could have done. If it was just a mission or something of the like, he would have called her himself, but he didn't and that can only mean one general thing. Bird said, trailing off as he didn't want to believe what he was insinuating. Where are you 2 off to in such a hurry? Yugao Yuzuki asked as she dropped down in front their path atop the roofs of Konoha. We're off to collect Agent Boar. Hokage-sama requested that we go. Bird said, the importance in his voice stressing the situation. Yugao, dressed in her cat Anbu mask and garb, gasped from behind said mask. You don't think he'd? It is Naruto-sama's decision if that is the case. I believe that won't be the case, but even so not without good reason. We've all heard her opinion on his appointment, and I'm sure she wasn't able to control it around him. She's so hot-headed, and I still don't see why Sarutobi-sama kept her on with her attitude about things, but it's not my place to speak on such matters. Now then, let's move. Bird said as they nodded and sped off, intent on seeing their Hokages well done. Even if it meant losing an ANBU. Hey, I have a question, Niji. Why weren't you promoted to Chunin like Shino and Shikamaru? Tenten asked as Lee turned to look at Niji as well. Niji sighed, having already known this was going to come up. The council and Naruto-sama said that while I was indeed brilliant in my finals match against Hokage-sama himself, they felt that I still needed to sort through my various personal issues. They said that a Chunin cannot pause in the middle of a fight to lecture his opponents on how weak they are and how they need to give up. They told me that I need to beat them. Granted, the council and even Hayashi-sama said I was showing signs of changing, however they still felt that it was not conclusive yet. They said that I'm free to take the exam again in 6 months and if I kept up with the improvements, then I should be fine. Niji said as Tenten and Lee blinked. So they basically said that the only thing stopping you from being promoted was the fact that you were a talkative prick? Tenten asked for clarity as Niji's eye twitched. I was not that bad, Tenten. Niji shouted in a very un-Hyuga-like manner. Yes, you were. Even Lee was starting to give up hope on you until Naruto changed you. Tenten said with a shake of her head. Niji crossed his arms and began muttering to himself as he turned away from his team. Don't worry, Niji. I'm sure you'll get M all next time. That is, if Lee doesn't first. Guy shouted as Niji groaned. He needed a break from the insanity. Oh Guy-sensei. Lee. Truly, he did. And that's how our battle went. Jiraiya finished recounting his and the others' battle against Sasori as Naruto blinked. Wait. Sakura jumped in, and actually saved Granny Tsunade? Naruto asked, his eyes wide as he blinked in surprise again. And Sasuke had said she would always be useless. Yup, true tale to the very end. The girl had spunk, I'll give her that, but for the few seconds of glory, she went back to a damsel in distress real quick the next. Jiraiya said with a shrug. Naruto, now over his surprise, gritted his teeth in anger. I gave her a direct order to follow, and she still left the safety of her house, entered an S-class battle, and got captured by the enemy not 10 seconds into her entering it. Niji I can understand because he was with Hayashi at least and will be warned against it later. But Sakura? Hell no. No wonder she seemed so nervous whenever I met her gaze earlier. That little dash. So, Pinky's got a rebellious streak, huh? Jiraiya laughed out as Naruto growled. Rebellious my ass. She will be dealt with later. Now, I told you about my battle, and my thoughts on it, what do you think? It went pretty good until he got the jump on you. Fighting bombs is something no ninja has a real defense for, but you did well to fight from a distance, strike fast, and then retreat. You saw through his clones, and were able to keep Yamato from getting hurt badly as well. To be honest though, you was out of your current league because you only know about 10 or less jutsu at the moment. You only have the bare basics in all of your training, and even that was spread better thinly due to us being on the road. Your ninjutsu and other skills need a lot of work, but your skills in deception and strategy are extremely high. That, however, may come from your cunning and imagination from years as a former prankster. Right now, I'd rate your abilities at that of an extremely powerful jonin, just a shade above Kakashi. However, that's only because of the quality of the jutsu you know, not how many. Jiraiya said candidly as Naruto's gaze dropped to his hands which were gripping at the bed sheets over his lower body. I know that I need a lot of work, but how am I gonna manage all the training I'll need and being Hokage at once? I need a lot of in-depth elemental training because you were no help at all, taijutsu training from you to get all the frog kata basic moves, and maybe jinjutsu training even though I hate jinjutsu. I'll also need to train in kenjutsu and various other things, and the only thing I've fully mastered is fuinjutsu. Naruto said, getting more and more depressed as he realized just how much work he needed and how little he actually had. Hey now, buck up, kid. Listen, I know you have a long road ahead of you, but like Sarutobi-sensei always used to tell me, the long road is paved with hard work, and paid back in full with good fortune later on, or something like that, but seriously, we'll work something out. All we need now is a starting point. Jiraiya said as Naruto sighed and ran his hands through his hair. Alright, let's see. Oh. I could start on wind nature. You and Kyubi-sensei said I was a natural with it, but neither of you could teach me any more than the leaf cutter technique. I need a wind user that knows more training exercises. Naruto said as he and Jiraiya began thinking of people. Kakashi will be able to help, what with being a master of 1,000 jutsu, a few of them must be wind-natured. Then there's that Asuma guy, he's a natural wind user. Those are the only two I can think of. Jiraiya said as Naruto nodded. Alright then, I'll have them meet with me tomorrow to see if we can't work something out. I also need to deal with barrier team that I've only just now heard about. I'll check on that as soon as I'm out of here. Whenever I'm not working on wind training, I'll start with something else and go on missions. Missions? Jiraiya asked with a raised brow as Naruto nodded. Of course. What, did you think I'd be stuck behind a desk or in the village all my career as Hokage? Nope, I plan to see the world. The lifelong dream just came along faster than I would have thought. Now I can go on awesome new missions and save princesses instead of dirty old drunk men. Naruto said as Jiraiya sweat dropped at his last statement. So, training? Jiraiya said, hoping it would keep Naruto from ranting about how much his former missions sucked. I mean, what would they do with Genin if Naruto suddenly decided that D ranks were stupid? Huh? Oh, right. Wind first, since I need to be able to use more jutsu and it is my best nature. Then I'll also work on some taijutsu, and while all that's going on, I'll have some clones read up on things in the library or sit in the back of academy classes. Naruto said, but his turned sour when he spoke of the academy. Jiraiya noticed with only a little suspicion of what it could be. Something wrong, Naruto? Jiraiya asked as Naruto looked up at him. Yeah, did you know that the civilian council have been in control of the academy ever since the old man had been reinstated? Naruto asked as Jiraiya looked confused. No, but no, things make sense. The whole low-grade ninja thing was kind of bugging me when I got back for the Chunin exams. I was gonna ask Sarutobi-sensei, but never got around to it. Jiraiya said, though his voice was more sober as he thought of his dead teacher. That man had been like a father to him. And a grandfather to Naruto? Orochimaru would be getting more than a few lumps for doing the deed now that Jiraiya thought about it. Yeah, so I need to take back control of it. I was thinking, could you help the teaching staff make the academy like it was back in your day? I mean, you're pretty great, and you were the dead last like me. Naruto said as Jiraiya blinked in surprise. Did you just say I'm great? Jiraiya asked as Naruto raised a brow. I also called you a dead last. Naruto shot back as Jiraiya smirked. But you called me great, and that's the only part I'm hearing. Yeah, baby. The town madman stirks again, and the lady swoon from his gallant dance of insanity. Now the heavens must also quake in fear, for even my young apprentice who is also my superior realizes my awesome power. Jiraiya said, hopping out of his chair to dance around Naruto's room. Naruto's eyebrow twitched as he picked up a medical book that had been on his room stand and threw it at the white-haired man, hitting him in the back of his head. Focus, you perverted old geezer. We need to straighten out the academy. Now I'm starting to think Granny Tsunade was right about you being a dumbass in school. Naruto yelled as Jiraiya cried animated tears. Why must all my students be so harsh? Jiraiya whined as Naruto shook his head. Why was he surrounded by either perverted idiot guys or bipolar crazy girls? So, why did you three come for me again? Inoshi asked as she and her fellow ANBU walked through the streets of Konoha. That in itself was odd enough since they were all still in full ANBU gear, and the fact that ANBU weren't known to take friendly strolls through their village in the middle of daylight. Hence why people were staring and whispering. We have told you, Borsan. Hokage-sama wishes to see you and we are merely the escort. Bird said as Inoshi's eyes narrowed, having gotten that same answer 6 times now. What the hell was going on? Yugao-senpai, what's going on here? Why didn't Hokage-sama simply summon me himself? Inoshi whispered to Yugao, barely keeping in her irritation at the stares she was getting and the whispers she caught. I don't know, but when you meet with Naruto-sama, I hope you'll be respectful. Yugao said, stressing choice words as Inoshi gave her a look. Respectful? What the hell dash? Choose your next words very carefully, Borsan. Bird said in a chilling whisper as Inoshi gulped, seeing from the corner of her eye that Ox had reached for his hammer. What the hell's going on around here? Am I suspected of something? Oh crap. Did he find out about me revealing myself to Sasuke? Or is this about Sasuke escaping from his house? Inoshi thought as she and the 3 ANBU walked around her in a triangular formation. It was easy for anyone to see that she was a prisoner to them, and that they were bringing her in. Her only thought, however, was why? Mom! I'm home. Sakura said as she entered her house, taking off her weaponry and placing it in the key dish beside the front door. How was it today, Sakura dear? Her mom's voice carried from the kitchen, where she was making cookies if the smell was anything to go by. Oh, you know, the usual. Sakura said casually as she rubbed more salve on a cut she had on her exposed arm. Her and Asuma's team had gone out on a C-rank mission to take out some bandits, and one of them had managed to get in a lucky shot at her. The worst part was that the thing she had been cut with was dripping poison. Thank Kami for Tsunade-sama's medical prowess and quick remedies. Oh, nothing too dangerous I hope. Sayuri said as she walked into the hall with a plate of fresh hot cookies. No, nothing I couldn't handle. Sakura said with a fake smile. It was only thanks to her shinobi training that she could fool her mom into not worrying. Sayuri only grew more worried as she saw the faked smile her daughter wore so casually, almost as if it was the real thing Sayuri remembered from before her daughter joined the ninja academy. If Sakura thought for even a second that the smile and casual tone masked anything, then the girl obviously didn't know the power that being a person's mother gave them. She knew her daughter inside and out, and so she could easily tell when the girl lied to her, even with the training the girl had, which only made it more obvious due to Sayuri's mother senses. Sayuri though could only sigh in content. It wouldn't do to push her daughter for the truth, and it worried her sick every day that her little girl was going out into a world only to die someday because that was how the system worked. She hated those damn ninja and their ways. The only reason she had let her daughter be a part of that damn academy was because... Sayuri looked up at a picture that was in the hallway on the high wall. It showed a man of his early to mid-20s. He had white hair and one of the best smiles Sayuri had ever seen in her life. His brown eyes told an entire story of cheerfulness, power, and determination. His skin was tanned and his features of a matured man well on his way to the top. The Konoha headband only added to his manly look of authority and charm. Sayuri's eyes shone with held-back tears as Sakura walked past her to her room. As he watched her little girl go with a sad eye before she went back to gazing up at the man in the framed photo. Oh, Ichiro, what am I gonna do with her? I wish you hadn't left us for the next world, then maybe it wouldn't be so hard. Sayuri said as she stroked at the cheek of the picture. Her tears fell onto the plate of cookies as she sighed sadly and went back to the kitchen to fix lunch for herself and their little girl. The ninja life wasn't taking another of her loved ones. It had already taken one too many. And that is all I have to report, Danzo-sama, a ninja in a blank mask said as he kept his head down the entire time he reported to his master. Danzo hummed to himself as he thought over the battle report his root ninja had just given him. The battle damage was being repaired and wasn't much to begin with. The ninja had been beaten and retreated for now, but that was somewhat okay. But the bad part was that the village leader had been hospitalized after the whole thing, and that Jiraiya had been running internal and external inference to all information networks and talks. For a while, Danzo had forgotten just how good Jiraiya was at his job when he wasn't being a perverted little brat. That will be all. Danzo said as the ninja rose with a nod and disappeared. Danzo knew that the plan he was making was a far stretch, but he knew it had a chance of working. All he needed to do was pick the right ninja for the job. And boy did he have the right one. Come forth, operative brushstroke. Danzo said with a stamp of his cane as a ninja appeared out of the dark shadow before him in a kneeling position. You summoned me, Danzo-sama, the operative said in a completely blank and devoid voice. Yes, I have a mission for you. Sai. Danzo said, a smile breaking out on his wrinkled face as the newly christened Sai looked up at him with lifeless eyes. What is thy bidding, my master? Sai said in the same monotone as before while Danzo looked down at him with a smirk. It was always good being the boss hidden in shadow? Kabuto, how goes their training? Orochimaru asked from his throne as Kabuto bowed to him before responding. It goes well. They'll have all their moves and such perfected in 2 months' time. The only drawback is that his therapy isn't going all that well. Kabuto said as Orochimaru simply kept smiling. Nope, he wasn't going to let a little bad news ruin his day. He had finally regained some feeling, other than pain, in his left arm, and so he took it as a great day today. It had been Sarutobi-sensei who sealed his arms. If you could feel anything other than pain, it was a blessing from Kami-sama. That's all right, Kabuto. I have plans for him during that time. What I really wanted to know was how things were in that facility. Orochimaru asked as Kabuto frowned. Not good, I'm afraid. There seems to be something attacking around the facility, a beast of some kind that's trying to locate it. Plus, that one isn't being very cooperative since he isn't well enough to help us anymore. Kabuto said as Orochimaru's smile faltered a little before coming back full force. That's fine, Kabuto. A little bad news isn't anything to get too worried about. Like my dear dead sensei used to say, one must take all good and bad news with a grain of salt. All things have their place, and that is absolute truth, or something like that. Anyways, I'm in a good mood right now so I won't even kill anyone. Orochimaru said as a random ninja walked through his throne room to get to another door. Orochimaru's sword shot out quicker than Kabuto could react, and sailed barely past his ear to stab the random ninja through his leg. Kabuto looked back shakily and sighed when he saw the ninja was the intended target. "See, Kabuto-kun, I didn't kill him. I didn't even poison him," Orochimaru said above the ninja's howls of pain and anguish. "Why yes, ISC, Orochimaru-sama," Kabuto said as he shakily readjusted his glasses. He really needed to get away from this guy before his life came to an unexpected and abrupt end. "So, they kicked your artistic asses, and then made you both run away like little bitches? I'd believe it," Hayden said as his holographic image gazed upon the living ones of Sasori and Deidara. "Shut up, you disgustingly uncultured dolt. We were merely caught off guard by their expecting us," Deidara defended as Sasori was watching for Pain's reaction. The guy had closed those freaky eyes of his when they had finished their report and hadn't opened them since. "So why didn't you just blow the village up?" "Oh yeah, that's right. The kid saved it with a beautifully big-ass tree," Kisame said with a chuckle as Hayden joined in with him. "Enough, Kisame. It's obvious that young Naruto has grown even stronger since we did battle with him. His rate of improvement has become staggering. Just imagine how strong he would be had the village not shunned him," Itachi said, hoping that his fellow Akatsuki members would grow more discouraged with his words coupled with the defeat Naruto and the two loyal Sannin had handed to Sasori and Deidara. Pain's eyes snapped open after hearing Itachi's words. While he hated to admit it, the Uchiha Slayer had a point. The boy surely couldn't have gained the title of Kage without basis, and here it was. The boy had played Deidara like a flute, and used a monstrous amount of chakra to create a natural shield to protect his village. It had been so powerful, that even he had felt it all the way in his village. Itachi is correct. We must hold off our attempts to take down the Kyuubi Jinchuriki until we have better preparations. These things don't need to be rushed, however, so we will meet again in due time. 3 years should be enough for all of you to gain anything and everything you'll need to collect your targets. Remember though, our mission is that of peace, and true failure is not an option," Pain said as the other members voiced their agreement and phased from view. Pain sighed as thought over where Madara could have gone. The immortal Uchiha had disappeared off the face of the earth, and he would bet his favorite kunai set that it had something to do with the Uzumaki brat that had become Hokage. Pain then found himself thinking that everything had to do with that kid, like the boy was some kind of destined child or something. Huh. That was a laugh, because the only destined being around was him, Pain, the god of the rain village. The boy is beginning to become a problem. He's faring much better than I would have thought, and seems to only grow more powerful with each challenge we throw at him, a masked figure said to a humanoid flytrap. "Oh, and what will you do about him, Madara?" Zetsu, the human flytrap, asked with a wide smirk as Madara turned away from him to look over the valley of the end. How long ago had it been since he and Hashirama did battle in this playground which those weaker ninja had marked as an epic battle site? 100 years, perhaps? Yeah, that sounded about right. I'm going to take care of him, myself, if need be, Madara said as Zetsu licked his lips in hunger. "And his delicious lifeless body?" Zetsu asked as if he were a starving child. "You may feast on it right down to the bone marrow if you please," Madara said, completely devoid emotion as Zetsu looked hungrily at the statue of Hashirama Senju. Madara stared at the statue as well, smirking at it as he gazed over it and how it seemed to crumb under his gaze. For no one man could stand up to the might that was Madara Uchiha,